Oh, mate, that is my jam. That is the funky tune we need. What is up, one and all? Hello, and a happy Monday to you. Hopefully, you're having a good day and are ready to maybe make that day a little bit better. I mean, it's the start of the week. It's a little bit of a sour experience for a lot of people, I think. So we're going to try to improve things. I also just realized it was super bright earlier. Now it's less bright. I guess we'll whiteify me a bit more. Jeez, I look like I should be in a Puff Daddy video from the 80s. Anyway, we've got a fun day. We've got plenty of action coming through the midweek muster clashes. In fact, we're probably going to be casting about 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 series, maybe, I think is going to be the goal. So some live, some from recording, of course. It's always the mix of the bag when you have open scheduling. I think we will look to start off with... Let's go with DeMu versus Starflark. That'll be our kicker to begin with. So we'll be checking on DeMu versus Starflark, then we'll check Wham versus Deniska, and then we can have a look at the matchup between the two victors of those series. We also do have Anatan versus sort of. We're going to have Voldemar versus Sass, B versus Mahudo happening later today. And also maybe if we've got time for Numenum versus Myriad. So we'll probably be casting for about 6 hours or so into a sponsor stream with diplomacy is not an option. So yeah, pretty busy day. And I just realized I never updated the overlay. Oops. Let me just reset the draft quickly. And I will grab what we're cooking for game number 1. So it's going to be DeMu on the left, Starflark on the right. I was like feeling pretty good. I was like sitting down. I was like, okay, I think I've got everything. I think we're ready to go. And I was like, of course, there's something I've missed. Forgot to import the drafts. So reminder, we have got a new map, Excavation, this week. Quite a funny map, actually. Like, I'm intrigued to see how people cook on that as the meta develops with it, shall we say. And what is up, Red Darksider? Sorry, I forgot about that for a second. Thank you very much for the Prime sub. And welcome back to the Swarm. 12 months. What a legend. Look at that. Of course, Red Darksider, one of our regular grinders in the KPMM. I respect the commitment, right? Like, even though he hasn't been able to have a deep run, there's always lessons to be learned. And also, it's about the improvement. It's about the where you get in the end, not where you are now. You like the Excavation? Hell yeah, dude. It's like a very intriguing map. We already had an insane series in the round of 32, which was Insane versus CSO. You saw the score up there for earlier. That one was surprisingly tight. I gotta give it to Hussein. Like, there was moments where I believed he'd actually do it in 2 games, which is crazy. Not because Hussein's not capable of the game. It's just you're up against CSO, one of the top players. And, by the way, consolidating himself as a top player, because I hear yesterday we maybe have CSO breaking his records on best performance time and time again. He's in the top 4 now. And you know what's crazy, guys? It might be Louis MT's worst nightmare, because, like, Louis MT versus CSO has a very good win rate against Louis MT. So you could easily actually see a CSO not only having his, like, best performance getting out of the group stage at the League Classic 3, but then just going all the way to the grand finals. That is wild. Hello, hello. Oh, by the way, is there anyone on the YouTube side? If you type something in, we can actually check. Actually, I can do it myself, can't I? Yeah, I can. I aim here. It didn't work. Okay, so the YouTube chat is meant to be showing there. But it isn't? Why? It should be showing on the screen there. Because I basically have something which loops in the chats together. 1 second, let me have a look. Make sure I didn't miss anything. Yeah, it has designated YouTube comments to show. It's just for some reason the YouTube comments aren't showing? Huh? This is the pain in the butt with YouTube. Wait a second. Let me try it. Yeah. For some reason, it signed me out. So I think we're signed in now. Which means... Nope. All right. Wait, there we go. Yes. All right, so it works. That was very weird. It didn't remember me. Yet it remembered Twitch. It's very odd. There we go. So look, there we go. We've done it. Golf clappers all around. Everyone can be happy now. We delivered. You now have combined chats. When I get banned in a month, remember me. All right. Anyway, let's get ready for the first series today. So we'll be checking in. Let me grab Starflark's. This DeMu is a naughty boy and needs to remember not to private his profile. Shouldn't really need to do that anymore if you're going to keep playing KPMMs anyway. We are going to have a House of Lancaster versus Mongol matchup. Not crazy about Mongols on this map. I don't know. Actually, no, in fairness, like, it's better than the idea that I think B put forward on Receding. I can kind of see what Starflark is cooking for here. I'm not sure if it's better than House of Lancaster on this map, is my caveat. But let's find out. Let's hop in for the first series of the day. One and all, the brains are getting too big for the skulls. Look at this. We have got more excavation action, a new map created by Avali that features plenty of ruins where you can gather stone from. And they're both cooking around that idea. We've got Starflark open this series with the Mongols, DeMu across the way playing as House Lancaster. These are both civs that can leverage the stone gathering early on. And by the way, this stone gathering is good. Forgotten Ruins generate 60 stone a minute. That's substantially better than what a villager is capable of on a different resource. So if you have a civ that can leverage this, very powerful tool, you could even, in theory, maybe justify something around 2TC. I'm not convinced by that. But civs like this is much more organic. Mongols, of course, will benefit from the stone gen to double produce into military units and get improved researchers. And then for Lancaster, it's just about that gradual push into more and more manors. And well, DeMu is going to be pushing into Spimman to begin with because it looks like he's already eyeballing the Forgotten Ruins. And thank you for reminding me that... Why is the map... Okay, dude, like, the map is so cursed. The map is the right size. Can you not see where it is? Why? What? Like, I literally changed no settings. I come on, and it's drunk. You can't make this up. All right, fix now. So yes, as you can see on the minimap, there is 8 of these excavation sites. So that means 8 relics in total. But to get any of those relics, you need to, on each of these, have garrisoned a villager for 6 minutes without any interruption. So it can be quite the challenge, especially if you're trying to get to your opponent's side of the map. Let's say they're not excavating and you need to get there. That's when things can become tricky. So DeMu, I imagine the idea here is, what, double cap Forgotten Ruins and then shove the deer in? That's a pretty fluid idea here, actually. I mean, do you really even need the deer as this civ? You know, not always, but it's a nice backup option. Another side. Do we have any move out yet? There we go. Spear's now moving across. So this is the thing, right? I don't know if you can actually remove deer shoving in the current format of the game. I feel like you need to add more variables because while there is these points of interest that create that interesting variance, the problem is sometimes there's not enough options if you just have these points of interest, right? So like Enlightened Horizon has multiple target points, whereas this one, if it wasn't for the deer shove element as well, you would simply just have ruins. So there would just be one optimal strategy to lean towards. Instead, you get diversification here. DeMu has prioritized going for the stone gathering. Meanwhile, when you look at Starflark, it's actually going to be about initially shoving those deer. So he's going to have a follow-up, the Spimman now capturing, but his timing into Stone Gen is going to be a lot later. I'm a little bit surprised by this because there is actually a feedback loop to this that makes it very beneficial to capture the ruins first. If you capture the ruins, then you can generate more stone to generate more Spimman to do more things. So very intriguing that he chose to go for the deer shove instead. He definitely has enough sheep that he could have been more greedy about this. And Lancaster Castle on the way. What an original plan. I've never seen this before. I don't know what it is about this landmark. It just makes me so... I don't know if bitter is the word, but very, very sassy. You know, I become very sarcastically British. About a British Civ. Yeah, it's a bit of a weird one. I'm hoping we do get a change straight after Elite Classic 3 to this landmark. It's just, I want there to be options, right? I'm never happy when a Civ only has one viable strategy. I'd rather see House of Lancaster with 3-4 that makes sense. Long term, I think a lot of the community is on board with the idea that like mana should be refought. But in the short term, I just like to see Lancaster Castle like adjusted as well. Because you're going to have to. If you eventually change manas, like the current format of like perks around mana spam of Lancaster Castle won't make sense anyway. By the way, that is correct what you're seeing there. That is triple stone gathering. He has not actually pulled the villager for the third yet. And you can see, that's unfortunate stuff. Like he was like, do I decap this? Because this takes a very, very long time. Yeah, so he's going to commit to it. All right, if you have some washing to put out or you just want to go take a dump, now would be the time. Because this thing's not going to be decapped for quite a while. Yeah, so reminder, once it is decapped, it will eject the villager. But it takes so long. This was much quicker. Nicely played on the front side. I love that Starflark is playing blocker here because it has multiple issues if you don't. For a start, your opponent is going to have very organic timing. And let me flip the top here, by the way. Your opponent's going to have very organic timings into the manas. But also, the knock-on effect is that it will set him up nicely to caster rush and pick relics. Both bad elements for Starflark to have to play into. And somebody sees as a good element here is actually going to be the silver tree. Now, ooh, this is interesting. And I'm a little bit gutted he didn't do this. So, you know, if someone's being greedy against you, sometimes the best course of action is just to be more greedy, right? Well, think about this, guys. If Starflark captured the Forgotten Ruins and garrisoned villages inside, he could consistently afford double pump traders from the silver tree. Because you get, what, 70, and then let's say you get the 3 ruins, so that's 280. And you need 120 every 21 seconds. Yeah, you pretty much have 100% uptime on double production. And then you obviously want to walk out to set up a marketplace. This has a lot of setup cost to it, but the idea is DeMu isn't going to contest you because he's being a greedy mother ducker. Benny Boy is getting his little homes. I still don't understand, like, where the wood comes from. Can someone, like, where is the wood? How do they make wood? Looks like Starflark is now prepping to go into the Forgotten Ruins. Wait, oh, you're right. Why does the overlay say it's Enlightened Horizon? We reset the overlay. Oh my god, I know what happened. Apologies for that. Guys, this is excavation. It's because we don't have excavation as an entry in the cow overlay. So until he gets it added, we can't... Yeah, we're just going to have a blank slot there. Lancasters for new players that need assistance gives them a leg up. If they're good, they take a ban from pros, which gives us more civs. But the problem with that concept is like it doesn't hold up in pub games at the highest level. And also just like I don't think the design of Lancaster is like, oh, it's good for newbies. Is a good safeguard against the problems of the civ. You know, you're not actually like prepping the player to get used to the game if this is what they play. Because like this is not how any other civ really plays, right? And while uniqueness between civs is definitely something I'm always praising, it needs to have an element of interaction. And this does not have an element of interaction to it right now. The Lancaster Castle is too good. I think if you maybe fix that, the manas aren't as much of a problem. Although I still would love to see a more unique design to them. But I think Lancaster Castle at the heart of it causes all the issues from the manas. Is DeMu a top 10 player? Based on the most recent tournament results, he's kind of outside that. But consistently, he's always been like top of the ladder. Obviously, DeMu, he didn't make it out of groups. I mean, well, you could put him top 10 because he finished 5th, right? But yeah, tournaments haven't really been DeMu's forte for a while, i.e. like the S-tier tournaments. We haven't seen him making grand finals in quite a long time, actually. The competition's fierce. Okay, so it looks like we're getting the scaling out of DeMu now. Starflark is going to the Keshiks, which normally would just be S tier, but the problem is going to be these Spearmen with Billman. Isn't there yet, though. Once Billman comes in, the Yeoman can slaughter you. DeMu a little bit ambitious trying to reach for this. And that is going to be a villager down. Yep. Nicely done, Starflark. Able to deny resources and get eco kills. He's also going to sneak out into the other side and try to block a second Forgotten Ruins. That one a bit more ambitious, of course. Remember, behind this, look at the state of the map for Starflark. It's 4 Forgotten Ruins that he has garrisoned villages inside. His stone gen is going to be over 300 a minute, with the Uvu included. It's pretty damn strong. So you can use this to either be greedy with more economy, but what we should be seeing is more military. Yeah, in theory, the blob is pretty fast here. I quite like Starflark's position right now. I think something that we've noticed with Starflark, he gets DeMu a lot. And DeMu definitely gets the better of him. But something that is uncomfortable sometimes for Ben is the way Starflark plays. I'd say he's very much invested in the first 10, 15-minute timing of the game. Which is smart. Against DeMu, I think you want to keep it away from just being a raw macro game. That is where that lad tends to thrive. A little bit of poke back and forth. It's just difficult to dive DeMu at this stage. I think what Starflark was looking for was a freebie to just deke out the Forgotten Ruins. DeMu's not really going to give that one over so easily. I think what Starflark really would benefit from doing here is probably just kind of slowing down, playing on the front side. Because otherwise you don't have reinforcements. Gets more people playing the game if they can just do the fun part. The thing is, like, is building mana's really fun as well. Like, I'm literally, I feel like I'm the champion for let's make the game more accessible, right? But like accessibility doesn't mean making things brain dead necessarily. Accessibility means making them intuitive, easy to approach. And I think like House of Lancaster, in some ways easy to approach, yes, but also just like very, I want to say unrewarding with the mana builds. You do it because it's optimal, not because it feels good. And for some players, that shiny number will feel good, but like they'd feel that way just playing any civ building multi-TC. And this is a bit of a weird fight. Starflark, what are we doing here? He has to dive into the Yeoman just to get rid of the spears. Keshik's now trying to access. Starflark, is this too soon? I mean, I understand his urgency here. We have to remember that this is 8 manas already for DeMu. But I just don't know if he's got enough firepower for this. It's just the Yeoman left over. A few more spearmen are coming out. But the Keshik count is also looking quite underwhelming, so won't be able to stay here any longer. The dive did at least idle villagers, and Starflark is trading behind this, but not with much. Yeah, he's at 6 traders right now. Not really that impressive. I'm a bit confused about what the goal was with that. I guess Starflark, like I say, he's aware that the mana spam is happening, and he's maybe paranoid that there's going to be a tech play coming, because that's usually what Lancaster does here. They don't really benefit from blobbing 50+ Yeoman in Feudal. They benefit a lot from doing it in Castle. And it's just such an organic play playing Yeoman into the Age Up. It's a longbow that does actually keep its value quite well compared to other ones. Kind of needs to for what it costs as well. Remember, this is Bar Gilded Archers, the most expensive archer in the game. For Archer, anyway. And looks like we are going to get the front line coming in. DeMu Lancers on the way. Well, the DeMu Lancers have been a topic that I've been quite vocal about. It is, to call it simply for what it is, press this to win the game. That's how I define the muster ability for DeMu Lancers. All of a sudden, out of nowhere, DeMu now with 11 frontline heavy melee calves. They won't do a lot of damage necessarily, but they will tank a lot of damage. And that's all he really needs here. Able to push out. Remember, just to the left of this screen is where Starflark has been trading. The speed arrow is going to be used to just try and break away, but that's not going to get you anywhere here. Not quick enough. Yeoman able to get back in range. Spearman arriving as well. Starflark doing the best he can to actually snipe those out, but there's just no Keshiks left. I kind of feel bad for him. I mean, Starflark, conceptually, the idea was good. I wonder if, like, looking back on this, he maybe would have taken a bit more of a chill pill and looked for a tech up instead. But you have to understand the urgency. Like, it revealed it. Why did he dive there? Why did he keep going the back? It's because he's trading this side of the map. He didn't set up on his own side. He went for DeMu to get more gold. And as a result of that, he had to forward into the enemy base just to protect against potential raids. Because we always knew this was coming. If you didn't try to attack, the Demi-Lancer spawn would have happened, and then all your traders would be forfeit. And now I think what we know is going to happen is a big L for Starflark. This is looking rough. I just don't know if he's even got the production to get enough troops out here. DeMu might look to slow down and just go Castle Age. It's definitely a lot safer here. And most of the Demi-Lancers are gone. And it's not like he needs to really dive the enemy base. Because it's Silver Tree, he just needs to kind of hang around on the outside and... Oh, no. There's no wheelbarrow. And DeMu sees him, he knows. He's going to march deeper. That's 8 villagers that can't get away. After all, these are fast-moving archers. He runs back into them. New Keshik Rave has arrived. So should be able to scare him away. You'd think. But is it me? Or is there a few too many archers here? Yeah, at this point, DeMu just needs to put the cherry on top of the cake. The King's College should be coming just in a matter of moments here. No real necessity to have White Tower because your opponent just doesn't have any pressure. And White Tower is really a tempo or defend type landmark. More crap beats less crap. It feels like that is the meta shift these days at the moment. We've seen that a lot with the Mass Spearman and Mass Horseman builds. Mass Spearman in particular. More pointy stick better than less pointy stick. Looks like we'll be able to catch the trickle reinforcements. Unfortunately, villagers are here as well. Yeomen arrive. And at this stage, I expect Starflark to just call GG the moment the tech up completes. These Keshiks aren't even going to win. Like, it's just so demoralizing. But they're archers. We should be able to beat them. Wait, maybe? Did DeMu stop rallying reinforcements? I think he's got a wave waiting at home. Ben tends to do this quite a lot. He likes to just kind of like bolster up the troopers and then bring them out in loads. So it looks like actually the Keshiks might be able to kill these yeomen. The problem is the veterancy is already in the way. The challenge is Starflark has no tech up coming in anytime soon. And DeMu has huge over macro issues here. He just needs to start spending and microing less. Yeah, because he's sitting on a boat and a half, but it looks like it doesn't matter either way. GG gets called. Benny Boy opening up with a win. A cool and creative idea by Starflark. That need to be aggressive seemed to bite him in the ass. Okay. So G1 to Mr. Benny Boy. Excuse me. Where is my score overlay? I've lost it. Huh? I have as well. For some reason I dragged it out. Oops. So, map-wise, they picked, what? Coastal Cliffs? And Enlightened Horizon. Okay, Starflark actually does have the Ottomans, so Enlightened Horizon would make a lot of sense here. Yeah. Wait, I just realized. How is HRE... Why is HRE not banned? I just noticed that. That's crazy. What? Okay. One and all, I did not expect this. Ottomans, yes, Enlightened Horizon, of course, but the HRE weren't banned. So we're going to answer the question, who's better, Ottomans or Holy Roman Empire on Enlightened Horizon? Both players already marching out to their respective merchant camps, DeMu in the purple of HRE. And Starflark, I mean, he probably felt like he got the upper hand here. The draft was a little bit funky. He actually opened with bans onto Ottomans and Japanese. Ottomans, because Enlightened Horizon's in, I can kind of understand, but the Japanese are a little bit more of a conundrum to me. And especially when you allow HRE. I imagine DeMu's reaction in the draft was something like, wait, what? You let me have it? Yeah, I'm shocked, man. I would not have expected HRE to make it through like this. But we'll see. With the mid-map objectives, there's an interesting dynamic here. HRE, of course, has better raw economy in their base, but the mid-map objectives can kind of pivot that the other way. Then you've got to keep in mind, HRE, of course, have the marching drills. Very powerful technology to make the moves quicker for their troops. But Ottomans have their own tricks. Most notably is going to be the Meta Aura to increase your tankiness or your attack speed, as well as the Imam Point to give you AoE healing. Now, those things sound really good, but the problem in this matchup is you have to wait for them. Yes, they aren't going to be there for the first few minutes of play, so instead you are just up against a better economy for the first 4 or 5 minutes with no upside. DeMu is the rhythm with a strong arm with that. He's already got the same amount of spears, slightly ahead on production. And already marching out to his Wolf Den, a move that has yet to be mirrored by Starflark. No, instead, it looks like Starflark's going to go for the Deer Shove. That feels a little bit dangerous, no? You know how strong HRE's production rate is? They could end up getting both Wolf Dens here. Does Starflark just not feel like he can actually beat them? Because the way he's playing seems like he's not convinced he stands a chance against that. It's definitely not the move I was expecting. Especially considering that he's added in so many spears. Does he just not know the... Maybe he just doesn't know the timing on HRE here? Because I imagine practically no one has really practiced this, considering HRE in current pro play, for those that are unaware, will not make it through the banning phase. Like, this right here, what we're seeing, in a comp series with a draft, this is a rarity. And when I say it's a rarity, I mean in the last, 5 KPMMs, I've maybe seen HRE get through the draft twice. It's insanely rare. Oh no, it's going to be even worse for Starflark, isn't it? Yeah, because DeMu's now coming across for his merchant camp. I mean, a bit awkward considering these spears are quicker, so they can actually just run you down one by one. And that is actually going to force Starflark home, yeah. So instead of just taking the win on getting the Wolf Den, he feels a necessity to defend here. Difficult, though. DeMu has got one heavily injured spear, so we'll get the initial stab. Good there. Scout layered in is interesting from DeMu. Could actually absorb 1 or 2 blows. He's going to kite away with East Side Force. And all of a sudden, Starflark actually with a slight lead. This is turning into a pretty long Dark Age. Remember what I said about the Vizier Point problem, but also power? Difficult to reach, but if you can, overwhelming edge. Oh, DeMu, instead of looking to push it over the edge into Feudal Age. Okay, he's going to do it. There we go. I wondered. I felt like that was a little bit greedy with the reinvest in spears, but I think he just wants to protect his own merchant camp. And now, in just a few more seconds from the merchant camp, we will see the gold necessary. And it is going to be mine work. Oh, this is sick. I didn't want to jinx it. I mean, Arkan is a weird one on this map because the gold vein isn't very big, so there's not as much value on an Arkan. Although this was kind of a sick spawn if you want to play super loose with gold, deer, wood. But the reason he wants mine work is the amount of spears he's got. Spears which, by the way, are brawling pretty effectively here against Starflark. So 2 for 3 exchange in favor of DeMu. Numbers on his side is the problem. Yeah, he's got a spear advantage. That is now going to be depleted pretty heavily. The health bars are still looking good. This is smart though. DeMu, remember the mine work is going to get access to all pikes, which means his spearmen will just be the kings. All pikes good enough to offset the entire value of the meta armor we talked about earlier. I'm going to mention Bloomery timings as well. Just everything comes in quick and cheap. Seven on it as well, so you see he's prioritizing that timing. Starflark is stuck, by the way. Like, I'm confused. Like, why aren't we getting gold, man? He never burned the Wolf Den. He lost the merchant camp. He needs to fix this problem ASAP. And he's yet to move over to that gold either. Imams are now in, so that should force DeMu away for the moment. But this is where you just follow up with archers in a rush. In fact, it does have the wood necessary. There's a lot of people on the goal, but that should just be about the blacksmith techs. Like we said, you get them fast and cheap, but you just have to pay. Is he legit just not going to switch? It almost feels like this is a stress test to see just how good All Pikes is against Imam heal. Minimum Madrasa is now going to be coming in, but this doesn't feel like a fair fight at all. Remember, there's hardened stats on the purple spears. Blue still yet to have access to that tech. This has turned into a huge edge. You can already see it 7 damage versus 10, soon to be 7 versus 11 with more HP on the purple spears. So yeah, not really feeling like Starflark can stand here. I think DeMu is just waiting for the reinforcements to arrive, and then you'll probably see him just kind of rush in. Because remember, the other thing he got upon age up was better movement speed. Huge difference now, 1.38 compared to 1.25. Why is he allergic to archers? I guess he doesn't want to give value to, what, Sipahi, but Ottomans is a civ that likes going archers as well, actually, due to the meta auras. What a weird game. Oh, wait. Oh, no, the formation. The Imam? Okay, please get out of the way. No, he loses one. He's going to lose both? No. Okay, that formation shuffle is cursed. 1 HP. He's never going to heal. He'll never heal anyone else. That is a complete and utter gutter stomping right there. Yeah, I just don't see what you do with this. Starflark, he's now going to lose the merchant camp again. The racks cannot be protected anymore. The vizier point is completely wasted. And DeMu is almost at castle age. So there's your answer, folks, as to why he didn't want archers at all. He just wanted to trivially win a melee mosh bit and then go an age ahead. Oh, we don't see HRE often, but I think this is a reminder of why. And you could say, like, you know, DeMu definitely outplayed with that micro. I think micro played, like, a key role, especially with that start step to get the Imam kill that doesn't feel like it should have maybe happened that easily. But that's always the catch with this Civ. They catch you off guard. Not to mention the formation shuffles betrayed him. But, you know, even if it wasn't this type of game, I think HRE is just still the most flexible and potent Civ while being flexible in the game. Even with the undermesh now coming in. So he's reinvesting a little bit instead of rushing. I think he ran out of food in the base. Yeah, he's out of food underneath the TC. So that's why he hasn't teched yet. He's waiting on the deer drop-off. Smart read, actually. Now that I think about it, yeah, Arkin is a bit weird on this map because of the limited space. We said it was kind of bad already for the gold, the wood. But also down the line, just going into farms. You don't have much breathing room to build around it. So in a lot of ways, mine work just feels more encouraged here. Poor Starflark is about to get the bad news. 15 on the Regnets as well. And Prolot's already on the way to get the goodies. Wall's going to go up. So I think Starflark maybe he's aware the tech's coming. Might be a bit of paranoia that it could be Burgrave, because this is, in theory, a good map for Burgrave. We like to see Burgrave finish early. He doesn't have the food to get a reliable, consistent push. He built a lot of spears. You only have one deer here. He's already ran out of sheep, and then you got berries. There's just too much risk, I think, associated with that move versus just playing for the relics. Because remember, if you go Burgrave Rush and your opponent wall walls, he can buy enough time to hold you off, and then just a few supply, he can raid places like over here in the boar. The spike, they're going to feel pretty underwhelming with the spears already looking at them. Melee mosh pit again, but for DeMu, I don't know if he really even wants spears anymore. I think this is just about getting value while throwing them away. Although all pikes is good, meta arms is just going to be the king here. And they are just obliterating that front line. Archer's barely able to stay away from them. We do have the double Sipahi peeling off to go hunting, but it's just like, what are you going to kill here? And there's the men at arms being queued up now. So he will see the relics returned, but he won't be able to do anything about it. Might be able to idle the villagers. So a little bit of a consolation prize. Did DeMu drop the gun by like throwing away all those spears? It's only 2 Sapahi, and he does have the heal, and that came in clutch. Saved a villager's life. Nicely done. So Men-at-Arms now arriving means that Starflark's going to have to back off. Remember, he's still feudal. Is there any world in which you can like camp here? If you had more Sapahi, maybe? I think it's just tricky when the Men-at-Arms count is kind of mirroring Sapahi count. Because 1-to-1, they will be able to win the fights, as they should, being an age ahead. We do now have the meta showing up, though, with the melee armor, but you are fighting into enemy production. If Starflark can find a way to pin his opponent and go for attack, there's a possibility here, but we still have to be cognizant of the fact that this is a free relic advantage already for HRE Regnants. That's fine. Instead of just going to dive in. We'll be able to get himself a worker kill there. Like, right now, the problem for the Men-at-Arms, obviously, is they just can't catch their targets. Which is why Starflark still looks like he's got some hope. But I think you need, like, probably 7, 8 worker kills at least to feel good about this game. Prelates, of course, can be thrown away at this stage because you've got more coming out of the Regnants. In fact, if it baits the archers to hang around, that means you can kill them. The village... Okay, this is getting ridiculous. The villagers are still running around circles. Spears are now arriving, though. And he will get shivs out. Yeah, he's had enough of this crap, so we'll just bring them down. It's going to cost him a villager or 2, but DeMu, never scared of arming the peasantries here. I do wonder if it'd be worth just some small walls around those areas to make your life a lot easier. Then again, he's still playing white on the berries. I love what DeMu's doing where he just keeps running back through his own Men-at-Arms to get extra hits in. Because remember, Men-at-Arms, the way they can look underwhelming is when they're just running all the time. Because they barely club. If they get in a situation, an environment where they get to stand still, they really begin to shine. As you'd expect from someone wearing all that shiny silver. Greedy boy. There's still 2 relics up for grabs, but obviously Starflark has no way of participating. Yeah, I think we're past that window where we could say, oh, I think you can believe there's a way. Because the problem now is like Starflark is starting to get outnumbered. And yeah, he just doesn't have a way of aging up while keeping pace with the military. GG gets called. A very swift 2-0 for Benny Boy. All right. So, a little bit of a quick one to kick off the day, but still plenty of fun to come. So we can have a look at Wham versus Deniska. We could have a look at... We've got Numenon versus Myriad, Anatan versus sort of, rather. We've got Voldemar versus Sass. I'm thinking we check in on the Wham one so that we can then hop into a quarterfinal. That sounds pretty good. Yeah, let me get the... I'll get the draft ready for that. God, my throat is still really stuffy. Feels like I need to cough all the time. So... Let me reset draft and bring us back in here. We're going to have Wham01, first of his name, up against Deniska. God, I got a really annoying headache today. I'm a mixture of feels good and feels bad because of the headache. Because, like, what I feel good about is, like, I obviously, you know, I have my physios on Monday, which is nice. It's, like, the only time I'm able to get a workout right now. Maybe I should join a gym. Probably not. I don't know how to feel about, like, regularly doing a gym. It's, like, in some ways it feels very, I don't know. I've never been a gym goer because, like, gyms to me are boring. But, like, obviously there's a positivity of, like, how you feel after a good workout. Like, anyone who's had a good workout knows what I'm talking about. But the problem then is, like, I can find gyms boring, but then also, like, the moment, like, with physio, I just go and it's whatevs, right? It's nice. You know, you just go and there's no price or whatever. Once you have a gym membership and you start paying for it, oh, God. Like, the whole dynamic changes. You guys know what I'm talking about, right? We're like, now I've got to make time because I'm paying a lot for this. Yeah, it's very kind of awkward, different feeling. Bed with a migraine and woke up midnight with a coughing fit. Oof. Dude, I've had like this cough. Like, I can't The stuff you throw and like they need to cough. Had it for weeks. It won't leave me. It's driving me nuts. Probably doesn't help that I just like stream so much, and obviously when we stream we talk a lot. But yeah. Oh, by the way, what the hell? I just realized we haven't got like. We need to fix that. Eat chicken, get huge. Wait, but like you're big milk, so wouldn't it be like eat beef, get huge, or are we not allowed to eat the beef? I'm confused. $24-hour deals, couple plates in a rack. Yeah, it's like the problem is like having the room for that. And yeah, I'm onto you. I see you coming a mile off with that one. But yeah, the problem is like having the room for that is easier said than done. You have to remember I've got 2 kids with lots of toys as well. Best part of a gym is being able to do your workout when nobody is around. I mean, I don't really care about that. Some people are embarrassed by like sucking at a workout, but like it's part of the process. Like I guarantee you, the people who actually care about you sucking at a workout are like the most lame mother duckers who aren't that good themselves. Like the ones, genuinely, the ones that like are actually buff and good at it. If anything, they actually like empathize and want to help you. You know. All right. Anyway, let's get to. So, another series hopping in quick. One and all, we have got Wham returning to the Midweek Masters on a brand new map. Excavation is going to be our destination. Deniska, his opponent, and it's going to be Roos for Deniska. Roos, a pretty powerful pick to actually get, and Deniska comfortable on this Civ. It's a little bit surprised Wham allowed it through, because usually he values it so highly, but Mongols is interesting on this map, guys. Remember, there are 8 of these Forgotten Ruin sites where you can basically capture them and then deposit a villager inside to harvest stone. So, Mongols, you might wonder, well, why do they want stone, KP? I'm not going to build a second TC with that. Yeah, you don't need to, because you do other things, more useful things with all that stone. You can generate more units. You can generate advanced techs. So a lot of thumbs up for Mongols on this map, actually. People who are really good at things tend to be much nicer about that thing. It's almost, yeah. So we were just talking about like the gyms, for those watching on the YouTube side, like if this gets uploaded later. So yeah, with gym going, generally you just get the people who they're very snooty, but they're the person who's like maybe been doing it a few weeks, and they're like, oh yeah, look at my gains, and it's like the tiniest millimeter gain. And then you get the guys who just like guys and gals that are enthusiasts who've been doing it for like years, who are ultra buff, and when they see you struggle, they actually like they just want to help. Maybe not help, but like some want to help, but they at least don't care what you're doing. You know, they even want to help, or you're like irrelevant, not in a mean way. But I ain't got time to, like, be smug. Now, that is something interesting about bouldering, by the way. When I done bouldering, like, bouldering is just genuinely, if people see you struggling, they just want to help. It doesn't matter, like, what the grade is or whatever. People just want to help. So, it looks like Deniska is planning for pro scouts, by the way. They're going up to 3 scouts already. Wham on the other side. Ooh. Oh, wait. No, this is kind of... Oh, this is kind of dirty now that I think about it. Think about how good the Magadite timings have been for denying pro scouts. Okay, now amplify that with even more stone. Yeah, you see what we're cooking, right? And I love this from Wham. He needs more food, so he dropped his sheep off on the backside to club it down, so he didn't have to walk all these villages back. Because he pulled them out here to capture the Forgotten Ruins quicker. That is elegantly well played by the Canadian. I love that. And then, of course, you know, he could even look to have shoved the deer in to stay out here longer, but I think the timing's going to align nicely. Wham. Maybe he goes Silver Tree here. Okay, no, it's going to be Deer Stone. He could have pulled the villagers from this, by the way. I think that actually would have been viable. But with you looking at kind of the spread, like he's going to have more villagers coming out to gather on the food here. And then he's going to switch over to gold to start going into Magadai, I think. It could be Maga or Keshix. He does need to sort the wood, though. Like, not much in the bank so far, actually. Meanwhile, on the other side, Deniska just doing the expected Golden Gate coming in. What's the deal with this one? Oh, this one is just like those crap loads of stone to gather. There's a lot of strategic value to civs like Mongols and Lancaster here right now. I think they are the most picked civs so far on this map. For good reason. Yeah, shout out to B, actually. B was the first person I saw leveraging the stone gen with Mongols. He'd done it in our first Hymns Cup, if you guys remember, on Receding. The problem is, he done it on a map where he was forced to be away from a tree line. And if you ask and poll like the top 100 Mongol players, they'll tell you where does the TC need to be, and you say that to them, they'll go near tree line. It's like almost mandatory that it be is at a tree line. We've seen situations where people just choose like stone and gold gen instead, and then they get blocked out of all wood. It's not a pretty sight. Love that. Drops off more sheep. Like, well, you guys are going to be staying here a while, so split the beats. 2 on food, 2 on the gold. Actually, that sheep at this rate might rally into the Gerd just to give them extra food source anyway. We do have the second Forgotten Ruins, which has also been garrisoned. Wham. Now aged up, has 450 stone already to work with. Good lord. I mean, that's a lot of Skrilla this early on. And it looks like we called it. It is going to be Magadai. Yeah, this is like a disgusting timing when you think about it. It's going to be non-stop pump. And what is up? Look at him pumping in the subs. Thank you very much, Fatblop. 21 months. That's some commitment. At this stage, Stockholm Syndrome dictates that you can't leave. Thank you, bud. Appreciate you. You stay here now forever and ever and ever and ever. Oh, Deniska. Just proving that Roos will forever and ever and ever and ever be doing the same strategy over and over again. Very diversive. Yeah, I get a bit snarky and sarky with some of these strats. Yeah, Skrilla. Like, what's wrong with saying Skrilla? Dude, don't make me feel like I'm a 68-year-old man, like, you know, pretending to be undercover in high school. Nice deer shot coming in from Deniska, by the way. So that's at least going to alleviate some of the pressure from getting deer home. But Magadai are already on the way. And there's going to be a lot of them. Yeah, this is double pump. You say Kremlin 2TC is viable. Kremlin 2TC... I haven't seen many 2TC strats that look good since the season 10 started. The main one was like Byzantines because it's hidden. In theory, Roos is meant to be really good for 2TC because it's hidden. I think you could actually do it with a Golden Gate build. You just have to select the game correctly. It needs to be one way your opponent isn't aggroing you. On this map, wouldn't 2TC be better? I think it's like hard though. Where would you put it that's high value? I guess just on the gold. Play hunkered. But then you still have a deer issue. So like, I think Deniska maybe it was overkill to go pro scouts. Just like get a single deer shell for 3 scouts and then maybe go tech and TC towards the gold is a possibility. It's just, you're against Mongols. You're expecting aggro. I think that this is just a very hard civ to 2TC against. And also Roos players are very comfortable with the idea of not needing to come out on any external resources. Because this is a civ that doesn't touch the gold, right? For like several minutes, at least bare minimum. Yeah, I think 2TC is maybe a bit too slow here. Because like also, if you 2TC, Mongols can play Silver Tree, right? They can just trade. Or the other detail on this map is these points of interest mean that your opponent's going to be generating way too much army. Which is already what's happening. Wow, I'm now even just pivoting into Pro Scouts himself. This is a scary army at 7 minutes in. I think Deniska is just kind of scratching his head a little on this. He's got what he needs for Castle Age. It's just, is it going to really feel that impactful of a Castle Age? I mean, Horse Archers will beat Magadai. The problem is the skill point. It should be easy for Wham to actually blob a lot more Magadai than Horse Archer spam can achieve right now. And wow, he deletes everything to make space. So high trade-offs coming in. Get your numbers in, folks. Some great series on the weekend. Oh, yes. CSO's games on that Saturday in particular were very entertaining. And oh my god, he's just going to send it! With 0 chill, just dives underneath the enemy TC while he's teching. The crazy part is the Magadai are actually reaping a lot of souls here. This is ridiculous. Are you freaking kidding me? Alright, this was worth it. The Magadai are going to get wiped out, but it's 8+ kills, and he calls it straight away! That might be the most disgusting all-in early Magadai rush I have seen in years. Oh my God. That was kind of crazy. Like, that was... I mean, so here's the thing, right? Like, you watch a Magadai rush like that, and it immediately makes you go, well, I don't know why I just don't go do... Like, I'm going to go do this myself. These things are easy. And then you go and try it, and it's like, I don't get it. Why didn't it work, right? It's generally that type of feeling, that one. Crazy. So, G1 already in the bag for Wham. That was fast. Oh, my God. And he's taking us where next? All right, so we're going Lakeside. And Deniska has got his infamous Ibids. Yeah, it's a very comfortable pick for him, actually. He loves playing Ibids. 1 second, I just accidentally dragged a window in the wrong place. Let me layer the cake correctly, and we'll hop into game 2. Do you have a tower on the wood line? No, I think he like deleted everything around there. Which, yeah, he was going for like the fastest castle timing possible. Oh, and we need to flip the score. Well, Deniska's got to be feeling a ringing in his ears after Giant Game number 1. I mean, that was... I am baffled by just how rolled over he got there. No wooden fortress. The extra stone gen into the Magadai timing. Just wham. Getting so creative on that new map. But now we hop into a more familiar map. Lakeside, Order of the Dragon in the orange for Wham. And Deniska in the yellow is going to be playing as the Ibids. This is, I want to say, as close to his comfort pick as it can get for Deniska. This is one of his, like, most wielded civs. I think, like, when you think of Deniska, probably thinking Ibids, Abbasids, and Roos all come to mind. Like, this guy loves those civs. Ibids in particular has been leveraging a lot in the weeklies and other tournaments, and normally he goes for these mass desert raider strategies. Curious to see how effective that would be against Order the Dragon. I feel like Gilded Archers are actually a great answer to that composition. So maybe he goes for like a bait and switch into a tech up. But we are going to be kicking off with the pawns. So both players moving out and opening with the docks. Why make archers when I can FC into 0-1? God's sake. Yeah, man. Like, why make units when I can just like go Castle Age and then I'm already in game 2? I mean, I lost game 1, but like the statement is still technically correct. Yeah, a little bit of a rough one there from to begin with. Curious to see which way Deniska wants to go with this game. Dervish works pretty well in the opening. Because you can Dervish, Desert Raider, and then you poke the front gold. It's a bit trickier against Order of the Dragons in particular, because you have to remember this is a civ that is going to have more health on their villages. So, not as easy to snipe. Do I have a channel where I upload full sets? Not really. We sometimes slide full sets into it. The problem is, like, the extra effort to get that channel up and running and then regularly upload, etc., etc. When the main channel isn't really doing... I don't want to say bad, but it's not doing phenomenally well, right? It's like, it's a bit of a weird one. I don't know. Like, we for those that want to watch full sets, we literally have the YouTube live VODs always available. So I think, like, for the people that are after that, that existing kind of caters to them. And then there's other people that just want to, like, they're like, just feed it straight to me. Give me the good set. Show me the shinies, you know? Alright, how many fishing boats did we get here? 3-3? Yeah, tech already in the way for Wham is a really good sign. Deniska a little bit more greedy. Actually gathered additional wood. I believe that's because, yeah, we've got Lumber Camp also coming in. So his timing is going to be a little bit worse here. Not a big fan of that. I feel like that strips some options away. The Desert Raider beginning with a Dervish is kind of a timing-oriented thing. Make YouTube shorts for selected micro highlights. I would like to. I feel bad, actually, because a guy did reach out and, like, was offering to help on the channel in any way he could. And obviously, we already have Soft doing the thumbnails, etc. So, like, I wasn't sure where that would fit in. But there was an idea for like plays of the week or highlights of the week. The challenge has been clipping them because there's a lot of clips throughout like a broadcast, so it's hard to find them. And also, I mean, I want to find a way to get the community involved. Like, you know, if you guys see hype clips or whatever, I love for them to be clipped and shipped, and then we can do some with them. I was noticing there is some new sort of like feature on Twitch where I believe you can now have like top viewed clips showing somewhere. So maybe that like gamifies it for people to do clips more often. It's weird, man. I don't know what it is with AOE4. Maybe I'm wrong about this, but I feel it plays to the whole idea that, you know, Age of Empires 4, the slower pace means that you haven't got as many 10 seconds, oh my god moments. So it's very different. Wait, my mic is dying? No way. How is it dying? I think, like, what? I didn't notice anything. Okay, so looks like we have got the culture wing on the way. Deniska is going to be playing for that, but problem is he gave such a good timing over to Wham. There's already decent harassment onto the economy, slowing him down. It went for 5 seconds. Why did it go for 5 seconds? Honestly, I'm starting to wonder with this microphone. Like, I don't know what the hell it is causing it. I might try for the cheap and easy thing of, like, getting a new cord. Because we haven't... So I found out, like, one of the problems with the microphone. And I felt like it was fixed and we didn't have any issues anymore. So, like, what I've done is it turns out on Windows 11 it has a USB power saving feature. And I think what it was doing is occasionally it was just for some reason not detecting the microphone was being used, even though it clearly was, and then switching it off. Which would explain why, like, unplugging the preamp or whatever, replugging it, it's almost like, you know, you've rebooted it and something else has come through on the USB. Yeah, I thought we were clear of this now. Now I'm super paranoid. Anyway, it looks like Wham is trending towards castle. We do have the Ford outpost. That is a very ambitious outpost. But he does have the arrow slits to justify it. Still feels kind of ambitious because this could have been dervishes into Desert Raider. But I think because Deniska's timing just seems so much worse, he knows he can't actually risk resources on that. It's going to be a castle race. What game is the Stronghold spiritual successor? You have to wait and find out. That's part of the fun. Okay, so farm's nice and early from Wham. Like, Order of the Dragon, it's not too bad to do this. Like, their farms are in some ways more efficient. Right? It's not like you've got one worker on a farm. You've got 1.3 or whatever it is workers on a farm. And we do have a Rax being snuck just behind this. Interesting. So just a standard men-at-arms rush to the center of the map. That's weak against Lancers, no? I wonder if he just begins spears. Yeah, there we go. They are on the way. Okay, I like this a lot more. So the goal now is to push the dervishes completely off. Just deny them entirely from being able to touch the goodies. And even the Berg raid to back it up afterwards. This is cool. Deniska is doing Deniska things. This is exactly what I would have expected out of him. Military wing reinforcement already on the way. I just realized, actually, my microphone has gotten quite dusty. Ugh. I think that's, like, the worst thing with microphone pieces is, like, obviously over time they're going to get dust or, like, you know, hair on them. It's like, how the hell do you clean them? Can't be put them in the wash, right? It just feels very wasteful to be like, yeah, you just toss them out and get new ones. You found dog hair on your... Jeez. I think I got like one, two cat hairs here. Cat hair just gets around no matter what you do. Compressed air? Compressed... No. For the foam. We're not talking about the mic inside. We're talking about the foam. Compressed air doesn't really do it. Give them a blow. Yeah, let me just stop. That'll get annoying fast. And nice intercept. One normal spear, you don't care. These guys, you really have to. It's 52 damage. You die in 3 hits. So, good move by Deniska to back off and not contest that. A big problem for him right now. He's queuing up Desert Raiders to try and address the problem because he currently doesn't have the tech up to get towards Camel Lancers. Honestly, I don't even know if you want Camel Lancers without already being Spearman showing. Maybe if he had Rax into immediate Golem, but that's not going to be there quick enough. And Wham's already ticking all the boxes, man. That I think part of the problems for Iobids, maybe more so than like Abbasids, actually. In this type of situation, you know, can't go Camel Lancers because you went Spears. Well, okay, so like you go Golems? No, because crossbows from Oil Dragon also counter the Golems and Camel Lancers. So like Wham already pushing towards this key objective is a winning move. It removes a lot of the threat factors. So the only one left for Deniska, luckily for him, was the one he was already going for. Desert Raiders, and I'm going to blow your mind with this innovation. More Desert Raiders. Starflark being picked up by Wham. But use a lint cleaner on like a microphone piece? That's got to be annoying. Considering like most of them are like circular and whatnot, right? God, I can't imagine trying to use that on my old headset microphone because that thing was tiny. Okay, it looks like he made off with some goodies here. Deniska did find one of the relics and does have the Dervish Heal to offset the damage being done to the Desert Raiders. That's not a wall of the works. That's not a wall. Oh, okay, come on. For a second, that body block. Wait, what are we doing now? No. All right, Deniska just wants Audi of the series, man. That's ridiculous. At this stage, losing one of the dervishes already feels so damning, so I don't really blame him for just punting for it again, but that hurt. That deeply hurt. And you just see what I was talking about with these spearmen. These aren't even Castle Age. That was just a feudal spearman doing feudal things. Absolutely crazy. And by the way, like the other thing that is crazy about Wham's timing getting these relics, remember, this was not a Rignus. This was a Burgrave. So you had to find the wood to add in the extra monastery as well in the build. And still, he just already is rolling his opponent through. He's not going to let him get anything, is he? Just watch. There'll be a transport ship in a second going across to this one. The Desert Raider upgrade has now come in. We are up to double digits on the camel count. The problem is now increasing that further is slow, usually. Just remember, these guys do take 30 seconds to produce. But he has got, what, triple building for it? But love this read by Wham. Gilded Archers, man. Like, Gilded Archers, we talked about this as a solution to the Desert Raiders on the opening, but if you do it at the beginning, then it baits you, right? You need enough reason. Because what could have happened here is, like, if Wham had gone Gilded Archers in response to a single Desert Raider appearing, well, Deniska could have went, okay, fine. I'll go Lancers or something else now. So you need to almost just guarantee your opponent is locked into Desert Raiders before you do this. Aren't crossbows just better? Gilded Archers are going to bulk much quicker. They are going to move faster. They have decently comparative range, and their attack speed is much higher. So, you know, I can see where you come from the thought process like, Gilded Crossbowmen are just better. Their base damage is high, but I think Archers are good enough that it's justifiable. Because remember, it's going to be 15 base versus 8. And almost double the attack speed. But then the other thing you also get is double the health. Like, well, not compared to 1, but 1 to 1. But like if you have 2 to 1 sort of thing. And it's like, well, the fair price is 1.5 to 1, right? But the whole idea is this is all about quantity. We had it said earlier, you know, more crap beats less crap. But that's the thing. If you just went crossbows, you're going to be more immobile. And your opponent can just target fire you down one by one. But when there's just so many archers, you just don't have a clear target. And all of the dragon crossbows are bugged. They are not bugged for us because we do use tuning packs to fix these problems. Hence why you can see the crossbowman had a 1.75 attack speed. Deniska, these are looking like ugly trades, by the way. Just stepping up is hurting him so much. I don't know what's happening in the macro behind this. I think he's just too focused on it. Just spend. Do something with this. He's got almost 2,000 food. Well, not for long. Because that looks like it just ran out. Okay, so he's playing small group on the flanks. He does still have his fishing. That hasn't been taken away from him entirely. But Wham is now going to take any hopes of winning a fight away from him. Remember what I said about the effectivity of what you pay for the health you get? Now you see the final important detail. Yes, Gilded Crossbowmen can somewhat compare to Gilded Archers in terms of raw DPS. But you pay more for less health, and now you would be paying more for substantially less effective HP. Yeah, instead of just reducing the damage by 1 going up to 4 means that these poor little Desert Raiders just lost over a third of their damage. It's pretty good. And also, we have Inspired Warriors to make it even better. Percentile damage increase as well as the armor. Huge here against the low DPS Ibids. All about that frequency attacks more so than the raw damage. Oh god, there's just so many dead camels. Did he kill like 1? I think he killed 1 orange unit. 1 orange and then like 8 camels. Yeah, this is cooked. No, Cook doesn't really do this justice. This is burnt, man. Like, if I pulled this out of the oven in front of Gordon Ramsay, he would have a heart attack. Like, he'd be so deeply, painfully cursed to the core that he wouldn't even be able to get a witty response out. He'd just fall dead. Yeah, back to the drawing board, and next time, bring the entire pack of Crayola. Because it looks like Deniska just came in with, like, only 1 color. Yellow for camels. Oh, wait. Oh, hold on a sec. He's found the yellow. Manganiques in this situation are the yellow. You know why I say that Manganique's the yellow here? Because in this matchup, this situation, I mean, like, if you think about it, yellow was always terrible to place on white pieces of paper. It's that type of feeling. Because the problem here is there's just so many men-at-arms. Like, who's also frontlining here is the Desert Raiders. The other problem is also Gilded Archers. If you just go for the staggered, like, line spread, I think you don't really care about this. There is an interesting detail around Mangonel Archer interaction where, like, of all the units, there is one where Mango's new form was a buff because their damage is more centralized, a little bit higher at the smaller area. And that would be against Gilded units. But I don't think it makes up for a 4-to-1 military difference. Deniska. He even switches Incendiary, which isn't going to do anything. There's Prelates here to heal off that limited damage. The dive comes in. And the white flag should get raised momentarily. There's just nothing left of him. Clean game by Wham. Clean series. Oh, that game one, though. I think that's the one that's going to be haunting Deniska for the rest of the week. Oy, oy, oy. No damage, but it looked cool. Right? Like, that's always the thing with the scud shots. Is like, you see them, like, oh my god. You see the scud shot, you're like, whoa! Oh, okay. Like, yeah, that barely moved my health bars. I guess he tried. Yo! What is... Okay. Now yeah, what just happened to the mic there? It done it again. That was weird. It's now fine. I'm confused. Anyway, thank you, Spirinor. Appreciate you, mate. One of the pillars of this game. Oh, thank you, man. Appreciate the support. Appreciate the kind words. What the hell was that? Because I heard at that time. Like, the mic cut out slightly. I don't know if it's because I'm too close. I feel like with Shure microphones, you can be pretty close and it's fine. So I don't know why it's being like that. Just give me a sec. I'm going to check all the wires. And then what we'll do is we'll get ready for DeMu versus Wham. Wow. Are you sure? Oh, are you so far? Are you looking? Time him out. No one steals my dad jokes. All right, let me check the plug down here as well. Sorry, I forgot to mute the mic. Hopefully that didn't sound too horrible. Yeah. I don't know, maybe some dust just got inside, and now it's just a little bit weird. The thing is with these microphones is like, I think they have some sort of clip band thing to hold the foam on. So I'll have to have a look later and see about how I pull it off. But let me get us the draft for our quarterfinal series. So I'll also update this. So bracket-wise, here's how things are cooking up. We're going to be looking in now on Wham versus DeMu, as we just saw that they were the two that proceeded through. We'll also be able to check out today Voldemar Sass, B Mahudo, Anatan sort of, Numadon Myriad. So quite a few. Louis MT, Lash, CSO, Scatterbrain haven't been scheduled yet. I imagine we'll get some news about that as the day goes on. But let me just mark in these first series. And boom. Shakalaka. Is that an SM7DB? Yes. Not the one that basically has the preamp built in as well if you want to use it. Yeah, I don't know what's causing the problems. I have Phantom Power on, so it's not that. It's a bit weird. Anyway, let me grab the drafts. So remember, we are into B05 territory now. Always nice to have a quarterfinals on the Monday if possible. And let me reset draft. So Wham on the left. And DeMu on the right. Okay. Nice. Alright. Lancaster Knights Templar making it through. Is there any crazy maps for that? So Coastal Cliffs, Dry Arabia, Enlightened Horizon, and Lakeside. I haven't seen Knights Templar on Lakeside. I could see it kind of being worth it. It's not crazy amounts of fishing. And then what? DeMu has Ottomans through Enlightened Horizon. I kind of like DeMu's draft a bit more. Malians have been looking really, really good at the moment. Shushi's just a solid, reliable. And then you've got like Otto, Enlightened Horizon. You pick Japanese, which is like considered to be the second best. And then you have Nice Templar for Lakeside, which I imagine Wham's going to be going with Order of the Dented. And then the starting map is going to be Excavation, where DeMu has got Lancaster. So I'm expecting game one's probably going to be Lancaster versus Mongols. And I can confirm so. Interesting. New to 2084 are the small darked out civs, the ones others banned from you. Yeah, so on the bottom there, you can see that Wham has banned Mongols away from DeMu and then picked himself. Had one more idea for a gym setting you might consider, at least in my part of the world. Nice hotels have full-size gyms and pre-inflation prices were reasonable to pay per use. Wait, so like you're suggesting hotels for a gym? The problem with that is I don't live in a big fancy city where there's loads of hotels. And the hotels that there are aren't high quality. So it doesn't quite fit. Alright, anyway. No problem, Fat Blop. I mean, I should be able to sort it when we get into our live series for the day. Anyway, let's get to one and all, welcome back. It is time, the return of the Canadians to the midweek musters. That's right, because over on the east side, in the blue, kicking us off as the Mongols, we have got Wham. I was trying to like fast toggle onto his TC. For some reason it wasn't working because he wasn't actually deployed yet. DeMu on the other side has gone for House of Lancaster. New map here, folks. We are in Excavation, a map that features 8 Forgotten Ruins locations. These are the ones where you garrison inside with a villager and you gather stone. And after 6 minutes, a relic will spawn in its place. Really interesting detail is so far, actually, these excavation sites have never really been about the relics. It's comical, actually. When we see them, it's about stone strategies. And 2 lead of the pack civs for this map. The 2 most picked so far are the 2 featured in this game. Now, Mongols might be a bit obvious to people. Uvu, give stone, double production, better versions of techs. A lot of value for stone gen. Lancaster is actually a little bit more subtle at first, but then you go, of course. For Lancaster, it's about stone gen so they can afford those manors. Easy peasy. And that's why you're seeing DeMu already opening up with Iraqs here so that you can capture these, because you do have to stand in range of them for a while. Mongols have an alternate strategy if they have a good spawn. We saw Wham do this earlier today, where you can just walk your villagers out and gather a sheep or gold or whatever nearby. Unfortunately for him, the gold spawn this time around, not so kind for that idea. But like in theory, this can work quite well for Mongols, is that you can waddle a gur over here and then club a sheep on the edge, and then have them just clipped in range to capture. So keep an eye out for that. Maybe try it yourself if you have correct maps for it. I don't think currently in rank queue there's any maps, if I'm correct, that have the ruins point of interest. The only way you can play it in like queuing up pub matches right now is to play land mega random. So that's not a reliable way of like seeing how good or bad it is, because land mega random, as the name suggests, is completely random. That's why I still chuckle when people like, oh, these points of interest are OP. It's like, well, hold on there, lad. Why are they OP? What did you do? Yeah, I played a pub free-for-all game, and he spawned broken. Ah, got it. So you played a mega random map, and then the spawn was broken. It's not a very good indication of how balanced ruins and other POIs are. Ton of food for Lancaster. It always is. It's almost like the house is rigged. Yeah, because remember, this is a civ that starts with an extra 4 sheep compared to any other civ in the game, which means you can stay out for longer. And oh my god, it's disastrous for Wham. Only 6 sheep? Bro, what have you been scouting? Is there anything left? Not where he's scouting, there isn't. He's running into already covered territory. Yes, this is an atrocious start for Wham. I mean, I know how Wham feels about sheep as well. It wouldn't be the first time, like 7 minutes in, I see a GG because no sheep. Deer shop's going to come in. Yeah, that's the other thing as well, by the way. Like, what the hell is that? I don't know. I'm looking at this and Wham just has very little positive about his spawn here. Silver Tree is going to be deployed as the landmark choice. Yeah, I'm kind of okay with this. You know, it's the way you can try to mirror out against manners, and also you just need to play greed, I think. You're just so far behind if you try to play off of this spawn. It doesn't make sense. I mean, in fairness, by the way, Point was like, yeah, this is ultra rigged. Look how much closer the deer were, etc. for DeMu. You do have to remember that this Mongol TC started like, what, here? It was meant to be here. So he wheeled it quite a bit, which is why things feel so far away. And that's the trade-off. Sometimes for Mongols, that can lead to deer looking brokenly close to your starting TC. And other times, fortune does not favor the bold. This map looks huge. I think the reason why it looks huge is going to be more to do with the lack of big fat tree lines or cliff sides, etc. It is standard sizing on maps, but like this is also the optical illusion where like prairie is technically not larger than dry Arabia. To my understanding, it just kind of looks it. All right, looks like Wham is going to be going for the Magadai. Yeah, but we have 0 Forgotten Ruins so far, so no big stone gen to accelerate the count. DeMu won't really feel pressure against a trickler Magadai. If you can get to the point where you can dive under all the manors, you can actually kill quite a few villagers because they'll be pretty loose from safety. It's so difficult. Especially if you don't start with 2 or 3 Forgotten Ruins being captured. Do you think the semi-random placement of resources swings games too much? It can do. You know, we like to act as if having these random spawns keeps the game quirky and original, etc. But the problem you run into is as people optimize their game strategies and they reach a fulfilled and figured out meta, what you end up left with is a situation where just a slightly more favorable spawn can be decisive in the game. Now, the beautiful thing is AoE4 has so many variables that very rarely do two games feel alike to the truest degree. But there is an argument that as the meta continues to trend, and this is why I've been very vocal about Dry Arabia being maybe overrated and played a bit too much, is you reach a consensus on how the map has to be approached. And that can make games very linear, where small details go a lot further than when you introduce new maps like this and people have to figure things out. So Spears are trying to be a little bit annoying on the traders. He did actually somehow manage to fish a Magadai kill. I'm pretty impressed by that. But for DeMu, this is just going to be like a little bit of a nuisance, a delay on any pressure arriving on his side while he now sets up manas. Because once these manas are up, this area has become very hard to dive. If he can get a few worker kills, he's happy with that. Because the reality check is like he only really wanted these spearmen to capture the Forgotten Ruins. So, yeah, mission accomplished. And by doing this, you can see the other knock-on effect is he actually gets more. Because this is not getting decapped for longer. But you know what I'm getting more of? Viewers! What is up, Chiquino? Appreciate you. Thank you very much for the raid. I hope you had a good stream. Welcome one and all to Excavation. And welcome one and all to what might end up being Lancaster's best competitive map. The more I'm seeing it, man. Remember, these generate better than a standard villager. You get 60 stone a minute for bringing a villager out here. You know, standard villager at this stage is getting no more than 40 resources a minute. When you equate for, you know, walking distance and things like that. What is DeMu? Oh. he's looking at grief. So if Wham ever does max trade, he'll be there to block it. Unfortunately for DeMu, I guess not actually unfortunately, Wham doesn't want to get good trade. He's just sticking with this. This is horrible. 22 gold. I might have to make some more tweaks on the new chat. I don't know how I feel about like how fixed the gaps are between some of these lines. I want to smush all your words together. All right, looks like we do get the decap. The villager, wait, run, run! No, 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 not Timmy. Anyone but Timmy. I mean, for a second there, it looked like Wham wasn't gonna notice. Yeomen are now here. So, although Wham did get a worker kill, like the problem at this stage is your opponent already has 3 manas. And he's got access to bulk another 3. And he does still have 1 Forgotten Ruins activated, so he will gradually get into those manas. You have, however, slowed down the pacing slightly. Just maybe not as much as you'd like. Yeoman. There's enough Yeoman you can't actually stand on the site long enough for a deke. Oh, wait. Oh, no. Wait, was that part of the plan? I don't think that was part of the plan. DeMu, he didn't ungarrison. Guys, if you don't ungarrison a villager, it will not reset the stone gathering. Because remember, the way this works is that after 6 minutes, you will excavate a relic. But if you ungarrison and regarrison, then you can just get infinite stone. Cute idea there. Unfortunately, for Wham, DeMu just a little bit too close to the TC. Didn't want to dive in a bit deeper. Yeah, also, like, interesting enough, Wham, this is one of the trade-offs of going Silver Tree, is you are missing the extra range from the Khan Hunter, which would have made a difference there. Do I play AoE or just cast games? I primarily just cast them. I don't think that many people would be interested in me playing them, to be honest. Maybe if there's some interesting formats, I'd be interested. That's like why when Historical Battles came out, we pounded the pavement on those. Got some world records temporarily along the way. Big flex. So DeMu has gone back for the east side one. Yeah, so he's not letting up on this. This is going to be full mana. And Wham, has he traded now? Okay, yeah, so he moved mostly to the corner. That scout was, I don't know if like he knew about it and then just had to accept this instead. But either way, we do have a deeper trade route now. So getting a little bit better now up to 45 gold. Unfortunately for him, the Yeomen are now in position. Spear count is gradually going up, just not insanely fast. So unlikely DeMu is going to be able to hang here for long. Unless, of course, there was a button in the game that gave him a front line. But, you know, no such button would exist in a game like AoE4 because that would, like, be crazy if you just all of a sudden had all the military you needed. Like, maybe if you summon the DeMu Lancers? Oh, that's what he's doing, yeah. So, 8 DeMu Lancers to hit the field. And while they'll lose against Keshiks, their goal isn't to win against them. Their goal is to make sure the Yeomen don't get touched. Same with the Spears. But now he's going to be backing up. We don't have Billman yet. Yeah, once this tech comes in, things change. The dynamics get very scary for Wham because all of a sudden your Keshiks only have 2 armor. Yeah, we've seen that Chevalier can sometimes feel like plastic because of that. And then there's this unit with even less health. How long before manas pay off? They already have, really. Manas take 3 minutes to pay off, is about right. Because you get the 60 food and the 45 wood, and they cost 300 resources. Then you can, of course, add in the tech ups, which are like, what, 400? Like, maximum it takes you 4 minutes to pay off, I think. You know, you could argue the difference of like, oh, yeah, but you had to harvest resources as well. But I think 4 minutes, 5 minutes max is like the point where you say, yeah, this has definitely been worth it. Yeoman being thrown away like this. Does it feel worth it? I don't want to say it does. Yeah, in the end, he actually loses quite a lot. Because you have to remember, these are very expensive. It's not like you're just losing standard archers. No, these bad boys cost you 95 resources each. A Keshik, only 200 by comparison. So if you get 2 kills, you get above 2 kills as a Keshik, you're happy with the trade. New wave's coming in, and this one looks a lot more scary. If DeMu hadn't lost those Yeomen, I don't feel like Wham could even stand a chance against this. But because of that split force, he is rallying enough Keshiks to now contest. The Spears are going to be the MVPs. The other thing that Wham needs to remove, DeMu needs to protect. Problem is, behind this, you can see DeMu is slowly prepping for castle. If Wham can find a timing here with 50+ military, Kurotai's going to be really good. Problem is, I don't know if you're going to be able to ever get to 50+ military if this type of trade out keeps happening. Demi Lancers do get thrown away. So Wham has removed the raiding threat and the front lines simultaneously. DeMu has to go hunker down. I think maybe he's overestimating the value of blocking trade here. It's only 7 so far, so I wonder if DeMu thought it was more and that he needed to address it. Because it feels like the more safe play here is to just take the Castle Age win. Yeah, so we'll retreat back in the base. We're up to 8 at the manas now. And the good thing is, because he actually decided to pull back the army, he didn't kind of like, you know, oh, wow, I can keep pushing, overestimate, and then lose everything. There could be an argument here towards King's College. It's 13 Keshiks. He doesn't see all of them yet. There might be paranoia after that fight that he needs to get White Tower. I think with the assistance and the manas, you could probably get away with just being greedy here. It's just a case of whether you weigh in the risk and it feels worth it. Like, for example, with the game state for DeMu, if you imagine this game is going to be 30+ minutes long, missing out on King's College is going to feel painful. The discounts over time adding up, and the unique techs, as the game goes on, find more and more uses. But if he thinks it's just Castle Age and then end, there's probably a lot more viability towards White Tower to make you safe, and then you just send it into the enemy base afterwards. There we go, King's College. So he's aware of the potential for it to scale. I think that's also a stylistic standpoint. DeMu happy with kind of that later phase of the game, and Wham, no stranger to it either. Wham did see the tech up, so likely we'll see no more production. I say as he queues up more archers. And no, if you don't go for King's College, the unique techs in here will not be available later on. It's not like Royal Institute. If you don't take this landmark, you miss out on all those key techs. And by all of them, I mean mainly 2 of them. The 2 that really matter are kill training and collar vests. I think the other ones are much more situational. I mean, military tactics training definitely would feel good generically in hyper late game. Obviously, ships to the crown requires water. Burgundian imports, you don't have too many games where like mass hand cannoneering seems to be the go-to for Lancaster. Because a reminder, the Burgundian imports doesn't just make it so you can build them in Castle Age, it also makes them cheaper. And then Warwolf Trebuchets feels super situational. You know, the extra range does sound nice, but I don't feel like often you need it. Maybe in the old meta where Springles countered Siege, I think Warwolf Trebuchet as a tech made a lot more sense. But while +2 range is nice now, it doesn't feel like a necessity. A little bit of poke on the backside just from the scout. Keep an eye on things and being annoying. We do have the Keshik still rotating, but... Hold on a sec. Has he been invited into the base? He has. Yeoman upgrade is coming through. Charge through does find, what, 1 worker kill? I don't even know if he got 1. I think he just lost troops and killed nothing. That's ridiculous. Textiles coming in clutch there, so Wham. Not able to claim any heads. Just loses out. Does have Kurultai coming in, so he did opt for the bulk and go type maneuver. But we said about having 50 plus military. You know, he's sitting at 37, 23 of which are archers. I don't think the timing is really there for the Kurultai to be impactful. Probably feels like he needs it as a necessity, and we have to remember he does have trade, so the value of step redoubt decreases excessively with that detail. Alright, looks like the Heavenly Arrow is about to come in. Synchronized shot complete. Archers are not going to like that. Yeah, Kurultai great when you're taking trickle damage, not so great when you take full burst and die. That plus heal doesn't really help at that point. Speaking of which, Sting Shot, nice hit there. I think he only got 3. Yeah, wasn't able to get the full saturation. However, these Keshiks are not upgraded yet. To make matters worse, they just got stabbed by Billman. Yeah, and you're just seeing that snipe effect we were talking about. Like, the healing just only matters if you can get away from the engagement. That feels impossible here. With the Yam, you would be faster. But remember, Wham, he forgot the Yam. Say that 10 times. He went into castle, he didn't prioritize it. So the archers just get completely obliterated. There's nothing left of him. He has got the stallion placements, but army-wise, he's been picked to the bone. Okay, yeah, and the yeoman can just ride on deeper looking for villager kills now. Wham, you might think he's ahead because you look up and see 17 worker difference, but remember, it's the manners. The manners are making this an even exchange situation for DeMu. Love this as well, just kind of poking in back and forth. Second wave is coming in, that's going to be spears. And that should be the clear power he needs to deal with the outposts. Outposts which don't have springles coming. I cannot believe this. There is infinite stone generation on the map with these Forgotten Ruins, but instead of getting springles, it's going to be measly arrow slits. Is he going to let him deploy? Nope. Reinforcements arriving, and he doesn't even have the Keshik buff. Because the Kurultai can't deploy. Oh, might be able to move in now. Looks like DeMu's going to trade with the back line. Wait, just please, for the love of... Okay, we found it. The Kurultai has a home now. DeMu has only got Earl's Guard here, so no spears. So in theory, the Keshiks could keep pushing. The number's just a little bit too low. And Wham now has a very big problem. He can't trade. He's going to have to trade to the west side, a little bit more risky, and won't be as valuable. Yeah, things are just looking really good for DeMu, and they're about to get much better. We've got the Shah Levy coming in. This is an insane timing you get. He's going to end up with an additional 17 yeomen to his count. Wham only has 4 traders left. It's a little bit underwhelming. So how does Wham get back in this now? You could maybe hunker down with static emplacements, but you need a lot of stone for that, and he's lacking. Big time. Whoa, what? He valued the pastures more. He never moved to a new Uvu. There's one right here, he didn't take it. Also, stone gen-wise, he never garrisoned someone in the Forgotten Ruins. Like, he has 0 stone income as Mongols. So no spring emplacements, no double production. Without that, it's a struggle to see how you survive what's coming here. In fact, this is the type of game I'd love to see DeMu just maybe go for siege engineering. Just build 1 or 2 rams close to the enemy base and start poking in. That way you can just lean even more into Yeoman. Because at this stage, I think you just have critical mass. And the Keshet Trickle is not going to be able to get anywhere near you before they die. And wow. Okay, that's it. Nothing left in the chamber. GG gets called. Benny Boy shows you that Lancaster have found a new map. But they actually may be considered S tier. Yeah. I actually think this is like the best map for Lancaster. I'm getting more and more convinced. It's just so clean, that timing. You know, it makes Lancaster Castle completely not RNG. Because you don't need to get the stone gold spawn. You just need to get the map to spawn. It's kind of that simple. So you have to play a Civ that can rush and block those. But because there's a back spawning camp, I think that's very difficult. I wonder if Avali might have to remove that back spawn camp. Because it does feel very, very safe. Okay. So G1 complete. We'll get a point up on the board for Benny Boy. That was Mongol. Wait, Lancaster versus Mongols. Like that. So, where are we going next? Is the question. It looks like it's going to be Lakeside. And it is going to be the Knights Templar. Alright. I'm excited for this. Yeah, I think like this is the first time we would have seen Knights Templar here. I think they can be really good. Like in theory in this map, it makes a lot of sense. Alright, let's get ready to go. Let me flip the score as well. In fact, give me a sec. Because I also need to get a Red Bull. I'm confused because my guy was like, yeah, there should be a new care pack on the way to you. I have not received one. It's been weeks. Weeks! I'm running out of melons. Sponsor plug? Nah, I'm not sponsored by Red Bull. It would be nice to work more Red Bull events. Like, I've told them I'd love to actually get involved with them more on different events. It is like a weird one because I do feel like I've maybe avoided exploring energy drink sponsors because I want to work more with Red Bull in their events. I don't think they'd hold it against me because they know like content creators got to eat, got to make money, right? But yeah, it's a bit of a weird one. Oh, I just realized one thing, by the way. I need to take this chat. I need to make a version in this scene, don't I? Yeah, one sec, actually. Yeah, because I just realized. Otherwise, that is like just a one chat thing. So I need to make sure I've got... Because we'll have this up on screen later. That's right. You guys will be part of it. Ooh. Nice. That should be good for later then. You'll probably go like 700, 500. Yeah, that'll work. All right, let's get to it. Let's hop on in. Still in date for that, your poor heart. I mean, like, dude, I don't know why people act like that. It's not really that much caffeine when you think about it. Compared to your regular coffee drinkers. One and all, pull your pants off and start swinging around the air, because that's where we're going on this map. Game number 2 in our quarterfinals between DeMu and Wham. And for the very first time, we are going to get treated to Knights Templar on Lakeside, a.k.a. Pants. If you're ever wondering why the hell does KP keep calling this map Pants, you need to go no further than just rotating the minimap. And there you go. It's some good old pantaloons. So the question now is Knights Templar Pants here? I'd be surprised if they were. This is a decent map for them. We know that Knights Templar thrives on maps which has fishing because they offset their biggest weakness, which is going into the feudal age, losing out on villagers. Now, there may only be one deep water fish, but that's enough to offset the weakness. And there's still like additional through shoreline fish. And this is a sieve that gathers wood very, very well. So yeah, curious to see which way Doom wants to go with this. I imagine probably going to be a Kingdom of France like most games. Could Hospitalier be interesting? Hospitalier could be kind of a little bit intriguing. Just because of the Sacred Site win condition, you could kind of lean around it, maybe. But that would involve getting Genitors as well, which I just don't see happening. Ah, there's Mu arriving. Mu, I take it you still refuse to buy the DLC. Is this not pay to win enough for you yet? They're so good. In a weird way, I feel like Knights Templar is actually... Oh. Hello? Uh-oh. The micro... Yeah, what? Okay, I don't know why the microphone's doing this anymore. This is confusing the crap out of me. Sorry about that, guys. I was about to say, I think Knights Templar is actually, like, secretly a very noob-friendly Civ because of this detail around wood. You know, there's some things which feel complicated, like, oh, how do I age up? Where do I age up? Why do I age up? Blah, 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 blah. But when you just look at it from a raw eco standpoint, just being able to gather wood and have wood, you know, never feeling like you're holding a bunch in reserve you don't realize or over-gathering. You know, the number you see is what you get. And it even extends to the food a little bit because of the wood-food interaction. And no, Order the Dragon crossbows, to remind people, we use a pack. So you can see... Okay, it's not going to show here. Normally it did. They removed that. Basically, we have a mod. There is a mod that can be used, which is a tuning pack, which fixes the issue with different attack speeds. So, for example, it fixes Janissaries attacking slower than they're meant to. It fixes Order the Dragon Gilded Crossbowmen attacking quicker than they're meant to. It fixes Shuganu with upgrades attacking slower than they're meant to. So, we don't have that problem competitive. That was a bug that got accidentally introduced, and shout out to Hussein. He's very quick off the mark to create a tuning pack to fix that. A tuning pack that he unfortunately forgot to use in his series up against CSO. A series that he almost won, by the way. Okay, so it's just going to be Kingdom of France. I do get a little bit bored of Kingdom of France on repeat, but it's no surprise when you consider what it does for you. It's just, out of all these bonuses, the most generically applicable, military units being produced quicker and being cheaper. And then, of course, the Chevalier give you an element of attack, right? It allows you to pressure your opponent's side in a very cost-efficient manner, because cavalry can always get away from a bad fight. DeMu's holding a lot of resources. There we go. He is just going safe passage straight away. I guess that makes sense against Order of the Dragon. It's not the best map for Sacred Site, right? Yeah, 102. Like, that's not crazy. Remember, the maximum you get is 130. Wait, no, is that the close site? Okay, no, he's fine then. This will be 130. I'm surprised that that is 102. I would expect that to be closer to like 80. Like, the distance is not that far. It's a good goal gen. Wham is going to be opening with archership, but DeMu already has his defensive archership to answer in kind. God, I'm super paranoid about the microphone now. Don't know why I've done that. It's like very weird because it's been fine for, I want to say 2+ weeks. Should Pilgrim Gold? Why do you want to see the Pilgrim Gold? What did we miss? Is there something bugged? I think maybe Myriad's just obsessed with numbers. Might have a secret addiction as like a gambler. Oh, to further away sites. He's not changing sites. That's the thing. Like, he's legitimately just sticking to the same site. Outposts are coming up. Interesting that Wham... Yeah, so, like, looks like Archer play is coming from DeMu. Wasn't that Wham's fault, though? Because, yeah, he opens Spear, forced the reaction, so then he gets forced into going Outpost as a secondary. But then the idea here is probably, what, Burgrave and just stick men at arms, so you don't feel like you have to go, like, switch unit types again with a transition. There's the gold. No! No! He didn't get it, right? I'm pretty sure he did not get that. We were on DeMu's view, Wham's view. I think... Did DeMu get that? It looked like that stab to the back stopped him just shy. He got full on Ned Starked. You think he did? All right, someone can do an action replay. I do wish like the gold numbers would just show no matter whose perspective you're on, because it kind of matters for everyone, you know? Demo ship pressure from DeMu. He's looking for full control on water. Interesting timing for this. I mean, it kind of makes sense. Knights Templar aren't really a civ that likes fast castling. So if you can get a win at a different point like this, then it has to feel worth it. This is interesting. We actually do have the naval arrow slits, which is going to open up for the demo ship to clear the Hulk. That's what's a lot of our time. But yeah, like this will be the kill. So pressure alleviated. Wham, just around the corner from the age up. And DeMu is still trying to send it. Yeah, he's actually going for rams now, which against Order the Dragon is quite risky due to the E-repairs. Are the dragons only played with Archon, or is the other landmark viable? I think Mindwork has its place. Archon just provides a lot more security, safety, and options. You know, there's a lot of examples like this in the game where, you know, some landmarks are just extremely situational. I wouldn't say Mindwork is in the extreme. It's just in the, you know, not 9%, sorry, it's like 70% of the games, it probably doesn't make as much sense. And we have some clown car. Okay, so this play now looks like what it is for DeMu. It's not about getting kills on the outpost to secure access. It's just about forcing out the time. With the archers inside, it's less likely Wham wants to pull for the burn. Although we'll see, I guess. He has queued up horsemen. Yeah, spears aren't going to feel great here, though. Archers almost immediately killing him. We'll get the kill in the end. E-repairs forced very early here from Wham. Yeah, he's without gold as well. Hasn't pulled to the back gold yet, so men-at-arms opening is not going to be an option here. And then again, wait, did he just trade? No, I think he had another drop-off. Okay, so 166. This should be enough, right? You can get 2 men-at-arms out. That'll push your opponent away. And then what does he do with this? I mean, DeMu adding in spears is a little bit surprising. He's committing. This is pretty crazy. I think part of the problem for Knights Templar that exists is that you feel punished for leaving Feudal Age. Does that make sense? The unit comp, which is most desirable, like that they do best, is Archer Spam. And Archer Spam weakens as you go to the next stage. So this is like a very, very powerful time for DeMu. That's why he doesn't want to give it over. But with Men-at-Arms already coming, Gilded Archers as well, it's feeling like the time is already gone. Veterancy about to complete for Wham. So once the Men-at-Arms are upgraded, they should just be able to afford this. 3 of them should be good enough. I think he's got... Is it Rax and Burgrave? Oh, no, it's just Burgrave. Okay, so there is a little bit of time here. Double ram onto this thing, though. KT's one of the strongest feudal civs. I don't think that's any secret, right? Like, if you can produce archers efficiently, you're going to be rated quite highly in feudal, I feel. The problem is, like, Knights Templar, because they're so reliant on archers, because of the way they function as civ, I almost feel like their core identity is a mismatch. You know, when I picked up Knights Templar, when I played them in that very first free-for-all ever played of Knights Templar, my first instinct is I want to build heavily armored units because I'm Knights Templar. And I remember that game, I resisted building archers because I was like, why would I build archers? That's not very Templar-y. Right? It's like, even though it makes sense mathematically why you spam archers, conceptually, it's very weird that this civ does archers very well and everything else, I want to say, quite badly. Like, you've seen people try to spam Templar Brothers. It's very difficult. Chevalier Confrere is the only thing I see people comfortably spam. Rams. Did get through the outpost in the end, by the way. It's getting after a few farms to make it more profitable. But overall, this felt quite pricey. I mean, he spent 400 on this. He killed, what, 250? Idle time alongside it. But he spent a long time in an age behind now. So we'll be a retreat pattern back to the base. We do not have an age up on the way yet from DeMu. They have trash unit eco, but no good trash units. I mean, their archers are the good trash units. I think they're fine. Like, I don't think Knights Templar really need buffs. I wouldn't mind things that wouldn't be buffs, but just like a pivot and identity. Like, the biggest change I've talked about is a rebalance of the commanderies. I think commandery choices have already been figured out, and they're quite linear. And I don't feel like it's a case of we don't know what to really do with them yet. I think people just do. Oof, nice blocker there. Denial on the Pilgrims. This is just hard to watch, man. He's now queuing Chevalier, which are not going to do well into mass Guild of Men-at-Arms. Chevalier will get wrecked by that. Remember, these attack quicker than standard Men-at-Arms, and they also have 290 HP. Practically double what a standard Men-at-Arms would have. I mean, he just looks stuck. He has at least contested water again, so there's not much fishing happening for Wham. So maybe DeMu's thought process is just to run his opponent out of food. That's something that Knights Templar is really good at, because obviously when you gather wood, you gather food. So it gives you a little bit more runway than other civs have. KT archers have any bonus techs? They benefit from the fortresses because you get a ranged increase by a percentage, 15% range. That would be the main one. But like the raw value is in their economy. This is working, by the way. Like, where's the next wave of Men-at-Arms? Wham is getting grinded down. It's the food income difference. This is crazy. I can't believe that. He finds the stand ground, man. Chevalier count is not looking very good for this. It's definitely an expensive stand ground moment. He holds. Behind this, Wham has got 2 relics coming home and another one safe behind his base. So somewhat cozy. And the farm count is now getting up a bit higher. So we're up to, what, 7 in total? And I think that's the problem there, right? Like, you see that if he'd moved down to Deer or had something like that to play with, I think game over. DeMu just doesn't actually muster the troops to defend this, but it's an issue of economy. Great read by DeMu. I think it was the only move he really had to make. But sometimes it can be uncomfortable to follow through like that. You know, you get that doubtful voice in your head like, maybe I read this wrong. Maybe he does still have food. How do they extract food from trees? Oh, because they're high in fiber. And I've heard that's good for your diet. Have you ever considered that, like, Knights Templar are just chopping down the trees and eating the leaves? Who's going to eat who here, though? DeMu, good target fire. Just going straight after the Gilded Archers. There is no scale armor, so this does hurt. And the Men-at-Arms are going to shed the Chevalier. DeMu is starting to prep towards Castle. You can see he's still reluctant to rush it, though. People used to make flour out of tree bark if there was nothing else to eat. That sounds horrible. I mean, like, I don't mean to judge, but I feel like you'd have to be barking mad to eat that. Yeah, I've got like that big goofy grin on my face right now. Anyway, you can see that he's expecting Wham to go out for more food. Instead of going for the deer, he's actually stopped off at the berries. DeMu did not build a new scout though, so he might not realize. Did he? He didn't. Oh my god, he didn't scout the berries, did he? No, he lacks the vision on it. He's just going to punt into them though. So yeah, he does reveal. Gets the Gilded Crossbowman straight away. That's a perfect starting target. The archers need to go after the villagers though. Does he realize it? He stops off the Gilded Archer. Snipes one of the villagers. Actually crazy. I think DeMu, if he straight away kills the villagers, probably stops the outpost going up, or it goes up with only one inside. Still, in the end, maybe this is the better way to win the fight. He does get rid of the Men-at-Arms again. I'm impressed, man. These Men-at-Arms do not look as threatening as they should be. The Chevalier are overperforming compared to what I would have expected here. Villagers will have to make a break for it, but the archers could easily intercept them. Just great micro overall by DeMu. He's minimizing the archers lost in each of these engagements, just maximizing the damage dealt. And the crazy thing is, like, after this type of fight, most players would have said, let's tech up. Not DeMu, because he understands the state of the game. If Wham was desperate enough to come out to these berries when he knew that DeMu was still alerting him, how bad is the food situation? We can see Wham has got a few more farms added in. He's up to 16 now. So it is stabilizing finally. I wonder if DeMu goes for a dock drop on the other side soon. Because he could try to take this away. The problem is the arrow slits makes it difficult. DeMu's still flying a lot of wood, by the way. I wonder if he starts adding in farms, just make for a more efficient bloat and castle. Because he has gone triple stables. And you'd think most people would switch Templar Brother, but the funny part is a lot of players stick Chevalier after teching. It makes sense. If you've got 20, 30 of these already, they're already scaling each other's health quite well. So inflate the number further is just more and more rewarding. You know, once you add another Chevalier in when you have 30, you've now increased your composition's health count by another 30. Triple, wait, what? Quadra Ram? This guy is crazy. Well, thankfully, he is going to trigger the tech up before he gets sucked into the whirlpool of another full feudal in. Republic of Genoa is going to be a good one. That's going to inflate the gold income. Still not the most impressive here. Also sucks the way Pilgrim Spawn could do this. He gets one at 101 and another one gives 96 because of where they start around the TC. Wham's defense is about to be tested here. Has got the emplacement. It is going to be a springle shot as well, so decent damage that can be done here. And every little is going to count. Gilded Knights are trying to absorb a lot of the attention on the west side, but they run into spears. The Rams slowly make their way around, and the archers trying to dive past. Oh, going to go after villagers. DeMu realizes this is not the type of fight to win anymore. He's been doing a great job, but it doesn't work past this point. So takes the opportunity to claim a few villager lives. Gets the tech up behind this and looks for the retreat. Yeah, you can see it. First, Doom was like, okay, we've been here before. We'll do this again. But that sprint placement, guys, like every 4 seconds, just almost insta-killing a unit. Adds up pretty quickly. Then on top of that, you've got the fact that there was enough Gilded Crossbowmen to be almost one-hitting the Chevalier. And then, don't get me started with the Gilded Knight. Even running his spears just didn't give a damn. So, Wham, finally able to break out. We'll be moving for the berries. DeMu just buying time. Now that the Chevalier have been wiped, no value in upgrading them, we are going to see an immediate switch into the Templar Brothers. Reminder, these units have more health than standard knights. They are chunky boys. They do have the interesting rule of Templars, but that doesn't come into effect until much later in the game. That's the one that gives more damage when nearby units are charging. I don't know, man. I think DeMu... Could he have teched sooner? I think it's not as much he could have teched sooner. Maybe the ram into the base wasn't needed versus just staying out of the base and stopping your opponent from fooding. Because now you're at risk. And Wham is hunting for the hunters, of which you've got a lot. 22 out here. He will get the early warning via the outpost, so he should be able to break away. But the problem is, the outpost, the mill now seen, your opponent knows you were here. So he knows that he's denied food. It's always just so funny watching them walk out to tree lines like this. Power attack from DeMu now. Not many Templar Brothers, though. No, you need to be very careful around these crossbows. Has got his own expos to answer the frontline men-at-arms, though. And the archers are reaching over, so able to scare off the anti-armor. Okay, nicely done. DeMu, just every time, I think the thing that has really made a difference in these fights, the edge, has been the art of the bowman. I expect nothing else from an Englishman. It's the way he's been leveraging these archers over and over. The rest of the fight is more or less an A-click, but these archers are always cycling around looking for key targets. Even going to find the Gilded Archers before they have their hands on scale armor. We'll trade out the remainder here. Relics are looking good for Wham, though. He's already got 4 in the banks, and now he's got skill arm on the way. Meanwhile, poor little DeMu is left quite the poor man. Only a single relic to his name. Yeah, I wonder if DeMu is going to start moving towards fortresses soon. Would make a lot of sense from his current position. And we talked about this a little bit earlier, that most people stick to Chevalier. We're seeing it as well from DeMu, even from scratch. Like, he has none in the field. He's planning to pivot back to them. And I understand that. Like, the problem with the Templar brothers is, especially against gilded crossbows, they will still quickly reach a point where they one-hit you. So you might as well have someone that they're going to truly one-hit overkill, but you have double the count of. In comes Chevalier. How's Wham's economy looking at the back? Well, his tree, like, whoa. Okay, he's gone through that quick. It makes sense. Gilded archers, spearmen, farms. Which worries me. It means that he will have to break out soon. I mean, he has somewhat secured the south tree line here. Especially with Spearman replacements now coming in. That's another big problem, isn't it, for DeMu here? And I think that's also why he wanted to go back towards Chevalier. He needs torches. Otherwise, you can't beat static emplacements. I wonder why DeMu hasn't taken the Sacred Sites as well. Even if you can't force a Sacred Site stalemate for a win condition, you can at least get the extra gold, right? Because, like, technically, Wham isn't really in a position to rush out and decap those. He's playing a slow comp, and he doesn't have much walling, so he kind of has to stay close to his economy. Especially against raiding knights. All right, ones if you think DeMu's going to win this, twos if you think Wham's taking it. Looks like we are getting him ready to lock in the fortresses. We still do not have a cap on the Sacred Site whatsoever, though. Wow, I'm actually going to be the one moving up for some outpost vision in the area. Of which, of course, all the dragons see pretty damn far. It's like any fishing attempts are going to keep getting shut down over here. If DeMu ever does get rid of this dock, he can just move in for his own. And I love that. Look what DeMu done. He left a sheep here. Just in case there's a villager waiting around behind. Fortress drop now on the way in. Ah, does he let him have that? Numbers are deceptive. Like, you're doubled in terms of raw entities, right? Could be a scary fight to take. He's going to try anyway. Archers need to start targeting that back line. It looks like the crossbow's being targeted first. Fortress is definitely going up. Yeah, Wham. I can't believe this, man. Just looking at the raw numbers in the fight, I guess he felt a necessity because of the difficulty around Sacred Sites, but this didn't feel like the type of fight you wanted to ever take. Frontline's been broken, sure. A lot of cavalry died. You got drained as well. Your opponent also got a lock on the fortresses. He's got a second one coming on the south side as well. DeMu's just on it. Okay, and remember, this is going to inflate the gold income as well in more than one way, because you can also go for treasure towers, which has immediately been queued up. Life is good in the KT Empire. Wham does still have some good things going his way. Remember, the 4 relics is definitely no small task or small value. But it isn't regnant, so we're not talking about crazy infinite gold gains. He has to take risks like this. Is that another? No, it's just the same fortress. I thought he had a third. I was like, bloody hell. I mean, he's going to soon. He's already got another 1,000 stone. We're at what now? 93,101. Would be nice to have just a gate here to make this a bit more efficient on the route. But only a small detail. The nice thing about Knights Templar is like having that difference in walk around. It doesn't really make that much of a difference because you have to remember the pilgrims spawn every minute. So even if they have to walk a long way around, like let's say you had to walk all the way south and then back around, it doesn't really hurt your gold income as long as you don't get interrupted. And what on earth? Like, no, I want to go. No, I want to go. What was that? I have never seen that before. They were just arguing over who gets the bank first. So weird. And it looks like we have got a switch. Yeah, goes to the safer sacred site, and now we're just going to get pretty ludicrous numbers. 130, then Genoa's going to give the extra, what, 30%? Then he's got Treasure Tower, so it's like, was it 180? No, it's 200 and... Wait over this before. I think it's like 203 if I remember correctly. It's ridiculous how good it is. This strategy allows Knights Templar to get over 2,000 gold income in the late game. Per minute. Passively. Infinitely. Castle is going to keep being repaired here. The Treb count is just not really that impressive. Wham only has 2 in total. Another castle's coming up. The horsemen are going to try to rally in, but villagers should be quick enough at this. Unless the archers target them. They're not going to be able to quick enough, though. And now he's diving underneath double fortress. Make it triple. And there you go. 203 gold. Life is good. In the hood. The Knights Templar hood. Wait, did he actually build it up? Yeah, so he's been fishing all the way down here. Wham does still at least have a little bit of reliable economy back there. But I'm struggling to see the reliable plan now. I get what he's going through, going for rather the breakthrough, but finally we got up to 3 trebuchets. Almost feels like you need 4 or 5 here to rush this. Even more so now that DeMu's doing this. We have anti-siege for the siege. You better take out the outpost, but then after that, remember, the counterweight trebuchets can also target you. Now, the reason this is important, folks, is that without this outpost, Wham doesn't have the sufficient vision to see while staying out of range. We've seen this actually from DeMu, in a DeMu, I think it was Kilyadi game before, where the outpost vision, the extra vision that HRE and Order Dragon gets, was the difference between the trebuchets not being seen. He's looking good, though. We're down to 7 minutes. Now, DeMu building these defenses has definitely sacrificed his production of raw, real military. Not to mention the repair crew has been expensive. Fortress is about to break. Yeah, the problem is, like, Wham doesn't actually... It should have mattered, those outposts, but it almost feels like DeMu maybe would have been served better trying to snipe the trebs. It's just so difficult to do because there's a villager nearby. This just gets repaired. Easier said than done for sure. You see how good they can be. Remember, the Knights Templar Trebs attack twice. They have burst attack, so it kind of it means you get less opportunities to insta-snipe compared to standard trebuchets if you are lucky, but it also depletes the reliance on RNG, if that makes sense. Like, you get some form of more consistent damage because there's more opportunities for these pebbles to hit their target. Capitan. Yeah, a bit ambitious. Does back away early before it become expensive. Wham's economy still in crazy town. 600 food is good, but it's not like you can afford to blow 10 horsemen and just go again. Second fortress about to drop. Wham's starting to look pretty good here. Military numbers definitely leaning his way. DeMu's reliance on the fortresses might come to bite him in the butt here. Especially with the full buff on that backline. Gilded Archers with 6 armor when Inspired Warriors buff is there. Great trade-off against other ranged. DeMu is going to be squaring up. Mango's moving in. Decent hit. Needs a quick reload, though. The question is how many troops you're going to lose before you shoot again. And how many are you going to claim in response? Look at that. The moment the Mangoes have to reload, Wham dives in deeper. Horseman close to breaking through here. Another castle being rushed up behind DeMu. It's full siege warfare. Half of his military population is siege. That's about to change. Horseman sneaking in. He's going to get counted out. Wham, the Trebs. They are truly deep in the war here. Another fortress goes up. But as quick as it's erected, it shall deflate here. Reloads coming through. Treb count looks good enough. The problem here is it looks like DeMu himself needs horsemen to deal with this siege. While they're finally arriving, the question now is whether they're going to be a little bit too late. Splintering begins. You can get the second one. DeMu. This is ridiculously expensive. But the castle is barely holding on. Treb count getting lower. It's only 2 remaining. Wham, he doesn't have the firepower anymore. Are you kidding me? DeMu, this is incredible. Incredibly expensive might be the other word for it. That is ridiculous. DeMu right here on this screen is using, what, 28 of his villages, I believe that is, to repair this thing. Now remember, when you repair more than 3 villages, it has an added cost in terms of your stone burn. So he's working overtime. It's 28 villages there, now another 15 gathering stone itself. Half of his economy is in some way or form focused on keeping this castle alive. And he's done it. Now you might be wondering, is it going to be worth it? And I gotta say, with he's got this many mangoes, as long as he sorts spears, it has to be. Difficult now for Wham to dive in. Is he out of shots to fire here? He's starting to look grim, folks. DeMu, he was on the edge of the abyss, it felt like there. If that fortress went down, game over. Now, Wham, he does have better reliable economy, right? The farm count is not that great for DeMu, only 16 in total. Compared to what's probably like 25? Yeah, 23 farms, and of course, they're gilded villages, a lot of them buff. So this is still not over. Technically, Wham can win the meat grind. The problem is, can he pump the meat out quick enough? We're up to 14 horsemen now. Almost 10 spears. And Spiral's getting added in by DeMu as well. This is full CG DeMu mode. Trebs are still trying to snipe each other. Fortress is down though. Oh, hold on a second. DeMu, he's replacing it with outposts now. Those are getting denied before they can be erected though. Mangoes, not guarded. Horsemen, they ride in. That's a freebie. Doesn't get as much as he would have liked here. He's going for a second strike. Would be nice if he get the third. Does give the gap close to the front line of spearmen. And a full surround here is on every single side of him. Wham! With a full 360 surround, but the pathing getting a little bit weird. However, the front line has been erased. DeMu has barely got anything left to fight back with that is bio. 16 crossbows. The rest just filling with cannon fodder. Wham, decent amount of gilded archers left over. There's also nothing to truly protect this from a decap now on the east side. Villages have to be pulled just to try and keep the remaining siege alive. Wham's going to slow down temporarily, but not for long. The gilded archers are poking. They have better range than the crossbows, so it's an easy exchange. And I think he's getting ready for one more pump here. We are down to under 2 minutes on the sacred site. Question now is whether DeMu is down and out of the food necessary to remass. He never built additional farms. It's just the 16. There's no additional food gathering happening. It's getting tough. Wham has textiles on the way, so I think he's getting prepped for a villager pull. Might be necessary just to get the decap. It's ridiculous. 47 siege population right now. It's 9 mangoes, but guys, this is what happens when you mass fortresses. What else are you meant to do with this? Pilgrim's got a pilgrim, so you've got a siege. This has to be feeling so vexing. Sometimes it can be very tricky for Knights Templar to get the station. I think this goes back to what we talked about, the issue of Knights Templar, right? It's like in the early game, it's about archers. And if you get to this stage, it's not even about your heavy men-at-arms or your heavy cavalry or all these cool units. That gold is quite often going to go to siege like this. Especially when you have sacred sites like you get on Lakeside. Horsemen are rotating all the way around the back. Unfortunately, that is going to be blocked by the wood wall. Come back around now. Villagers with the pull. Goes to dive him. The Springles. The Springles! Gets the torches out. The Mangoes are in a bit of a panic mode. They're going to have to trade out against the Gilded Archers, but potato aim right there. Wham! He's throwing it all away. This is ridiculous. Even if he somehow wins this fight, he'll have 0 economy left over. He pulled half of what he actually had just to try and make that happen, and it's still not enough to put a dent in DeMu's magnificent bald head. Look at that, 49 siege population still, and a GG call that has now got the Canadian wondering if there is any chink, any vulnerability in Benny Boy's armor. Oh my god. You absolute monster. I don't know. We just had Lancaster found the S tier map. Is that like Knights Templar have found their favorite map? There's one way to play Knights Templar here. I don't know, something like that, maybe. Bonus for fighting around sacred sites better than the extra gold. Oh, the damage? It's a little bit weird, though. It's always felt weird to use. I get where you come from, but the Genoa gold is just safer, for sure. I'm trying to think what we call that one. Because, like, this is the thing, it's not something that happened early on, it's what happened later. I don't know, maybe the ultimate siege civ, something like that. Anyway, let's mark it up on the board. That's going to be a second point for DeMu. So, runner. Chicken gunner. So, that was... Knights Templar up against Order of the Dragon. Right side win. Where are we going next in this magnificent set? Make one global ban for each player and one personal ban, so they don't have to ban Atri Roos. But they'll ban Atri Roos anyway. One will ban Atri, the other will ban Roos. Like, you should know this better than most, Moo. That has some very awkward potential implications. Because of, like remember how, like, banning phase, pick ban phase was crazy in Dota 2 at one point, right? Because, like, if you have a global ban and then you have a personal ban, whoever gets first pick could have, like, a very big edge. Because then you just, like, have... So, like, Atri gets banned, Roos gets banned. And then, what? Chinese Shushi, and then the third best Civ remaining, like, you just gets picked. I don't think it doesn't solve the issue. It actually makes it worse. And it gives less Civ diversity for your options. Because you're now banning additional Civs earlier. Banning is ridiculous? Not really. It's a necessity for the design of Age of Empires 4. Without banning, the game gets stupid. Like if you didn't have bans, first pick would be broken. You really need to, like, conceptualize that. Because what would happen, first pick is Atri would get picked. Every time. Their pick's not hidden. The picks are hidden until they're revealed. So, like, as in, you ban, I ban, and then reveal. Wait, no, sorry, no. Like with the concept you're talking about where you'd have, like, targeted bans, you do that system. But with this one, because we use global bans, the way it is... Wait, no, sorry, we use targeted, don't we? So, God, I'm trying to remember now. I don't know why. My brain is, like, switched off today. I didn't get any sleep. So, it'll be ban, reveal. With this system. So, like, I'm trying to see if I'm going to open up in the draft thing, so maybe I'll be able to visually show you what I mean. So yeah, here you go. If I quickly open one of the the pick bands for a series, you can see. So let me go across to the amazing Opera GX, which you guys should definitely download. ! Opera GX. It's free to do. Create an account, and then it helps out this channel. But yeah, like, so you see up here, it says ban, exclusive plus hidden, and parallel. So you both ban and then reveal. And then you both ban, reveal. Because it's targeted the other person. Whereas global bans, you'd have to do it like one person bans and the other bans. Otherwise, it'd be like a weird global system. You could technically do that, I guess. And then you do pick global. So, yeah, reveal. And then ban, ban, reveal together, and so on and so forth. Yeah, so pick, ban, ban, reveal, so on and so forth. Honestly, like, this is the most balanced, like, pick ban system we have in AoE4 still. It would be nice to, like, have other things just from a variability standpoint, for sure. Which is why, like, I want to come up with different, like, tournament formats instead. Honestly, I'd rather come up with new game modes instead to play, just to keep things fresh. All right, anyway, let's get ready for the next series. Gonna hop in. Whoop, whoop. Oh, we need to flip the score. One and all, we could be on our way to DeMu's speedrun into the semi-finals. We're into KPMM 24, and DeMu, master of the board, has got the board, boys. That's right, we've got Shushi coming through for what could be the last game of midweek muster for Wham, who has opted for the Chinese. Now, this matchup is interesting, actually. On paper, pretty good for Shushi. I think they have a lot of like decent solutions with the way they can scale onto a faster castle timing. The Lancer play tends to favor them a little bit better. We've also seen around the Pro Scouts on Pro Scouts meta, Mount Lu Academy has been the difference maker, giving Shushi more food to work with than China's capable of. Now, China has their own edges. One of them is if you get a long feudal, you get into Song, you build an eco lead. You've also got the taxation element where they will have a lot more gold to work with, courtesy of how Imperial Academy functions, and also alongside a decent economy in terms of better villager count. So both civs definitely has their quirks. One thing that works really well in Shushi's favor is their timings in general. We mentioned the castle ones, but even the feudal ones, they tend to get feudal much quicker than China because it's cheaper. And also their landmark immediately rewards them back by giving resources for doing so. It does require a good placement for it to be worth truly rushing. I don't see anything too crazy here with Meditation Garden. Yeah, he might be able to actually get double gold and the food. Looks a little bit snug. But that would be worth it. It'd be 50 gold and 36 food, more than enough. This is a bit ridiculous, though. Wait, what? DeMu got a double deer spawn on top of Vutchava in the front of his base. In fact, this is the Holy Trinity. It's boar as well. Don't really care about the boar in a Pro Scouts meta, but you could bring out your scouts early and shove this in to make for an easy double grab. The question is whether we're going to have a Pro Scouts race here. We've definitely got Imperial Academy opening from Wham. You can tell by the fact he has 0 Imperial officials. DeMu. Trying to think if there's any other way he plays this than maybe just the tech game. Because I feel like usually as Shushi, you're kind of happy with just the idea of greeting it up and splitting the deer, if possible. Because normally you'd expect China to feel a little bit better at blocking that play. You know, it's not very often you see Shushi go spears and feel good. Whereas China, it's been a very organic play for them. I think part of that is because of the fact they have those extra Imperial officials. So supervision just becomes very natural. How do you guys feel about China and Shushi, by the way? Like, I'm curious on the community's feeling. We've heard rumors recently that Jean is going to be made much more different now from French. One's if you feel like China and Shushi are different enough, or two's if you prefer to see them be even more different. Because sometimes, like, even though different things are happening in the early game, I do feel like the early game can feel comparative for China and Shushi. The late game is okay. I think the late game is drastically different. You've got the unique cavalry, you've got the lack of hand cannoneers. Early game, although they do different things, it feels like maybe it's just the meta and they tend to align towards the same ideas. Maybe China a bit more all-Indian feudal than Shushi, who I feel like I rarely see do it these days. So, Medigarden, did he get it all? I think he did. Yeah, nicely done. I swear it's the angles. If this was like food here, gold here, I wouldn't have doubted it. But this angle made me go, oh, I don't know about that. Even though he has a ginormous amount of wiggle room there. 5 on gold. Yeah, looks like we are getting Pro Scouts. Other side as well from Wham. He's already up to 220 gold. He's got tax remaining. It's going to be a race. And when you think about the spawn, you've got to favor DeMu slightly. Not on sheep, though. Jesus. 7 sheep to 15. Much better haul there for Wham. I prefer new variants if anything. I want to learn to play them. The thing is, yeah, like, what Zoe's saying is correct. Knights Templar and House of Lancaster were completely, like, they were so different from the Progenitor Civ that they almost just didn't need to be called a variant. And that was intentional. So those that like didn't catch it, we had a video where we done the reveal. Like, we were one of the first channels with 2 others to reveal the Knights of Cross and Rose DLC. And we interviewed Winston. We talked to him. Actually, I'm gutted I didn't record the rest of the interview because we've done a lot, actually. One of the things we covered is that, realistically, like, the civs, they looked at what they'd done with variant civs in the Assault and Ascend, and they wanted to go a step further. They wanted to show just how much they could make it different. And the truth of it is, actually, you are both idiots. You should know you're both going to die. The truth of it is, actually, if it wasn't for budgeting, they would have been entirely new civs with different looking buildings, etc., especially Knights Templar. But due to budgeting constraints around this first DLC, they had to reuse assets in-game, i.e. the architectures, the dialect, which is understandable because the reality is creating all those things from base is very expensive. Like, what people don't realize is, you know, this Imperial Academy, one artist will be working on this for maybe 2 months, 3 months. Changing the design, optimizing it, texture mapping. If anyone's ever tried texture mapping in when it comes to 3D modeling, in some, like, you know, 3ds Max, you know where I'm going with this. It is horrible. There are some people, I consider them to be psychopaths within the artist community that enjoy texture mapping because they see it as a fun puzzle. But most artists I've talked to roll their eyes at that part. They know it's necessary. They take pride in their work. But my God, is it time consuming. I think the eco feels too similar because they're basically working off the same eco advantage. Yeah, it's all about the Imperial officials, and that's weird because you think China's just overall better because of that. But I do like that Sushi still has its own volatility, its own viability. They do some things better around their Imperial official players than China ever could. Especially when it comes to timings. I feel like I really like Sushi for these greedy tech timings. We can already see that that's going to be the goal for DeMu, by the way. Wham did play spears like we talked about, and it is going to lead to more deer overall. Yeah, it kind of felt like a necessity with the spawn that you had to block. And the timing's really good for it, actually. So you should be able to get out and hoover these up. And then you can run your spears across the south side to try and block the return from DeMu. Because these deer are so far away. So overall, really solid opening here for Wham. As the time goes on, I'm feeling more and more confident about the Canadian. For maybe the first time this series, it just feels like so far DeMu has truly had his number. But the thing about this type of play is, you know, even if DeMu goes Mount Lu Academy, if it's 3 deer stacks versus 1, doesn't matter that taxation gives you a little bit of food. You're not really going to be able to keep up on the Lancer production. And it is a numbers game. Even though Shushi's Lancers are a little bit better with the Dali horses, the reality check is that, like, Knight clashes don't often stay still for long enough for that to be truly impactful. Because usually whoever's losing moves, right? Wait, is he going to get... Wait. There's no way he's taking all this. What? That's almost the entire deer stack. Wow, he's walking over. DeMu's playing it wide to try and hide. Now, oh, this could be sick. If he makes it to the stealth forest, he can hide in there and just wait. Is he going to realize it? Wham. He's running over now. DeMu. No. This is greedy. He's steering away further. The spears are going to get him. I mean, Wham, yeah, the scout came over, so in fairness, he was informed in the end. So he's going to have to duck out of there. The others will now try to hide in the stealth forest, but it's a little bit too late for that. Ah, man, I guess, yeah, like for DeMu, I understand why he just tried to run it straight home. Especially against China with the Tang Dynasty that has great vision, so they'll always see you. Now, tech up is complete. It wasn't Mount Lu. We are going to get the monks instead. And DeMu now following up with Lancer play as expected. On the other side, Wham. Only, what, one stable's double racks here? Could be we see him layering in a few spears, but usually in this matchup, if you stop building Lancers, you feel like you've kind of forfeited control. At this key point in the game, it is a relic race, and if you have to add in spears, you shouldn't really be winning that race. How many deer are we at? 2, 4, 6, 8, 10? I think 10. Oh, God. Yeah, he needs those deer home ASAP, and he's not going to get them. It's a great denial of resources. Means DeMu's going to have half of his mind just on the idea of when does he Jiangnan. Like, when will I need farms here? He'll know it'll have to be a lot sooner than his opponent. And apologies, I just saw that it still says Lakeside. Let me update that. We are in Dry Arabia here. Oops. A lot of spears for Wham. Did actually vet them up. Not too surprising once you're at 10. I wonder... Oh, yeah, he's going to keep adding them. Spear plus Lancer here. Does make sense. DeMu already has a clear edge on the timing in terms of cavalry count. And you can use the spears to escort for relics this way, while also guarding home. The idea is your Lancers can just kind of raid. We'll be able to get away. And we'll go for the re-engage. The Buddhist Bonk won't be able to get home this run. But wait, KP, he has a stick. Blunt stick, beat stabby stick. Yeah, maybe one-on-one. But that wasn't a fair fight. I've been rewatching Gotham. This is like that scene where Bruce is like, yeah, I'll fight you guys. I'll beat up your boss guy. He's like, oh, you think the rest of them are just going to watch? You're an idiot. Like when someone plays Total War 3 Kingdoms and decides they want to challenge Lubu to solo combat, what's wrong with you? You fool. That way lies death. DeMu is finding these trickle Lancers on the flanks. This is actually really good for him. Once he shuts them down, he can just kind of fall barrel towards the enemy base and pin him in. And that's interesting because if that happens, you know, at a point where he's got to uncomfortably make a farm transition, there'll be no pressure from Wham. So like, there's a really good timing here for DeMu if he keeps this spacing up. Nice. Now another relic to be secured there. So that is looking like a 4-1 relic split, folks. Wham has only got a single relic coming home, but he's not looking to let this one go for free. Oh, man, that was so well played, though. DeMu. He goes deeper, he makes him choose. Either stop the raids or stop the relic. And whoa, boy, whoa. He thought about it, then remembered that this guy has double the health of a standard monk. I like how we got someone the name the Master Bruce Wayne missing Gotham a lot. Yeah, I never finished it off, so I've gone back to watch it. There's so many things I need to watch. I never have time. I still need to complete Claire Obscura, goddammit. You know when you're kind of like envious of an RPG streamer? Imagine just getting to sit there and enjoy Claire Obscura as your content. Instead, we just have to sit here and enjoy all this incredible Age of Empires 4. This is a lot of Lancers now. DeMu's making an interesting switch, actually. It's like big boy archers. He's gone for Spring Altar with Lancer. You got super fast and super slow in the same army. Not always a good feeling combination, but when the Lancer count is high enough, you don't care about your super fast being now super slow. Because they're just super tanky. Does reveal the Springles early, though. I'm doing a quick job of killing the Lancers, actually. No, please. Prepare. Oh, just in time there. Yeah, 2 Lancers not too threatening. 3 would have just mincemeated that entire load. Am I liking Claire Obscure? You know, I'm enjoying it. I think, you know, I've missed having a solid, good RPG. So it's like one thing I really praised with that RPG, and actually the head of the studio said it. He's like, if you gave like one of the big studios the task of making this game, it would have taken 25 years. And it's a fair shout out that he's making that like a lot of these games that get bloated development don't end up good and they take way too long. In fact, if you guys look at the developers' stories, a lot of the key people involved on Claire Obscure were rookies, amateurs, whatever. Like you had one guy who was one of the lead designers, I think was like a junior or mid-level at Ubisoft. The person who created the entire soundtrack for that game, they found on like SoundCloud or something. They found on one of those free music websites. I would have thought if there was anything that we as a game industry learn, after Amazon's attempts to just buy their way to like all the biggest titles not working, it's that you can't just throw a big check at something and it work. I mean, come on, like Age of Empires 4 literally had that. Relic was a huge studio. They spent loads of years, and then the game got to its best form being handled by a much smaller team over at World's Edge. Yeah, more ingredients in the pot isn't always better. Sometimes, you know, like if you're taking Nanya's goulash and adding 15 extra ingredients, don't be surprised when it tastes like ass. How has he managed to get across the map with this, by the way? Like, how has there not been more deaths back at home? He's also propping Jiannan, so he wants to get towards the farm transition while he's fording towards the enemy base. This is a pretty funky strat from DeMu. I don't think he can go much further than this because it's just too risky. At least it should be too risky. Dawn of War 3 has the least amount of devs. It's going to be so good. So you mean Dawn of War 4? Wait, you're capping, right, Moo? Did you not know Dawn of War 3 was already a thing? Please, oh. It would be a bit adorable if you're like, wait, that happened? I'm like, you didn't miss anything. Oh, Knights, hello. That's a lot of villages. A lot of time being achieved here, Wham. These Lancers are starting to sliver out, and he does have his own granary transition underway. So, looking to fix the problems of his economy much quicker than DeMu here. Yeah, guys, you remember when Dawn of War 3 promised, Relic promised, over a year of support for the game, and then completely dropped all developers a month later? I always find it funny when people bring up Heroes of the Storm, like there aren't closer examples to RTSs of where we got screwed. Lancers on the farms. Yeah, Wham's in position. I'm surprised we haven't seen more of Wham's walls, actually. This is very unlike him. Usually he walls a bit quicker than this. It's so difficult in this season to get those up there. Oh yeah, by the way, the whole point of money and the increased cost of gaming, I am XDing the amount of devs that are going to use GTA as an excuse to increase their prices. Like their games are comparative to GTA. You know? That's like saying my raids are comparative to this. Nah, dog, when I raid, I lose 5 nights and do nothing. But this guy right here, Wham is partying hard on this berry line. Wait, you mean Spriggles don't counter Lancers? Yeah, who'd have thunk it? If these two Lancers weren't here, all the berry workers would be dead. This is classic DeMu. He loves to just gather resources where there's a fight. But this is an example where it may have just cost him the game. This is ridiculous. Even more workers dying on the north side. That is now a 20 eco lead for Wham. And one with a song that will escalate. Yeah, I think DeMu's idea here is cool. I wonder if it's just the map doesn't make sense, or maybe even just the matchup. The problem is in this matchup, like technically Shushi should always be the one producing more knights, right? But like in this game, while that was true, Wham still had so much food, so there was never this crippling point where he couldn't keep producing lancers on the side. Couldn't keep having extra things compared to you. And that's, I think, what's just kind of screwed DeMu here, is he had to move out for flank resources a lot quicker than Wham did. Wham just a lot more efficient about it. Like, going after boar instead of berries, if you can justify it, much easier to defend, much less risk. You know, throwing 20 villagers on berries, as we saw there, carries a much higher risk threshold with less reward. Nintendo's the one to break the dam. I mean, sort of, but like, Nintendo's very cryptic and it annoys me, where they're like, they almost make it sound like they're increasing their game price because all the DLC is going to be free, but they won't confirm that. Because, like, instead, what they ended up kind of saying is like, yeah, we're making the price on games bigger because our games are good. Like, okay. You do underrate gamers' abilities to find alternative games to play, though. Like, here's a Fort Dog. I could buy your Switch too and get a few hours of gameplay. Or I could just keep playing VCMI, which is Might and Magic 3 on my phone, for free. Fire Emblem might be cool, but... On Siege might be cool, but... These are not Clock Tower Siege. Nice hit there. Gets rid of the Nest Beast straight away. A few more sprinkles as well. Remember, every time Wham does this, though, it's just a scaling lead, and on top of that, behind it, more farms that could be being added in here. Now, he's being very cheap and budgeted about it so far. Wild. Triple TC. Without a farm transition, by the way. This is hella greed. There's not much food on the maps at this point, right? He's got the boar and what remains of these berries. So Ben playing a very dangerous game now. That's crazy. That's crazy. Like, reminder, guys, he now has 450 food being spent on villagers when he has 335 food income. Now, last time I checked, you are not Knights Templar, so you cannot take out a loan in any form. I mean, he's going to have to sell gold for food. He does have 2 sacred sites and 3 relics, so somewhat feasible. And I'm hoping he's now gathering stone because he needs a castle drop, because if this is 4 TC, I'm going to lose it a little. No. There's no way it's 4 TC, surely. Right? Where did the stone go? I don't see... Oh, it's a stone wall. Oh, thank God. Oh, my... Oh, but the timing... Bruh, where are the defenders? Triple Nester Bees just get sacked. No, wait. Oh, nice hit there. Survives. So keeps one alive. I can't believe the timing on that. More worker losses. And most importantly, Wham, I think he scouted that TC. So he knows it's at least +1. And this is a full stonewall attempt, but DeMu doesn't have enough stone. He needs to find an extra outcropping here. Yeah, not often you see someone stonewall like this. That usually happens much later, or it's only done the flanks. But he's just looking for a full hunker down in the corner. Granaries now to be added in. But Wham, a lot deeper in that affair. He's already got double cluster and third one coming in. They're a bit ugly on their placement, but once the trees have been taken out, that problem would be fixed. Okay, guys. Numbers in chat. How many TCs do you think are too many TCs in this situation? Because DeMu seems to think that 4 would be too many. I am still scratching my brain a bit on whether 3 is, but I see where he's coming from. Because you're up against Song Dynasty. So it's not 1 TC, right? It's better than that. It's 1.25 TC. This was scary to do before farm transition, though. This could have went wrong in so many ways. But DeMu, he's like, well, if I'm stuck in my base, I trust in the siege. The siege will stop a dive. Wham now knows what's happening, though, and it looks like he's thinking about Imperial. Smart lad. Makes a lot of sense from his current position. Trying to break into the base would be difficult right now, but you can just make better siege down the line. Slow roll in. Could even go 2 TC himself at this stage. Could still make sense. He's only at 80 economy. I wonder if there's even a world in which he ages up not with the Great Wall Gatehouse, but with Spirit Way. Do you really want Chuk in this matchup? I mean, the buff is the really nice thing for the full army. The thought process is because it's already got a keep drop, Great Wall Gatehouse is a bit devalued. The problem is it's just so effective as a defensive tool that it feels irresistible, and he agrees. It's going to be coming in. We'll protect the north side flank. Yeah, that landmark is just so strong on raw DPS, you just can't resist it. What's the best farm granary layout? I think someone went over this a long time ago, but numbers kind of changed. If I remember correctly, and chat will correct me if I'm wrong, I'm sure. The most optimal for food income layout was the L shape, I think. Like the core, what was I called the corner bracket, where you have granary, and then you have a gap, another granary, and then another gap in the granary. But some players like to do just solo granary. Some players like to do the triple cluster where they're all on top of each other and you build all the way around it. I think the triple cluster together might be optimal for Shushi with the extra taxmen from the techs. So if you go Mountain Academy, it's a little bit better. Maybe. Then again, I feel like with the movement speed on those taxmen, you can justify a looser formation and it still being optimal. The idea is that the trade-off is granaries being looser is less like gathering on each farm and pause that fort. Oh my god. Oh! That's everything, DeMu! The entire siege wave! Wham just found it all! Unbelievable. Splits it up as well, so the repair crew can't keep up with it. Lancers will eventually flop dead, but not before they milk it for all it's worth. 2 Nester Bees, 2 Springles left over after that raid. And Wham! Now with the padding, the space, the room to start thinking about hand cannoneers. Absolute absurdity. I can't believe that. DeMu, he was marching out. I think he was looking for an offensive play towards the gold vein on the south side. But Wham read that perfectly on timing. Now back to the original point around the farms. With Shushi, building the extra taxmen allows you to do things like supervising individual granaries if you really want to optimize the food layout. In a way that China never can, because China's hard capped at 4. While Shushi can easily cap at 6 or situationally cap at 8. Normally, you never see when anyone go for 8 because it just doesn't feel good. At that point, with the movement speed as well, you like tax too fast and there's not enough things to supervise. So Wham just needs to defend now and then look for another attack. He's now going to the best unit comp, the hand cannoneers, but obviously that's a composition that takes time. Definitely will require additional gold secure, so wouldn't be surprised if he's going for a keep drop up here, gets the stone plus the gold. Or he plays south side if he's thinking that DeMu's more likely to go there, but he already has an outpost to early warn him if there is a move down there. DeMu knows he's going to have to creep this, so we'll look to secure the stone in the area. And then afterwards, we'll probably see like a kind of hop, skip, and jump towards that sacred site. A lot of spears here. Makes sense against this many lancers. I think he wants a quick clear. DeMu's doing that thing I've been seeing a bit more of recently, and I'm still not convinced in the games that I've watched. Shushi Library is on the way. The problem with Shushi Library is, like, compared to the alternative, getting the Temple of Sun, with a defensive strategy, it gives Nester Bees more range to engage from. With a rush strat, it gives you more movement speed to get your infantry in. The issue I usually take with Shushi Library is, do you have enough gold and what are you doing? Now, DeMu only has 2.5 gig gold in reserve. That sounds like a lot for a Shushi Library until you remember that Elite Text is going to cost 700 a piece. So, usually the way that I see Shushi Library look good is Dynastic Protectors. Because instead of needing to worry about Elite Text, you're unlocking a new unit type. Instead, though, DeMu sticking to the Lancers. Elite upgrades on the way for them. I've seen a few more players going Roar the Dragon. Most notably, I think it was Louis MT was doing some cool experimental things. And yes, thank you for actually highlighting that. I forgot we're watching Wham. He does have this happen more often than other people, I feel like. No blacksmith gameplay. I just didn't really focus on it because I've seen Chinese not care. In fairness to him, when it's Lancer on Lancer spam, it's a little bit less relevant as the base damage is so high that a +1 doesn't make a huge difference. DeMu. Wham's not reacting to this yet. Mountain Academy's coming in, by the way. DeMu going back now for the yuan. That's giving a discount on unit production cost. as well as the ability to garrison these pagodas, and that's the main reason he wants to get Mahudo Academy. Will be good for taxation on top of that. And, well, hello. Elite Lancers actually chase after the villagers rushing up. There is already a castle up here. So it should be limited damage that DeMu is capable of. However, might be too many villagers in the area. Just doesn't see it as worth the dive, so it does back away now. And that did make Wham think twice about diving in, but not for long. He's just waiting for the bombard to break on through. DeMu needs more Nesta Bees. Castle drops on the way. And there you go. It is Dynastic Protectors. So let's talk about the issue of Dynastic Protectors. Because I love to talk about this one. I smile every time I think it's going to be because of Yuan Raiders. I cry every time when I see its Imperial Guards. For Shushi, Imperial Guards is the equivalent of Fire Lancers for China, I feel like. It's an economical sinkhole. It's so hard to pay off with, because you just need the ability to keep pumping, and often your economy is not there when you rush Shushi Library from the games I've seen. The other problem is, in this matchup, your opponent's gone hand cannons already. So although the Imperial Guards with their lofty amount of melee armor will do okay against the Spearmen, it means they have practically no protection against the hand cannons. And the crossbows, actually. Whereas Yuan Raiders, like the thing Yuan Raiders would at least give you is blob. They'd suck against the spears, but they could actually like distract, intercept. Sometimes I think just getting 5 to 10 Yuan Raiders to stand around the middle of the map is a bit underrated, because that can slow down reinforcements. And they are pretty cost efficient, guys. If you haven't seen Yuan Raiders before, right here, Imperial Guards will cost you 250. Yuan Raiders at this stage cost you under 100. Oh, sorry, just over 100. 108 with the discount. He's got regional inspection coming. He feels like he can't get these out quick enough, and I understand why. Look at DeMu's economy. Yeah, there's a huge choke in terms of production. This is definitely not optimal. Floating 3,000 food. He's got plenty of room to work with on population. Meanwhile, Wham, now into the Yuan. Yuan, of course, a lot more impactful for China than it is for Shushi. Imperial Guards are going to be able to hold their own against the first wave of Spearmen, but this is almost just like Wham testing the waters. He's got max pop. He's building a reserve. He's up to a healthy 27 hand cannoneers now, and the bombards are getting ready to break in. Yeah, and DeMu, with no Temple of the Sun, he does not have that extra range. To make matters worse, Wham brought a repair crew, which just doesn't feel fair. Castle about to drop. Timing looking good. DeMu is hiding Nesta Bees, and Wham seemingly aware of it. So difficult now for Nesta Bees. With the Yuan, your opponent can actually dodge you quite fluidly. Hand cannoneers, of course, now just moving at 1.29 movement speed, i.e. quicker than archers. And we got Wham's walls at home. Wait, what is this? That looks so cursed. Huh? We got Wham's walls at home, and then we got them abroad. He's looking to block DeMu in. DeMu can make monks. He could definitely afford it. And we should be having pagodas by now. Yep. So he could be producing them. Why not, though? Maybe he's a bit worried they're too slow. He wants something that can gap close. But in fairness, I think maybe the monks could be justifiable as cannon fodder to protect the siege. Because right now, the problem for these Imperial Guards is they have to be defender and aggressor. They have to somehow protect the siege while also attacking the opponent. It might just be an issue for DeMu with population, though. Like you can see, it's 134 eco. So because of how slow the monks are, probably feels like they're not very population efficient. Good guy Wham is going to help DeMu out of that population. Frees up a little bit of space. Flash coming in. It's a lot of spears for Wham. No easy breakthrough. He's looking to snipe that bombard to slow it down a bit. Siege line from DeMu does look thick. I have a bit too much to chomp through here, though. Yeah, and on top of that, the bombards are just sniping him out. I mean, this is the difference between China and Shushi in the late game. Siege game is very hard to win without the Temple of Sun because of how tanky the enemy siege is. Clock Tower Bombards at 315 HP. By the way, he does not even have siege works yet. Yeah, and you're seeing how painful this is. His Imperial Guard... Oh, overextended here. Looking for the good pierce, but not able to find it. Nice spread there by Wham. Beautiful micro towards the end. And that is going to be a wipe. He's done it. Finally, Wham has proven he can get a game out of DeMu. Had to take it to his comfortable late and show us why China is still kings of the late game. And Shushi, I mean, DeMu, if nothing else, on one of his favorite civs, we can mark this up as maybe a justifiable game to show the devs and say, can we get Imperial Guards buff? No, please don't do that. They're just a tricky unit, man. Very situationally powerful, but I feel like we rarely get to that situation in the game right now for Shushi. These fast castle builds just proving to end the game quick enough before it really arrives. And that has always been a conundrum. Like, Shushi in the hyper late, not really known for being kings of that area traditionally. I think they do have some tricks up their sleeves. It's just, it's locked behind a lot of landmarking. Yeah, if you can get towards the Temple of Sun, all of a sudden these guys also look more impressive. Because the other thing you have to remember is the Imperial Guards are missing 20% extra damage they could be having. No small quantity for such a high base damage unit. At this point, Benny Boy is just processing the loss. If you guys have been enjoying these games, reminder, always subscribe to the channel. We do release 1 to 2 videos a day. We do stream 4 times a week. So maybe tune into those as well. Like all these smart individuals you're seeing pop up in the chat are right now. The series continues. A best of 5, which will see a game 4 between these absolute mad lads. Imperial Guards are too slow? Bruh. Nah, you're not baiting me with that. Nani? Siege losers. See, it's possible. All these people saying they're OP. How are they OP when they're losing like that? Come on. Doesn't make sense. Cavalry Siege is the most depressing combo. Alright. So let's mark our Canadian up. He has done it. He has proven that Benny Boy can bleed. On what I feel like, I don't know if DeMu feels like his signature civ. It's the one that like I relate to him the most, just because he always looks like he's having the most fun when he plays Shushi, right? So left side win. So it's Ben's turn to pick, and we've got what? Coastal Cliffs left. And what was the other map they went with? Sunken Lands. Does he go Sunken Lands here? He's got Malians. Coastal can make sense for Japan or Malians, I think. Oh, wait, no, sorry. They did pick Enlightened Horizon, didn't they? Oh, yeah, it's on the... Yeah, Doom had it. Yeah, okay, yeah, dude, he's got Ottomans. Okay, so we've got Ottomans versus Abbasids. Now, this is an interesting matchup. Because there is a way that Abbasids used to be able to play this with, like, 2TC. Let's get ready then. Let me make sure they're on the right side. We'll flip on the UI. By the way, guys, reminder, we have got Mahudo versus B. I have confirmed that is going to be locked in for 2 hours from now. So after this one, we might check in on Voldemar versus Sass. So that'll line us up nicely. And then maybe the boyos are available to play straight afterwards. We'll see. One and all, we found a secret civ. It's so secret, it doesn't even have a real flag. Look, it's just a black colored background. Yes, it's been that long. We never see them. The Abbasid dynasty has been picked in a competitive series. We hop in to Enlightened Horizon for game number 4. Yeah, we're just on Dry Arabia, where we just had the Chinese mirror. This is very different, though. They may both be from Middle Eastish area, but Ottoman and Bastards definitely different goals in mind, especially on this map. We are on a lightened horizon. A map where Ottomans are S tier. I don't think there's any debate about that anymore. Like, this is, right now, this is the one to beat. You know, this is like HRE on Dry Arabia, or HRE anyway, I guess. It's so difficult to get one up on Ottomans here. On the other side, Abbasids is a ginormous question mark, because this Civ does not play Dark Age aggression well. In fact, Wham isn't participating. His merchant camp is not being captured whatsoever. Yeah, this is a bit wild. And I think DeMu's going to realize it. It's kind of obvious, right? You can't compete with Ottoman Dark Age as Abba. Not on land, anyway. It doesn't feel like it. So knowing this, I think DeMu just rushes spears and goes double Wolf Den, and then rotates back around for the merchant camp. There could have even been an argument towards just going merchant camp after the first Wolf Den, because then you want to accrue more food anyway, because you have all the gold necessary for an age up. Then again, I think if you want to do it that way, guys, it's even more optimal to do merchant camp, and then a Wolf Den. Now, one thing that is at least going well for Wham, looks like he got a pretty good scouting rotation, actually. Ran across the DeMu side straight away, and now he can clear up his own. So we're probably going to be seeing about 2/3 of the sheep going to the Abbasids. And reminder, that isn't because of the berry advantage. Yeah, this is another reason why Abbasids is pretty bad on this map, is because their berries start away from the TC. So he had to club sheep. Now, this is a good scouting rotation, and honestly, needs it to look competitive here. You want Trade Wing? Nah, the Trade Wing on this map? So the problem with the idea of Trade Wing is it feels like an even harder version of Knights Templar and what they do on a weaker military push civ, if that makes sense. Like for Abbasids, you know, they don't really have this inherent good eco off of like wood gathering like Knights Templar do. And then the thing that you're getting resources of, your trade route, you're paying for. While for Knights Templar, it's like a one down payment and then you just get these units for free. So yeah, you honestly, to do Trade Wing on this map, it would feel like playing Knights Templar hard version. Like ultra hard version, actually. So final sheep haul. It's going to be 15-6. A damn good start to the game for Wham. Military Wing is going to give him that pushback against the spears to start off with. Notice that because DeMu built so many, by the time he starts his deck up, Abbasids are already going to be aged up. And that, by the way, is a rare thing to say. Abbasids do okay on their tech timings, but usually most civs can actually easily rush ahead of them. I mean, trade-off of building a racks and 7 spears, right? Name of this map is Enlightened Horizon. You can get your hands on it in-game. I believe, and chat will correct me if I'm wrong, I don't often check the ranked ladder for maps available. I'm pretty sure it is in the ranked ladder pool. Honestly, probably the best map to be in ranked ladder pool in a long time. Yeah, if we get more maps with this type of uniqueness, I think AoE 4 is going to remain very refreshing. Like, full transparency, I think before the DLC, I was getting a little bit worried that at least when it came to default maps added to the game, there was almost a bit too much repetition. And that was also amplified by the Pro Scouts meta. So points of interest is a step in the right direction. Next thing I keep leaning into is I want to see different food types. Like, if they start honing in on this, like, how do we make each map more unique versus how do we make a Kajillion civs, I think Age of Empires 4 is going to remain and continue to get a lot more refreshing. Now, you do have to be careful of logic creep, where more things to focus on makes the game more complicated. So you always want to approach these and, like, it's not an overwhelmed issue of, like, there's too many things to do. It's more that there's a bunch of strategies and I don't need to do all of them to win a game. That's always a tricky balance. But that's always the desire. Even before these systems got added to the game, the desire for the devs is to have a system where 2TC, Fast Castle, and All In all have their different uses. Now, obviously, over time, we've seen that hasn't been the case. There's always a dominant force. And while you'll always have a dominant meta, the idea with these branch strategies is to have enough playfulness about Age of Empires 4 that it can take a very long time for the optimal to be revealed. The reason that's good is it gives people more time to roll around in the mud, like a happy pig. So we do have 2 TC, by the way. Really fluid move for the Bastards. It feels like it's very rare for them to never go 2 TC. Unless you're watching in a Give You Anxiety replay, in which case it's very rare to see 2 TC. And it could be Sapahi reaction. In theory, a pretty cool idea here. If you can ramp Sapahi production, you can try to burn down the secondary TC. It's very backwards facing, though. I like that Wham retracted a bit. Like, putting out here is no man's land. Instead, he realized, oh, I can just shove the deer in. It's much better to have the tree line hugging so that I have choke points to retreat into. You want the sacred sites to be a little bit more symmetrical? They are a bit drunk, to be honest. Okay, guys, you know what I want? I almost want... And this is going to be crazy. I almost want some sort of point of interest that spawns on the top of this, because sometimes there's a little path up here. A new type of point of interest. Part of me wants to say, like, a single longbowman that shoots at people approaching. But no, I don't know, something that'd be cool there. Maybe even just having an abandoned outpost up here would be pretty nice. It doesn't always spawn with the top side, unfortunately, though. Like, sometimes you can actually just walk troops all the way up on top here. Shout out to the devs on getting that right, by the way. My original fear was that this, based on the minimap icons, I think I said when we done our preview, where we hadn't seen the maps yet, I said this will probably be the worst map, because it looked like, based on the icon, that there would be a hill here that you could place a castle on. I'm glad they didn't make that mistake. We don't really need another King of the Hill like that. I think that detail would have ruined the interaction points of this map. So DeMu is scaling for that all-in timing on the second TC. We have got Wham just going full spear defense. Honestly, might even be worth adding in like an extra outpost if this is the goal for you. Leaning Archers isn't a bad idea here either, folks. Remember, he has got the military boot camp for the extra 15% HP, which balances out relatively well against the ranged armor from meta. It's just normally you don't feel good building archers against Sapahi. Even if you are hard to reach, the moment they do reach you, you just melt. Vicious dive from DeMu. Without the Imam as well, yeah, this feels very dangerous. This early on. Because each Sapahi, it's a snowball effect. You know, we often talk about critical mass, or as I like to call it, the power stacks, as well as another name for it. I'd say Sapahi is one of the least forgiving ones if you screw up the timing. If you start to hemorrhage with Sapahi, the whole plan begins to unravel fast. It is a little bit greedy of an overextension here. Sapahi are just going to A-click into them. Oh my god, he's actually just... This is meant to be the counter unit. Yeah, I'm glad he realized. He runs past like, okay, yeah, let's just go to villages. This is starting to hurt quite a bit. Does try to brute force his way through. DeMu keeping the count down. Wham. Getting hard idled on that secondary town center. Textiles even having to be prepped just to play it safe. Yeah, but DeMu, he doesn't have many Sapahi left. But you see just how powerful the timing can be around ranged armor. Unfortunately for DeMu, maybe a little bit rushed here. I wonder if he could have waited for Undermesh to have done this. In fairness, like, I don't think the Sapahi were really dying to the TC, though. It was the spin and count that kind of killed the dive there. Yeah, all that effort and only one worker kill. Good news for DeMu is he can kind of somewhat afford this. He's got the efficiency of Madrissa. He's got double merchant camp. So there's some elements of economy here that do inflate his count compared to Wham's. Mountain should be triple the size so the SS can still be around it further. No, the problem with doing that is then people just keep drop the top. That's what I'm saying. You don't want to make this big enough for someone to keep drop. Trust me, you don't. Like, how many of you have complained about how King of the Hill is just whoever rushes a castle at the top? Well, that's what would happen on this map. You don't want another map that does that. Diving again, but the spy count just not really that impressive anymore. So Wham is going to turn into Spear v Spear. The good news about that for DeMu is that means that melee armor is going to be insanely clutch. We do have another Vizier point coming in. I wonder, does DeMu go for scale now? I don't know if the Imam timing is really there anymore. Your opponent's archer count is looking pretty good, so... Safer call is probably just the military campuses prepping for castle transition down the line. And he has gone second TC, so I like this. This play makes a lot of sense for Otto in this matchup. It used to be, I think Ottomans had to do this, if I remember correctly, against the Abbasids, or you just got outscaled. Very hard to all in quick enough. That was with the old military school builds. Of course, as you were seeing here, DeMu hasn't really gone for those. Military schools in Feudal Age has kind of fallen off. I think this map was a wake-up call to people that, like, Ottomans can do things without military schools. And in fact, often in games like this, military schools is griefing. You actually hurt your ability to win a game. It's just too slow in the second age. Does poke 1 or 2 worker kills, but I think at this stage, DeMu's got to be feeling it. Numbers kind of slipping away from him a little bit. The spear are pretty much just cannon fodder so the archers can trade out. Good micro from DeMu in that regard, just to kind of try and target them down. Basically forcing the spears to overextend, and the archers come in range, go for them instead. Now he's going to turn to actually remove the remainder. Villagers are running a weird way here. I think that was Seek Shelter. Yeah, you just cannot trust Seek Shelter in this game. Seek Shelter is like the biggest troll factor in AoE 4 right now. It's a bigger troll than teammates with demo ships. No, Wham doesn't have the upgrade, no military boot camp. I think he might have just forgotten about it at this stage. At 20 archers is definitely worth it. 15% more health, you know, for the price of 2 archers when you've got over 20. It definitely, like, feels rewarding. It looks like Wham is now going to be getting horsemen. Interesting. Does he think that DeMu's ran out of resources for Sipahi? We actually have the military schools now. So once again, like, notice the way DeMu done this. He didn't rush them, not even when he was in Feudal Age. I think Deep Feudal Age is a little bit more forgivable because once you have the 3rd military school, you start to, like, plump the numbers up. And it preps you nicely. If you go castle like 3 or 4 minutes from now, that's probably going to be Advanced Academy, which just immediately gets you into the Lancer Pump. But as a rush strat, I think the only time I've really seen people do military school rushes and it kind of looks okay is to shove their deer in on a delay. Yeah, especially on this map, you'll probably never see someone military school opening because it's just not quick enough to take the key objectives. Okay, Wham. Key objective for him is the next stage, and check this, he's getting close. All right, here we go, guys. Trade wing time. I mean, you would unlock Grand Bazaar. I think that's the other thing about Trade Wing. I don't feel like Trade Wing was that giga good on most maps, and they nerfed it by switching it around. So remember, you used to be able to get the 25% secondary resource in Feudal Age. They moved it to Castle, and they moved the armor to Feudal. Now, +3 armor is kind of decent, but like at the same time, it's weird. It's the type of tech that only makes sense once you've made a lot of traders. And that's problematic in the early infancy of the game. You'd rather have the 25% extra gather per trader, which optimizes you as you scale, versus this order of things where armored caravans only make sense once you've got a lot. Okay, Imperial Academy is going to be on Imperial Academy. Sorry, Armory is only in the way. Too much China, and he goes Eco Wing. Not too surprising. Culture would have been an alternative choice, but I think for him, it's just all about the archers right now. I don't think, you know, with this timing in mind, you're probably aware that DeMu is going to look to attack you. So if you go Culture Wing, to really justify it, you need to go Preservation Knowledge first, and that would slow down things like Composite Bows and Veterancy by another 30 seconds. 30 seconds is a long time when your opponent has blobbed archers as well and is looking to attack. So tech out complete. DeMu is going to be the immediate Moss drop. I think so. No, more military schools. Of course. Oh, this is a very pretty looking military school area, actually. For a map that makes you feel quite claustrophobic, he looks very comfortable with space here. Yes, like, he's even just got giant gaps between them all. Does anyone have OCD that's getting tilted by this? It's like, you can't build farms on the blacksmith, DeMu. It doesn't work. Why is there perfect spacing? Sipahi raid, not really going to achieve much. But it is at least keeping Wham in the base, is the main thing. Which would make sense if DeMu was rushing Moss now. We still don't have it, though. Did just get the veterancy in for Sipahi. Archer's just around the corner. And Wham, Bootcamp is now coming in. So, interesting. Go veterancy Bootcamp. And then I think it's because of gold limitations, he'll follow up straight afterwards with, there you go, composite bows. Vertical Crescent is last because you don't need that for TC Boom. You've already got a second TC. It's going to be mainly about adding in farms, which we're reaching the point of necessity here. He has 9 sheep left over. Nothing else. Good old Wham's walls. He does like them. Dive in now from the army, DeMu. Quite a few Sipahi. There's no anti-cav here, no spears. It's just a handful of lances. And Sipahi are taking a long time to kill, actually. No 4-2 activation either by the looks of it, which is really surprising. Yeah, I guess he was worried about the lances body blocking. It does make sense. You would take 50% more damage against a high-based unit. So he didn't want to risk it for the biscuit. Does mean that DeMu will have to retreat. And probably good timing as well. Composite bows is just a few seconds away, so he actually timed that perfectly. Ranged armor 2 did just kick in. Ranged damage 2 on the way. Not the type of edge that's going to allow you to straight away turn around, but with the Sipahi reblob, there is a counter-offensive waiting to happen. It's brewing. Wham looks like he's starting to overextend a little here. Gonna turn. Yeah, ranged armor gets activated. Sipahi revealed. Count a little bit lower than maybe you would have liked. DeMu just didn't like the idea of it reaching towards the merchant camp, so yeah, breaks in return. Maybe he didn't see the composite bows. In fairness, it does look like Wham is running a little bit too much at times here. Second wave of lances comes through, so like at this stage, DeMu, it definitely starts to feel like you should have waited for the extra Sipahi. We don't know can hurt you though. Mango. What are you doing? You're embarrassing us. Like, dude, square up, right? Slap yourself around the face. A little bit of water. Oh, God. Did it kill anything? In a way. Ah, here we go. In a way, guys, it killed the lances. Ah. No meta anymore. I think DeMu kind of stuck in a death loop here, right? If you back away, the archers will chase, and there'll be more archers anyway. The mango defense really done nothing for him. I mean, it's just... One mango is really underwhelming in Castle these days. And quite rightly so. It used to be that it would just define the game. You get one of those mangoes out, your opponent can't play archers, they just have to run away. That's got a wave of lancers coming through, though. And Wham, I don't think he's seen that yet. Because we got... Was it Advanced Academies? Yeah, so he's able to actually pump into Lancers if he wants to. He's sticking to Sipahi. That'll be mainly because of the cost efficiency. They produce quicker than Lancers. And they are just as good of a counter, actually, to Archers. Arguably better, because Sipahi hit for 30 damage, while the Knights are going to hit for 24. And remember, although the Sipahi attacks slightly slower, you can attack speed boost them. He's going to swarm in. The archers aren't even here. It's just cavalry versus the entire Abbasid army. Speaking of the Abbasids, Wham's economy is starting to move out into dangerous territory. He's already munched through this 4k gold vein. And he's playing for relics, but DeMu mirroring that with 4 imams already. Mangoes instead of Superior Siege. Huh, so you really want to build Springles against composite bows. Brave lady. I don't know, Faye. I'm on board for the memology 101, but I think even I gotta admit the limitations. What I will say of these bad boys on the Ottoman side is, look at those fabulous hats. You know, when I was looking at my like little chimney sweeping brush recently, I thought, like, there's no other use this thing could have in life. And then in comes the Ottoman archers. I just want to pick one of them up and use them to clean my toilet. You guys don't have very cool headwear. Bows look good, though. That's a lot of villages. Okay, a lot doesn't really do it justice. Good lord, what are we doing out here? 30 villages. He came out for double deer pack. Got caught. DeMu took the tier 1 Imam point. Yes. Good eyeballs. So he does have the AoE heal. That's a smart idea, actually. This is not feeling smart. It's feeling very dangerous right now. Archers are on the way. The mango's like, go! I will guard you. Dog, you die in like 5 seconds. Toilet brush archers have arrived. The Sipahi numbers are a bit scary though. Wham. Probably feels confident to push, but I'm not sure you should here. It's 23 Sipahi. Yeah, I've got 1 or 2 Lancers sneaking around the back, so a bit of annoyance there. Relic split in the end was favorable to DeMu, 3-2. And we do now have the Healy boys. When you call them the Healy boys, it really sounds like they just like run around with, you know, the heal trainers with the little rollers. Damn, he's gone for the big boy golds. It's crazy actually how much gold he's munching into, but look at the Lance account. He's up to 21. This is wild. So I think Wham is trying to bait a Janissary switch. Or rather, not bait, but force it. It's obvious what he's doing here, right? But Composabo Lancer, you know, the answer has to be Janissaries, but against Composabos, you get melted. Then again, you could say the same about Sipahi up against Composabo Archers. They just don't care. I love the camels. The camels is really smart by Wham. Yes, countered by Janissary, but the debuff alone. Because the problem right now is DeMu in these fights, he gets stuck on the Lancer line. However, with this many Sipahi, I think you can just flank. Gonna find out. Charge comes in. Ness is gonna keep that aura going. And the Lancers, well, there's a little bit of hesitation here. Wham, he's just not killing them. These Sipahi, they just take so long to drop. 185 HP per, and of course the Imam AoE heal means you can't take your time about these engagements. Lancer count has disintegrated. What the hell happened? Oh my god, that's what happened. They went into the base as well. A handful of Janissaries clears the raid force. Wham, he didn't bring the entire army. I think that was about 12, maybe 14 Lancers on the front line. He gets some eco damage done, for sure. He's actually massacre on those farmlands, but the cost is going to be in the main army. Numbers may look the same, but Wham only has archers against Sipahi mass. That's crazy, though. He did hit the farms really well. The eco count is definitely like bumped up in favor of him. Wham's issue, you're seeing it, is the way he's running around the map, he's just draining everything he finds so quickly at this stage. I wonder, does DeMu go after the economy north out of the base, or does he go into the base here? That is crazy. I mean, props to him. I think Wham, like, yeah, the lack of wall here, DeMu's realizing it. That's cursed. They did idle the farms out, which has slowed DeMu down. Still 2 TC, so I don't think it's a damning lead here. I know that sounds crazy for 30 villager difference, but when you think about the quality of the 2 military forces, that's really important, especially in a game where Wham doesn't have that many farms for Abbasid standards anyways, at 30 with Eco Wing. Looks like he's going to square up again. But we have the Great Bombard, DeMu. We got the big boy investment. I mean, it's just like, what else would you really want to get here? I guess Siege Crews, yeah, it's not really the right composition for it. Trade banks could be interesting in this map. I don't think he sees the game going that deep. Or if it does, gold starvation not being a problem. You have to remember, they did add 2, was it 3 extra? I think it's 2 big gold veins, maybe an extra small gold vein to this map, as well as the trade posts. So there's a lot of extra gold on offer and ways of getting it. Farms in the corner. I actually kind of like this. Wham's spreading his economy wide, which has risks, but it also means if DeMu hits one location, everything doesn't stop. Meanwhile, for like DeMu, that hit to the back, if you weren't passive producing, whoosh, nothing else coming, right? And it looks like Wham is going to be the first to blink. He's going into Bureau. Culture Wing makes a lot of sense. The discounts are huge. Trade Wing, who gives a damn? Seriously, like, you just do this for preservation knowledge more than anything else. I think Medical Centers is kind of underutilized, especially with all these keep drops, but the main one is 20% discount on Imperial techs. We don't talk about the other tech. There's been one game that made public libraries look good. Shout out to Voldemar, and unfortunately that was against Wham, and that was still a loss. He had something like, was 112 health, maybe 122 health on each villager. You now go on the flanks. Ooh, yeah, because Wham's army is immobile. And a castle will be good against an infantry army against Sipahi, though. Gonna sneak around the back. Does see the gold workers. So idle time being achieved in the area. And the keep intercepts him. Wham! He's like, wait, what? When did you place this? Why did you place this? He was desperate for the deer. Love it. DeMu's hanging around to gather the stone. Meanwhile, the army is on the way to intercept. Wham, remember, he still has invested in that age up. It hasn't paid off yet. He needs 20 seconds, and then he needs another minute for Imperial techs. And DeMu is now going to follow up, only slightly behind him. Istanbul Observatory, now on the way. Boars are very happy this day. I mean, this game. You say that. This is like hilariously aggroable because both of their boars spawned on their golds. Oh, it's happening again. Okay, not as impactful this time. Quick reaction out of DeMu. Army is on the way. Wham is obsessed with his short route into the base. Problem is, he may have jumped the gun. Elite techs are 30 seconds away. Actually, timing could line up perfectly here. I think DeMu might have to give over the farms for a few moments. By a few moments, I mean probably about a minute and a half. Gold income is good enough for him to afford the elite upgrades. It's just timing. And wow, that is unhinged. He goes straight after the primary. Bomb Mango's almost here. Archer's starting to poke the TC. Low on HP. But your opponent's at 100 villages. I don't feel like this is the GG detail you think it is. Mangoes actually hitting to the spears. And the Janissary's archers are starting to reach in. Counter Mango play. Not a very good hit, though. Wham. Tries to stand his ground. But the Jannies and the archers, they're shredding through the spear line here. Yeah, the archers, even with composite bows, just not able to really compete with the pace at which this is getting melted. So an easy push away here. DeMu will brute force him out of the base. A handful of Sipahi left over should be enough to break through the Mangoes and archers. Even with the elite upgrades. Man, these Janissaries are going uncontested. That's the biggest problem. Wham, he's A-clicking away. You could kill a Janissary, but it'd be a complete overkill. DeMu able to hold on. And by the way, guys, this is pre-elite techs. Only the Janissaries have been upgraded so far. Rest is following, though. Sipahi upgrade just came in. Now, they hit like a cow, juiced up, or methamphetamine. You don't want to mess with these guys. Look at this damage. Almost 40 damage per strike. I'm trying to think what Wham's comp is now. Hand cannon is... The interesting thing is Ghulams, actually. Like, Ghulams... Would that not be viable? With boot camp and the fact you have double strike against Sipahi, that would give you a very clean way of trying to walk through them. Obviously, the issue is in mobility. But, like, your kill point is kind of similar to Spears, really. And what on... Oh, my God. Oh, my God. He snuck this in while the dive was happening. Keep drop, which shuts down the farms. Wham is down to 87 economy now. How? Like, how does he do this? That is ridiculous. I guess he had the Sipahi peel off a small group of them. Unbelievable. Wham is now behind on economy. And a lot of dysfunctional farms, actually. He has 55 in total. And, well, I want to say like 10 of them are not working. Soon to be more. Spahi gonna make their way up here. And where do you go? I mean, you got the castle to hide in, but there's a lot of torch power in these Sipahi now. Does he actually just go for it? You could activate Fortitude because it's ranged attacks. Instead, he's just going to dive deeper. Army's now reacting, but man, this just looks so discombobulated. It's crazy. Earlier on, we praised Wham for spreading his base out like this, but now, against late game Sipahi, oh, it's such a downside. Oh my god. Yeah, by the way, we blame missing that keep drop on the players choosing similar colors. Blue and purple, the things it does to your eyes. Oh. Just go about the other way, right? Just keep idling. Whole army has reacted to this, which means that DeMu can now push forward from the main base, and he has got additional great bombards on the way with siege works. Culverin reaction coming out of Wham makes sense. Wants to be up at what, like 4 or 5? Never feels good when you're up against a pie and have to build siege, though. Even when you have 70 spears, weirdly enough. These guys are just trying to vibe in the corner. The problem for Wham here is he's starting to feel a little bit light on resources. The eco loss is hurt, and also the gold gathering issue. Like, where's his big gold income now? Trying to go hand cannoneers, camels, culverins. Less than 1,000 gold income a minute. DeMu does not have adjustable crossbars. It's just the free siege. We have got the big boy tech on the way, though. Chemistry for the great bombards. Wham. Getting baited towards the fight. Janissaries just stand their ground and A-click to victory. The mango hit. Big wallop to the core group of archers. It just feels like Wham's army's melting a bit too quick. This is quantity over quality, which is scary because DeMu has quantity and quality on his side. Once the pie gets sent over to deal with the culverins now, they have done their job of sniping out the mangoes. Question now is the cost too high? He has got more trash troops coming. But considering he's got defender's advantage, the number advantage doesn't look great for Wham. Not in the fight anyway. Yeah, and remember, this is about as good as it's going to get, where his hand cannons haven't been getting targeted out. Now the Sipahi are able to access that. This is when you start to melt. Needs more spears ASAP. I think DeMu's going to slow down just temporarily here. Respecting the Culverin that was able to snipe most of the siege, but all of a sudden, the triplets. Oh, lordy. Okay. Imagine you're Wham, you're like, wow, I done it. I killed his mangoes, and I got rid of the springles. I scared away the great bombard. That'll teach him who the daddy is. Yeah. We're going game 5. What do you mean he has 3 more? DeMu, he's also... apparently he saw Wham do this, even though it got raided early and went, hey, that's pretty cool. So because his economy's already out here, he's going to be spreading out to the corners as well. I thought Corner Boy was reserved for Bronze League games. Castle did get taken out by Wham. I think that's what the Culverins were doing originally. What the hell happened there? Like, where'd that wheel come from? Huh? Now, one important thing to remember is Wham has been exhausting gold quicker. DeMu still has a decent amount more. Yeah, because he's got the extra 4k up here. And also, DeMu's is more spread out. Like, Wham's is predictable now, which is why he keeps hitting here with the Sipahi. No fortitude to break through quicker. Although, the funny thing is, you can't really repair walls against Sipahi for this reason. Oh, what's that? The wall's meant to protect you against melee units. Yeah, but, like, I have a spear. Very big spear. It does make sense. I mean, they've definitely got some good biceps to thrust a spear through a giant tree trunk. Oh no, is he doing it to him again? This is the thing about DeMu that's really frustrating in this game. He keeps pulling attention north, and then Wham does this. He pulls about 40 to 50 military to the other side of the map, and then DeMu walks in to cut the reinforcements. Like, that's actually why these trades have looked a little bit wonky for Wham. Is even when he's militarily high on count, the army's in the wrong location. And yes, we do finally have elite army tactics on the way. Biology was already there on the other side for DeMu. And it looks like, wow, wait, okay, I was about to say, that's bold. He's going to pull the troops back. That means they're going to be later. Culverin sniped. Wow, funnily enough, actually now struggling with wood. Yeah, I thought the gold would run out first, but these tree lines, I think this is why DeMu steered to the north. There's not really much in the main base. But this, I mean, this is the lifeblood of the Abbasids at this stage. Mass spears and siege does that to you. It's going to dive towards the relics of Donald the gold as well. 4 bombards, 3 of them already in the fight. It just starts to feel like he's kind of got his number, especially when the spears are bulked up like this. It's just such a hard fight to approach now. I don't know what you're meant to do against this comp. I mean, Ottomans, if you can reach the hyper late game, may just have the best 3-unit comp that exists. Feels irrefutable these days. It's going to be a backstab attempt for the spears. They will be able to find one of the great bombards. There's still 3 remaining, and Janissary more than happy to stand their ground against this. Yeah, nice split. I love that. DeMu puts them on both sides. It's all about keeping the great bombards alive here. Wham does start to sliver a few spearmen in onto the siege. And with the army thinning, the great bombard bowling balls are going to lose some of their hit. Only 2 remaining. Spears slowly cleaning this up. DeMu has got more supply coming in, though. The spear count starting to get quite low. We saw what happened last time this happened. It's a miracle that any of the hand cannoneers survived. And looks like one of the great bombards is going to survive. Janissary's coming in with the clutch heal as well, just to guarantee it. He's here to stay. Wham, he has to pull the villagers into Janissaries? Oh, no. Luckily for him, they're target military units, but unluckily, they just noticed. No, no, please. Please kill it. Not like this. No. No. Is he going to lose this game because he's trying to force that final great bombard kill? Because we're trickling troops now. It's so frustrating. Like, you've got these hand cannoneers here. You just can't break for the kill. Instead, he's going to have to break away from the fight. Damn. Well, a valiant effort from Wham. I mean, he did pick Abbasids into Ottoman's best map in the game. But it's starting to feel a bit undeniable at this stage. Janissary's pulled to the north side. They see the villagers coming a mile off. He's even got the wall lulls to make sure they can't just focus farthest down. Wham's going to try for it anyway. Has to walk off at the last second. That interrupts when the torch throws. He does get the kill. But he's now over 40 economy behind. Goes for it. No, that's too valiant of an effort. Back up, Great Bombard. Don't give a damn. DeMu don't give a damn. We used to call him the Muslim for a reason. Master of the Muslim civs here. And Ottoman seems to be his most comfortable home. This was a phenomenal way to drag this to the late game. Late game where usually you think Abbasids will feel a little bit better, but a firm reminder of this 3-unit comp and why the Ottomans are the big boogeyman of Imperial Plus. I think Wham wins if he walls his topside eco. He lost 40 villages. Yeah, I was a little bit surprised, actually, like that there wasn't more walling for Wham, because he is historically a prolific waller, whether he wants to admit it or not. We know he's comfortable getting those walls up. He's very good at it as well. So yeah, I definitely was shocked, especially on a civ like Abbasids that can tend to lean more defensive, right? Like, to not see that sooner. So that means we do already have someone figured out for the semifinals. Our first one this week to make it there is going to be Benny Boy. So DeMu versus either B, Mahudo, Voldemar, or Sass. So we have some other options. We can check in on Voldemar versus Sass. B versus Mahudo is going to be happening in about an hour and a half-ish. So the Voldemar Sass series would make the most sense to now do. And then we still have Anatan versus Swordov and Numidan versus Myriad as well. So plenty of games to do. I'm just marking up the score now. If you just tuned in, you just missed out a banger of the set as DeMu was able to win 3-1. What do we call that game as well on YouTube? Does anyone remember the Civ exists? Okay, so I think what we'll do is we'll go for the Voldemar versus SAS series. Makes a lot of sense. Since we said we could have Mahudo be afterwards. So that keeps things quite fluid. And then we've got Anatan versus sort of, I think we'd look at after that. But we'll see how the flow of things goes. So we'll be back to the BO3 now. Let me get the game up and load the draft in. Where is it? Okay, here it is. So we got here. Enlightened Horizons coming out again. Oh yeah. And then, oh, we look at that. Voldemar got OP pick. It is Ottomans. Who would have thought Ottomans can be called an OP pick in 2025? No one saw that coming. DeMu is OP. I mean, he looked OP in that series. The question is whether he can be OP this week, because I think DeMu, has he made any of the grand finals? I think he's maybe made 1? Maybe 2? I think it's 1 or none. Let me double check. We can have a look. Let's go across to our favorite browser. And we can have a look at... Where is it? Oh, there you go. Sorry, it's 2. Yeah. Oh, that's right. Yes, at the start of the year, it was him versus B. But he lost both of them to B. Yeah, B, dude, B is... The thing is, DeMu... B is his kryptonite, man. I swear. If we have a look at the results... I don't want I don't want matches, I want results. So if we have a look at the results, I'm pretty sure most times he's been knocked out by B in these weeklies. So you have B, B. Oh, that was Anatan. Yeah, so it's B, Anatan. Okay, some Louis in there. There's B again. So, like, he makes it deep. B, B, B. Like, it's not that the DeMu doesn't perform well. It's like, quite often he's, like, losing to the person who then goes on to either get grand finals or like, first place. Right? So, second or first place. So, it's respectable. KP's taking a cut of that prize money? What are you on about? Yeah, I wish, mate. I operate these things at a loss. Whoa. Crazy. That's why I need everyone to use their Prime subs and sub to the channel. Oh, otherwise, Freya's going to have to start wearing cardboard boxes to nursery. It's a hard life. So, let's get ready. There's Voldemar. Pull up his data. Taking a cut of Phil's sub money. True. True. That's why he has to keep coming back. Got to keep the money laundering going indefinitely. Okay, so game 1 is going to be Mongols versus Jean on Excavation. Have not seen a Jean pick here so far. A little bit funky, actually. Not really sure what the upside is for her. I guess you could farm villagers, maybe? Yo, what is up, Calamity? That's a smart lad right there. Thank you very much for the sub, mate, and welcome back to Swarm. Get those subs running. This choo-choo train come. Choo-choo train come? Choo-choo train time. I have not had enough sleep. One and all, the creative juices are flowing here in Excavation. That's right. We are back for another series. Voldemar versus SAS. Winner going up against either B or Mahudo in Midweek muster number 24. And these points of interest are all the rage. These ones, for most people, might be an unfamiliar sight, considering they are not available in many ranked queue situations or pub situations. It is, of course, the stone-generating runes. And I'm scratching my head as to what Voldemar's plan is here, because he went Jean. Other side of it? No, wait, no. Voldemar. Voldemar. Get the circle. Get in this. Shapes are hard, guys. I don't know what he learned in school, but like I learned square, circle, rectangle. I think he just learned square. That was a bit awkward. So yeah, it's gonna be idled here quite a bit of time until the spear arrives. So that type of opening, minus the sticking Jean outside of the influence range, is quite popular right now. You walk a villager out to build a racks here, and then you build a house afterwards. And as long as the villager stays in range and you quickly queue the spearman, once the house is built, the spearman will come out to replace the villager. It's a bit weird with Jean though, guys. And you can probably guess why. She builds faster. So the timings are actually suboptimal in a weird way. But you don't want to give up missing out on the XP gather from building structures. Other side, Mongols. This is the pick we have seen a lot of on this map. So far, excavation has been dominated by Mongol and House of Lancaster picks. Because both of them use the excavation stone very well. Jean, I'm just not so convinced of. Unless you can put her inside. Actually, chat, like, okay, has anyone actually tested that? I'm curious. Jean gets XP from gathering. Does she get XP extra from being in a Forgotten Ruins? Because if so, that actually could make Jean really good on this map. Because I'm trying to remember if... Is the XP... I think the XP is a flat rate. It's not based on the speed at which you're gathering, right? If it was based on the amount of resources gathered per minute, then putting her inside of Forgotten Ruins would be the most efficient way to get level 2. Because the villager inside here generates 60 resources, while other villages is like 35 to 40 at this point. Look at the bar at the top right. No, she's like, you're misunderstanding. Does Jean going in a Forgotten Ruins generate XP? She's not in there. She's here. I'm going to have to test that. That's curious. All right. So we got 12 sheep versus only 5 right now for Voldemar. Wait, why is there 3 Jeans? UI? Wait, what? Huh? What? Why? I am confused. I am so confused, right? Why is there now 2 Jeans? Wait, are they eating a Jean? What? What is... It's 4 Jeans now. I'm so confused, chat. Why is it showing up with multiple Jeans? There's now 5 Jeans. Why is there 5 Jeans on the UI? She's just walking around going, "You're a hero. You're a hero. No, you're a hero. You're all heroes." Yeah, I am Spartacus moment out of Jean. 6 Jeans now. Do I have any higher bidders? I don't even know what caused that. It must be something to do with the Forgotten Ruins. I just don't know what. It's not every minute an extra one gets added because we're not deep enough in the game for that. And now it's down to 5 Jeans. What? Okay, anyway, moving on. We have Spear on Spear. Deerstone is coming in. Voldemar went pretty heavy ham-fisted into this. 8 Spearmen still counting. But it makes sense when you've got 5 Jeans behind you. I mean, what's Voldemar's goal with this? Did he maybe expect more Forgotten Ruins? Because that would make sense then. You could run across, rush decap, and then grab the villagers when they get ejected. But if the goal here was to push into an Uvu Rax from Mongols, that's crazily ambitious. The Civ's just very, very good at mass-producing Dark Age Spears. And you don't really have anything comparative as Jean. Like, what would have made sense if there was some sort of outpost rush? Because Jean is very durable. I just don't really see where the outpost rush would have been good. Maybe the back gold, actually. Yeah, a bit of a weird one to start off with. And Voldemar's power has deflated. He's now down to 4 Jeans. I still don't understand. Like, where is it? Where is it selecting the extra Jeans? I'm trying to, like, let's do the maths. There's 1, 2, 3. So it's not, it might be, guys, I think what it is a weird UI bug where when people have forgotten runes, for some reason it counts Johns attached to them. I thought originally it was sheep carcasses. I don't think it's sheep carcasses now. Oh, wait, no. It is. It is. Okay, yeah. Because the extra sheep haven't been brought home. So what we've learned here is that Jean is a cannibal civ. And their power comes from eating Jean. Sorry, cannibalizing Jean. I realize the choice of words there may have been misleading. But she is done being feasted upon. That's not true. There's 4 more sheep. It's weird that they try to refer to Jean as a sheep, considering she's like, if anything, the sheepdog. That's for the deer shoving. Whoops. Oh, good interception. Does realize what's happening, but that is going to be -2. And now the deer can get lamed. So good interception point there by Voldemar. And he is going to be going pro scouts behind this. Meanwhile, I believe Sass, is that going to be double production archers? Yes, it is. Remember, he has got some excess stone generation because he's got the Forgotten Ruins plus the Uvu. Only the one, though. And I think that's smart here, actually, against Jean. You want to go for 2 or 3, but doing so against Jean is going to allow her to snipe villages. She's a very effective unit at this stage. I am a little bit curious towards the range Jean. It makes sense against Keshiks. And in fairness, you already have spears, so you don't really want melee Jean. It's just, you already have someone to bog down spears. What is a little bit surprising is the lack of knights here. Yeah, looks like some idle time was achieved towards the gold. So what is the win condition for Voldemar? Because, like, seeing Jean with no knights at close to 10 minutes is a sad existence. You could argue it's, like, not as bad as it seems because he did choose to play Dark Age long and build spears. In some eyes, that would be seen as a bad experience anyway. Naganai now here is... Wait, sorry. Double Khan Hunter. Okay. Is the goal here to outrange Jean so you can just snipe over before she runs away? Keshiks are definitely our worst enemy. This is weird. He's going 2 TC, isn't he? I think so? Oh, wait, did he... Yeah, it's actually a 2 TC build. Off of the passive stone gen. Which, by the way, he barely got. I think, did he buy? No, he just got lucky because he excavated. He didn't ungarrison. So that would end up being dead weight. There is a dive in, though. The TC is going to go up. Voldemar, this is ambitious. Okay, so Sass now knows what he's up against. You could now rush for additionals. And yeah, he's going for the extra Forgotten Ruins to plump up his push. What a wacky strat out of Voldemar. I mean, this is the thing, though. I love these new points of interest. You see how people are getting super creative? Because it's unsolved. So, it's the classic anything could work. Right? You give a monkey a typewriter. And yes, if you get ejected from the Forgotten Ruins, you can reset and gather stone again. And you can just eject yourself. I don't like that. I think I made it clear my stake on this. Like, I think it should genuinely be that there's only 360 stone on each of these. And when it's depleted, it's depleted. Because it's still a lot of stone. So I think the other thing that's going to have a weird habit with is, like, stone is meant to be finite for good reasons. And then it also makes relics potentially impossible to ever get. Maybe some people like that. I think it would be nice to see 2 different types of Forgotten Ruins. One that did have a limited and one that would be infinite. And then see which plays better on maps. John's having a hard time, man. Barely staying alive. Sash just being a pain in the ass. You've got double TC here. You can gather gold, a little bit of food with the pro scouts it does get through, but wood is now kind of problematic. Classic move right now for Mongols. Ever since they had that falcon added in, their raids on tree lines no longer really rely on outposts the way they used to. And remember, because he went for the extra Khan Hunter, he has 100% uptime on that vision. Voldemar's reaction speed Is that of a man 6 times his age? That was not good. And Sass just has such a good archery at this stage. There's an argument you just keep gunning it with that unit comp. Undermesh first is interesting, but I think it's because he wants to dive. Steel Arrow would definitely have made a lot of sense here as well. Just so that the Knights can't contest you, but I don't think he knows about the Knights yet. After all, it is at the beginning of his production. Only 2 made. Jean? She's gone. This is very hard now for Voldemar. He's idled off the gold. Because he went pro scouts, it slowed down his other timings. So he doesn't have enough troops. He doesn't have the Steel Arrow Undermesh. There's practically nothing. He's even going textiles to try and go for the clutch kill on the ram. Sass is just going to chill here. Knight does charge in. Keshik's reaction is coming through now, though. Spears are going to get mopped up fast. Should be enough archers left here for Sass. Nice re-garrison there. Voldemar, turns out actually there's no villagers in here, I don't think. Maybe 3? Archers are going to now dive past. There is a risk that they sneak back onto this tree line here. And the Rams, they're almost done with this. The risk of what you've done here by putting spears inside this, yeah, it means the repair crew isn't safe. You can't just play Clown Car. It's such a hard TC to repair. Good on garrison on the spears. Unfortunately, a quick reaction out of Sass limits its impact. He does make room for the villagers to hop back inside. Sass, the army is starting to get quite weak here. But at this stage, you know, the trade-out is worth it for Sass. Voldemar, so much of his economy is not working, and this big investment in a TC has not paid off and never will. Voldy, without the wood to keep actually repairing it here, he tries. More villagers being pulled. With only 20 wood left over and only 5 on wood, it is not going to be good enough. TC down. Villagers not able to keep it alive, and Voldemar, a cool experiment. But I think back to the drawing board here. Kid might be onto something. But Mongol is just a bit too swift. The stream more grainy? It shouldn't be. We haven't changed any settings. So I'm not sure why it would be doing that. So left side win. Oh, I need to swap the player names, don't I? Wait, no. Yeah. No, wait. No, I am right. It's just I put them in-game wrong. There we go. Keep this map in the pool a few weeks. I think there's a good idea still being worked out. Yeah, we'll probably keep it hanging around for a bit. Why don't you just kill the ram with villagers? There's 15 plus archers there. You lose so many villagers trying to do that. And he doesn't even have an eco lead, right? So, like, it's already bad enough he's idling out. If he starts hemorrhaging, he's just never getting out of that. It's like, I kind of see where he's coming from. The spears could have maybe been used to, like, ungarrison stab a bit more regularly. Maybe that would have worked better. The spear switch for villagers, there's a question mark on whether that came a little bit too late. But, like, I understand conceptually what he was trying to do, at least. Okay, so next up we have got Enlightened Horizon. It is going to be Japan versus House of Lancaster. Japan versus... If this was Otto's, like, you'd be crapping it, right? But I think maybe Japan can look pretty good here. Let's find out. Hopping for G2. Hueta? Yaru to worker. One and all, welcome back to the Voldemar Sass series on Enlightened Horizon. Now, this is interesting, actually. I don't think we've had this yet. House of Lancaster versus Japan. We've had a lot of House of Lancaster, a lot of Japan, but not much in terms of them matching each other. We've seen, for example, Japanese versus Ottomans, Japanese versus Knights Templar, House of Lancaster against those formers as well. But this clash, a little bit more surprising, especially considering that Voldemar actually had the Ottoman pick available to him. A pick that feels incredible into Japanese on this map. Instead, it's going to be maybe a little bit weaker for House Lancaster. I like Voldemar's opening, though. We've seen a lot of people be reluctant about coming out here with Lancaster and Knights Templar to build on the Merchant Camp. But it's important for the timing. Game 1, he had a slipsy-doozy and didn't use Jean correctly on the Sacred Site. On this Merchant Camp, rather. This time, he optimizes the cap speed by keeping the village in range and is already into spear production at a rapid pace compared to Sass. Sass only has 1 spearman so far compared to Voldemar's 3, which is crazy considering Japan only pays 75 wood. What's the thought process here? I mean, maybe it's that he wants Samurai, but Samurai are 30 gold. You can afford one already, and then you've got the Merchant Camp to generate. So is it not worth spamming spears, then switching Samurai with the passive gen? Versus setting up a forge for 50 and then having a villager out there. I could get behind this play if the goal for Sass is to get to Tara. But I think if that's what you're aiming for, like the timing's a bit slow here, no? Maybe it's okay with 20% drop off. You'd need... what, like minute and a half? 2 minutes? This has to be a Tatara strategy, right? Because remember, otherwise, guys, he could have just spammed spears and then rushed a Wolf Den to kill. It's also possible that Sass is worried about building lots of spears against House Lancaster because of Yeoman. But I don't think going Samurai instead solves that problem, as Yeoman can kite you indefinitely, right? It's like, kind of damned if you do, damned if you don't. So there's an argument that there's just better value for playing for the more aggressive timing here. Which is what Voldemar's done, right? One already burnt, second one to be torched. There's going to be a rush across to his side, but Voldemar has got standby reinforcements to try and slow that down. And with only 3 units, the decap shouldn't be insanely quick. No, and he's pulling back more as well. This is nicely calculated. So reinforcements are going to arrive soon. Wolf Den's almost burnt. He doesn't need to win, he just needs to pause this. Looks like Voldemar actually just going to back off entirely. Doesn't even try to do the Ringing Rosie strategy. Is quite popular. Wolfgang now crippled, burnt down. Abbey of Kings on the way. We are partying. Yes. Okay, I don't see enough Abbey of Kings, and it disappoints me. I think this will be the final form of Lancaster once the meta dust settles. It's just so good. 20% extra health, reminder, is the equivalent to Elite Army Tactics health. Now, obviously, lower numbers on units means lower scale point, but you then have to remember the reason it still feels good is your opponent has lower damage output in the early rage as well. So 20% still matters. And to add to the pain for your opponent, the Lords of Lancaster themselves, very tanky units, 200 plus health for 160 resources. Definitely worth it. Voldemar. Yeah, I've got the housing situation solved. Maybe want to try to fix that fast. I wonder, does he try to defend the racks? You only need 15 seconds. You actually might just about slither Spearman upgrade in here. He's got the gold. Press the button. Go for the glory. He should be fine. If the villager joins in here, he can actually stop it. This is going to be like a 1 second difference, isn't it? No, oh my god, he's actually going to get it. Hardened! Hardened! The villager could have actually been the difference there. That's ultra griefing. The villager was hanging around so long, that was like 3 torches worth, which is what he needed. Unbelievable. So hardened status is in, while Sass still doesn't have feudal age. Huge difference that makes. If that upgrade doesn't come in, Sass can hang around a little bit longer, control the merchant camp longer, trade out well. Now it's full retreat, and there's a risk that your rats could end up getting torched. Gotta be careful not to lose more troops. The problem is, this is another negative adding in Samurai. They slow down the entire comp. Why is this landmark used less than the castle? Because the castle's safer. The castle is I sit here and you have to do something. Abbey of Kings is, oh, I actually have to do something. A lot of players in Navy 4 feel more comfortable with defensive strategies, I think. Because you force your opponent to potentially make mistakes. I mean, Marine's talked about this himself. Like, he's a big believer that defensive play is better long term. Although aggressive moves may be very advantageous in early days of new metas, etc., when you understand the possibilities, when you've worked them all out, you find out the creases, defensive play has the advantage of they have to show me and then I react. Look at this guy. What reaction is required for this? 231 HP now with the second Lord of Lancaster arriving. And those Spearmen about to crack 100 HP. Third Lord of Lancaster's coming in. These guys are so damn good. Definitely underrated. And very effective on a map like this because there's just so much pressure to control the map. I think that's the big difference between Lords of Lancaster on a map like this and then maybe Dry Arabia. Dry Arabia, there's nothing urgently forcing me to come out of my base. In Light and Horizon, there's the Wolf Dens and then there's the Merchant Camps. So that's now the Yuumi reaction. I wonder, is Voldemar gonna go fast castle? Yeah, this is FC. Yeoman could have been pretty good here. I think you can still justify going into Manas gradually with some Yeoman. But there's always a paranoid. Like, if you add in Yeoman here with Mana spam as well, Sass could just rush castle. That's what Japan does best. So instead he wants to beat him to the punchline. But those chunky Earl's Guard, I think, like, is this the White Tower build? Too big of an investment for 300 gold? It's not when you consider that also you can get a tech up while saving an additional 50 resources and whatever like the involvement of villagers moving around for that is. So it's actually higher than it appears. On top of that, you get the merchant camps, which are worth 45 resources infinitely per minute. So yeah, there's a lot of reasons why the Wolf Den play makes sense when you add in those attributes. Okay, so Voldemar is just full hunker down mode now. Lords of Lancaster done a little bit of damage, forced some reactions. Sass is semi-mirroring the play. He's not rushing castles urgently here. So what's Voldemar's game strat here? Because like if this is mirrored castle, Sass can open with Onimusha, which will counter the whole play. You can fight back against Onimusha with Earl's Guard because you have the dagger throw, but you need more than what White Tower gives you. And it is the White Tower, yeah. So remember, Earl's Guard, you get 3 of these. I think they have 16 base damage or it's 18 base damage to the dagger. And that means you do 48 damage against Onimusha, which have, I think it's 85 HP. So it's not enough. You need 6 of those Earl's Guard in total. Now, the tankiness is going to be notable with multiple Lords of Lancaster. It just feels like he definitely needs to get the Rax pump going, and it already hurts that he had to lose the Rax earlier. Alright, 1s if you like Sass's strat more, 2s if you prefer Voldemar's strat. Let us see where your loyalties lie. Oh, the 2s cooking? No, we got a pretty even Stevens here. Here you go. Like, this is the one value point you get out of this. You get a defensive landmark, hard to dive, and then you get 3 of these guys. And there you go. Yeah, it was 18. So 18 damage. Why did you go down to 17? Huh? Did something happen there? You guys saw that, right? It was 18, then went 17. Why did it go down? Oh, yeah, the keep buff, right? Wait, I thought the keep buff was like, it buffs their damage regardless of if they're in range. It's meant to be a global buff, no? Yeah. He's already got the +1. So, like... Oh, wait, do you get additional near the keeps? I just didn't notice this whole time. Because, like, they're rarely standing near their keeps anymore. Because their keeps are manas. Still, 17 is pretty high. The Onimusha spam is already on the way, though. Pressure begins to mount. The problem, though, is Voldemar's going into the main instead of taking the freebie on the ferries. Yeah, so it looks like he's trying to press the army. Maybe he's worried about samurai spam here. Would make sense against Earl's Guard. And there's a lot of out-of-time achieved underneath the town center. We talked about how tanky the Lord of Lancaster are. They also upgrade their stats automatically upon tech up. I'm glad he's got someone coming behind. Monks are being rushed out because, like, if there wasn't an extra layer to this, it's just kind of a throw. So yeah, he will have additional value being found elsewhere on the map. The question mark is whether these guys die too quick before we can do anything with it. Kind of feels like they maybe did fall flat a bit too fast, actually. He has got one relic on the way home. And oh my god, Monk's OP. Look at that, guys. Lord Aura works on them too. He almost lost his Lancaster build. Can be good, but not great. It does feel a little bit cheesy. It's like a mini Burgrave type play. I don't think it's that powerful if you know what you're doing and know how to react to it. It's like we used this when we played on the test server, when we played a few games against Wham, and it completely shocked her. In fact, I think that was... I think BC was streaming at the time and she walked in and went, yeah, this Civ's not balanced. KP just cheesed me. And, like, the funny part is, like, she's right. Lancaster did feel very strong at the time, but, like, that was one of the weaker strats. Because if you white tower, you can rush the short range. And here's the other thing, guys. If your opponent walls this, it doesn't matter because you have daggers. So you can just toss them at them and then break through. That's the value of the dagger attacks on early timings, is people can't clutch repair you. And what is up, Morty, mate? Thank you very much for the sub, mate. Welcome back to Swarm. Rather play against this than the castle spam, the mana spam. I agree. This is more interactive. I really do hope, for the sake of like viewers and also players, Abbey of Kings becomes meta. So second relic is going to be on the way home. Third gets blocked out. Intermission spam is high. And I am about to vomit. Why? Why are they being built? Why? Why? Oh no. But wait, guys. If we put them near the Lords of Lancaster, they have horseman health. We've solved it. Yeah, this is like the sadness of being forced into a white tower with this build. Because against Japanese, you're expecting an Onimusha reaction. Hobilars don't feel like a great solution. Hobilar plus Yeoman should perform well, but like you can already see Sassy just pivoting back towards standard mount Samurai. And the problem with Hobilars is early on in the game, you just need so many of them to have an impact. Now, you'd think that you can leverage these really cool, because if they get injured, just take them home and heal. The classic Abbey of Kings Horseman build. The problem is, think about how hard it was to initiate that build, how often you lose English Horsemen because of how not chunky they were. These guys take that to the extreme. They have less health than standard Horsemen. Ergo, much easier to lose them in fights before they can retreat. You stare at keep say interactive? Yes, because this into this is actually more interactive than building manners. If you disagree, I question the entire education system you spent your life going through. Actually, no. Yep, most education systems would cause that, yeah. Even if it ends in castle with a white tower, that is still 10 times more interactive than beginning with a Lancaster castle and building manners. So Yeoman upgrades on the way. Sass is being baited into spears, which I'm a little bit surprised by, actually. Did he think it was Hobilar opening into Knights? I mean, I wonder if he clicked on and saw that they were veteran hobbies. If I remember correctly, the easy way to tell... I'm saying remember correctly because we never seen the Feudal Age. Feudal Hobilars don't have the Buckler Shield, if I remember correctly. Only the Castle and Beyond get it. And yes, you can still build manners, it just won't have the extra health or the attacks, which is why he's doing it now. He needs to... His economy is just going to fall behind otherwise. Sass needs to do some of his economy, by the way. 1,800 food? Like, are we trying to castle the Crow drop our enemy? I'm confused. I guess he's just waiting to see what he needs. Hobbies have almost killed a villager. We done it! They're still alive. It's fine. Billman set coming in, by the way. So Voldemar is prepping for the defensive line. Sass, he genuinely looks like he doesn't know what to build. It's not like he's microing 4 different raids and there's lots going on that he has to click through and he's just forgotten to like queue up units. It seems like he's just stroking his chin right now. Maybe gold issues? Because he has exhausted the gold veins, hasn't moved out. He now secures the center. Like, maybe at this stage it would be worth selling some food. Because there's just so much deadweight economy. You've got almost 3,000 resources not being spent, and it is costing you dearly. Good clash there. Onimusha do not want to be trading into Yeoman. Especially with ranged armor 2 coming. On top of that, Hobblers have arrived on the gold. Oh, man. He's forcing out of time, getting 1 or 2 worker kills. I mean, it's worth it. I'm impressed he's actually doing something with small groups of Hobblers. We mentioned earlier, these units require mass. That's where their value leans. You also have gold issues? Isn't the issue that you're stuck in gold? I think those are different. Got him. Okay, Olsgaard getting queued up again. So like Yeoman Olsgaard is kind of interesting because it's almost like playing Donzo Javelin. Range is good, and then you have the hybrid attacks. The problem is there's still a lot of Onimusha. It does make sense, though, with Yumi spam coming from Sass now. I guess he's trying to just outgun the Yeoman. Brave. You're building the cheapest against the most expensive. Logic dictates that expensive should win. That's not often how the game works, though. Diver's going to come through here. Now, fortifications are there. Very hard to actually get the guaranteed kill on the workers, but right now the army, very tanky. Target fire really needs to be coming on the Lord of Lancasters because the Yeoman, look at this, 17 more HP per. He's starting to snipe them down. This is an expensive dive, though. Voldemar just tossing away a lot of Yeoman for this. Lords of Lancaster are flopping dead. He does achieve his objective of resetting the Onimusha count, though. It's down to just 3. Military Academy being prepped behind this. It's already 6 manas. It's now a growing eco lead for Voldy. I think you're probably looking at what? Yorishiro drop for Sass in the TC to like start catching up here? He has other problems to worry about, though, is the farms. The deer has not got much life left in it. He already took the berries. Meanwhile, Voldemar actually adding in the farms himself. And the third layer of the cake. Yeah, 3 more manas soon to be added. Test the Oldsguard in a custom. The first 3 coming out of White Tower always bugged with 18 range damage, and after 5 seconds it goes down to 17 range. I knew it! Thank you. Yeah, that's weird. That's very weird, Dalto. I'm not sure why it does that. maybe they used to have it as an aura? That's a very funky bug. Just reporting that to the devs. What was the other bug we had earlier? I forgot. Oh, that's right. Jean, or I don't know if anyone clipped that. Jean showing up multiple times. Voldemar is getting the most valuable tech in the game, guys. Bloomery for his whole class. In fairness, this is Battle of the Trash Cav and the Trash Archer. So it's fair, I think. Yeah, you do 9 damage, and this guy has 6 ranged armor. I'm not going to say because of the Hobblars he'd win, but right now I think Voldemar's position is phenomenal. Sacred Sight's at least locked in, so Sass could try to lean on a timing there where you rush Castle the Crow up north. But like on raw eco power, you can see that like Sass has some big gaps to worry about. Food and wood is through the roof for Voldemar. Sass is at least competing on gold courtesy of the relics and sacred sites, but although Japanese is a gold-heavy civ, when he's trying to spam Mountain Samurai like this, they're just as food-heavy. And adding the food demand, he has a second town center now coming in. Can Lancaster produce real horsemen? No, you just get horsemen at home. But they look so cool, look at them. They're like a D&D adventurer, level 1, on his first day exploring the world. Actually, this is day 2. He's got a buckler and a dagger, you know? And then the hat is from his great-great-uncle who retired being a warrior like 20 years ago, you know? Okay, game has slowed down quite a bit, by the way. The problem for SAS is, like, the Sacred Site win condition is very, very hard for Japan to do. Because you need to get a castle up. And to get a castle up, you know, it would make sense to build a castle, you'd need to be in Castle Age, right? Right? You need to be in Imperial Age. SAS going for a raid. Voldemar doesn't really have much economy back here, though, right? It's just, yeah, maybe 2 or 3 villages, a few in the corner. So army's going to be able to intercept in time. Mount Samurai, they're just going to have to leave. This is death. So who does this benefit more if the game fully, like, stalemates? If we just see them going towards Imperial Age. I think Japan has some strong points, for sure. You cannot underrate the power of gold gen on the manners, though. Like, that tech tends to just boost them up pretty aggressively. Scottage is definitely pricey, but worth the investment. Pays off in 2 minutes. Yeomen are a little bit weird on their scaling going into Age 4. That's definitely for sure. I think Japan, like, the only problem I see here is, you know, when you see Japan in Imperial Age, they don't really play ranged gameplay that well, historically. Whereas Lancaster leans harder into it, if anything. Elsgard versus Samurai would be interesting. Samurai definitely have the edge with Adachi tech, but you can scale towards it being good for Elsgard with the dagger throws and the House Unified from Towers, from White Tower and Castle. But for that to be good enough, you would also need to go Berkshire. Sacred Side timer is still ticking in the meantime. SAS gonna look to secure it with some walls. Meet the Japanese castle and Castle Age. Look at it. It's so firm and defensive with its room for 4 occupants. 5 at a stretch. Voldemar, I think he's had enough of just camping. For good reason. Look at the military. This is the thing about Lancaster. Leaving them alone, chilling doesn't feel good because this happens. Sing shot coming in, they run into it. Handful of Yumi already dead. Low HP, kind of to be expected. Now Spearman. Well, they might have free access to Springholds. Could easily just be sniped out. Longbow's there to do that. So all of the anti-infantry are going to be removed. However, with a lack of infantry, you'd have problems. How? Look at this second wave. Voldemar, he outspears back. Sends them in. SAS, this is getting shaky now, man. The military lumbers tell no lie. He has a Civ that should have more when it's Yumi spam. Instead, it was a 3-to-1 advantage to Voldemar. And yeah, your quality units are now just getting erased. The Billman spears, even if they then die after stabbing you once, it enables the longbows to get the kills. Nusi's getting sniped out. SAS, I mean, a valiant effort, man, but this is starting to look a little bit cursed. Upside, he still has the Sacred Sites. Downside, he doesn't really have a way of securing them with 6 minutes left on the clock. SAS, I mean, I know the 2TC was required, but it feels like the timing was a little bit rough for him. It didn't really pay off. Maybe if he just had raiding still going, it would have gotten the breathing room, but difficult to do. I mean, Voldemar done a good job of just condensing the corner. Mana's just really enabling him not to have to rush out, similar to how other civs would. And now, Sink Shot, well, there wasn't many Yumi left to take out. It just guarantees the number never scales. Get any civ to 60, 70 archers would be disgusting. Agreed. You know, you said this is disgusting. Have you ever watched H3 do this many archers as well? Same thing. Have you ever watched English with this many lombos? Same thing. The problem is, like, SAS, he tried to turn it into an eco game when Voldemar had already taken the eco lead. It's kind of like when you mirror 2TC after your opponent has been doing it for 3 minutes. Do you think that's going to come out better for you, right? Like, I think that's the issue, is like Sass probably feels like he needed to raid more. It just, he couldn't find the target. And you start to see why some people do rate Lancaster on this map, by the way. Because they can chill on the high ground a lot longer than most civs can. Especially considering how good the Yeoman Spearman comp is, and that only requires food and wood. So while other civs are limited on gold access and they struggle with it, like Japan, Lancaster just kind of shrugs. We do have the Mass Ronin strat, by the way. I love the way they just jump eagerly at the start of the fight. Like, whatcha? So good intercept and reinforcements. That does mean that Voldemar's going to have to re-rally back home. After which, though, I mean, does he just look for a tech play now? Military lead is good. He's still got some wiggle room on production with population. But the gold is getting quite high. And, well, it doesn't matter. GG gets called. House of Lancaster, Abbey of Kings. I mean, it didn't end based on the White Tower build. But it shows you there's more than one way to skin a deer. I gotta say, guys, like, final form, it will be this. Lancaster Castle sometimes mandatory, but a lot of the time, that health booster, those timings just too good. All right. So, Voldemar able to strike back. Left side win. Final game is going to be on Dry Arabia. Oh, I'm getting hungry, though. Do I need a milkshake? I kind of want to snack on one of these biscuits. We're going to be ASMR munch stream now. Yeah, give me a sec, guys. Actually, I should make a milkshake. That'd be smarter. Just give me a sec. I need to spoon it in. Let's go vanilla creme, baby. Whoop, whoop. Exclamation mark. I don't have a sponsorship for this. I need to get one. Although you can click that Opera GX link and download. That definitely helps. All right. I'm so grateful that, like, the dry cough, it's still there, but not as bad as it was. When the dry coughs are really bad, these milkshakes, they just kill me, man. The worst one is the banana ones. Like, I don't know if anyone else gets this. Like, there's something about banana that if I have a cough or whatever, it amplifies the cough. Makes it like 3 or 4 times worse. All right, let me update the UI. I think we're good to rock and roll. One and all, welcome back to our series between Voldemar and Sass that is going to be decided here on Dry Arabia. We have got French for Sassy and we have got Voldemar on the Chinese. Oh, wow. Yeah, we're ending this series in style. This is basically to, I want to say, like, signature civs for these players. Voldemar is infamous for both his Chinese and his Abbasids. And I think Sass is most known prolifically for his French, Rus, and obviously he has a lot of love for the Ottomans. It is nationality, after all. But French-China, like, this is the matchup I still keep hoping gets back to the very long feudal. Because I think it's one of the most engaging long feudals you can see in AoE 4. Problem is, in the current meta, most of the time, one player pro scouts, if not both, and China in particular wants to get out of the age quickly because Chuganu spam into French Knights is very difficult to pull off. They keep scaling, you keep scaling, but eventually there's a tech threat. And that tech threat is always more rewarding for French than it is for China. Banana makes you cough. What are you doing with it? I'm just gagging a little. Like, am I legit? Does no one else get this? Like, it's almost like it can cause a dry cough or something. It's banana flavored things specifically, not a banana itself. I'm not sitting there going, but you know, like banana shakes, milkshakes or milkshakes and whatever, and milkshakes, all those sort of things. Might be allergic. Could it be? Yeah, but like the problem with that is like nothing deadly happens, and bananas taste so good. So like, I'm not gonna stop. I mean, if it doesn't kill me and tastes good. You ever get that where you meet someone's like allergic to someone that's like tastes really good? Like someone goes, I'm allergic to mango. It's like, oh, brother. It's worth dying for. Does song TC time beat French TC production time? Yes. Obviously, French production speed on TC comes in a lot earlier in the game. So they tend to build a lead, and then you have to recover against them. So I've already got Imperial Academy up from Voldemar. And Sass will be going standard school cavalry. Look at the spawn. Deer packs are pretty close to Sass's base. Voldemar's a little bit more split. I think we are almost definitely going to see Voldemar going towards Pro Scouts. It's just when you play against French, you have to open spears first. It's non-negotiable. Otherwise, you get blocked. And Sass already has one knight coming. Does he go double? I think one could be good enough here. One thing that is quite important, and Sass should know he molds about it a lot. Got to snipe those deer. Because otherwise, if this is a spear opening, Voldemar could just try to fish for one stack for free. In fact, why don't we... Nah, he's going to run by just to get the sheep back, isn't he? So I think he's running low. Only 4 left back at home. Lame the deer. Lame the deer. You monster. What a psychopath. What did those deer do to you? They existed. Bold spawn is good with the double gold. 2 back gold, yes. This one's a bit too far forward to easily be walled. If you mean out here, yeah, this is rough for the boar as well. Like, that's not happening anytime soon. Maybe in the mid-late game. Gold vein spawns are kind of more interesting. I think, in particular for French, if they hit the timing, red pass drop here, it cuts the map. It makes it very hard for your opponent to rotate. I'm just sad we didn't get the corner trade, you know? And looks like it is going to be mirrored Pro Scouts. So Sass, he's already owning the archers. Archers are a really good solution here. Deals with the spears and also are really good at dying Pro Scouts. But remember, when they drop the stables, China already has access to horsemen. So like what you're seeing Sass do here, of adding in archers, is the assumptional play. Which is, I have knights, why would you ever build horsemen? Triple back gold? Yeah, there is like this weird kind of speech bubble blob into the big. And quite wallable as well with that small short tree line. You can kind of like lock yourself in the corner here with double gold. Honestly, I think they both got decent elements. I'd kind of lean towards Sass having the better spawn. The deer are just close together. Easily pushable towards the tree line. And the back gold seal it. Tree lines are in a reasonable place. And then you just got like Voldemar where he also got griefed. He has less wood overall because the trade post spawned in the tree line. This, by the way, is happening more and more recently, I've noticed. I don't know what they've done with spawn code for maps. But ever since the DLC, I've been seeing this a lot more. It's sad because, you know, in a balanced matchup, what you're doing is you're essentially cutting one player's trees down by, what, about an extra 2,000-3,000 wood. That is an ambitious yoink. What in the goose are you... If the archers were here, great. But the archers are being held at home, which is surprising. I don't know if Sass forgot about them or just wants to reveal them. It feels like the idea here is to force Voldemar to build a lot of spears and then ambush him, but Voldemar is already aware. Look at this. Horseman getting added in. Yeah, guys, think about the trade post. Voldemar can secretly trade, and Sass will never know. Never know. We've seen it with a bunch of things. We've even seen, like, weird tree line spawns where sheep block the trees from spawning. So they were, like, hiding in the back of, like, a grovey area. I think it's something to do with the spawn priority on resources. But, like, Realistically, what should happen there is the tree should get shoved away from the trade post if the trade posts are placed first. It's possible it's the other way around and the trade post and deer and whatever else. Castle just around the corner, by the way. We're never going to get back to that good old-fashioned feudal bloodbath, are we? I do miss it. Wait, what's Banana Man mean? I'm being judged for my love of bananas. I'm not sure what my favorite fruit is, man. It might be raspberries. Raspberry flavored. Like, eat direct fruit? Yeah, probably bananas. It's like the texture and the awkwardness and the annoyance of like how small the bites are and whatever makes raspberries kind of like to consume directly. Grapes are pretty... Ooh, actually, yeah, grapes. SAS missing on villagers? No, it's just the Imperial officials. So you can see it's 33 villagers to SAS' 36. So he's ahead. The Imperial Power's coming in. Yeah, so Voldemar wants to focus on raiding himself. This means less spears are required to defend your economy because you'll see where your opponent's attacking earlier. SAS halfway to the tech up himself. Do you try to all in against China this early? Probably not. Need to scale more. Okay, so yeah, if he wants to go Royal Institute, he needs more troops first to make sense of it. Otherwise, if he just rushed the age up from here, Guildhall makes a lot of sense. The problem is, Voldemar is already looking to contest relics. He's still deer in play as well. The reason why SAS reinvests in Knights is if he chose to tech instead, with these Lancers coming, he would have to run back to his base and stay there. And he probably knows that there's a relic follow-up here. It just makes too much sense. So you'd be sacrificing way too much to try and get your own age up. By continuing to scale some Knights and Archers now and posturing, it means Voldemar has to think twice about just rushing out and grabbing every key objective. A little bit of an ambitious dive here, though. That's a lot of spears. Yeah, and the Lance is actually able to get the finishing touch. Only a handful of archers. Knights are just going to peel away. So does the best with the hand he's dealt here. But an easy enough defense for Voldemar. Yeah, a little bit of an ugly offensive there by SAS. Just almost assumed that he'd be able to move to the goal for free. You have SAS just venturing with a safe route out via the scout. Some yoinks on the deer as well. We have got him sneaking for boar. I actually quite like this. A little bit risky against Lancer play, but look at the spawn. This is gorgeous. He gets a corner boar with double stealth forest each side and a tree line next to that. Voldemar, unless he pays attention to the boar icon, very unlikely to notice this, let alone check it. That's getting ambitious. We'll get blocked out. So, first relic home. Second one soon to be on the way. I like the way the Voldemar's played this. Some players just rush free monks, but there's so many knights in the field that you need to justify your control first. Same reason why we don't see people do Shaolin Monastery against mass knights. They'd rather do Mount the Academy, and then when they've cleared the objective, when they've accessed the next step, they go for mass relic. Whereas like for Voldemar, well, the way he's doing this, he's doing it nice and early to kind of devalue SAS doing a semi-fast into castle. And it gives him enough Lancer pump to guarantee he can't lose to an all-in now. But it will be an all-in down the line. Looks like we have got Royal Institute play. First the Lancers arriving. He has full SAS into spears. That's actually a really good look for Chinese here. Yeah, you know, if you look at most successful French games, it's how many knights can I build and how long can I just be knights? So being diversified into 3-unit comp this early has to be a little bit annoying for SAS. Even more so because he went Royal Institute. Royal Institute feels better when you stay on that 1-unit, 2-unit comp. Shivering, not even there yet for SAS. Only now queued up. Voldemar finally has got the gold necessary for the veterancy, so Spear's going to be upgraded soon. And oh my god, did he notice? Yeah, he noticed. And that's disgusting. There is not an outpost. Yeah, so SAS, by the time he sees it, it's going to be a villager dead. Plunks him straight away in the head. He's going to start running away, but that's going to be what? Probably -3 or 4 on the retreat. Meanwhile, dive into the base. Spears of Voldemar are here. Veterancy coming in just about 20 seconds. Interestingly, hasn't rushed that as China. Lancer did lose track, so nicely microed by Sass to escape. Now the tree line in trouble. Sass starting to hemorrhage villages. And Tech Up only just came in, but the veterancy for the Spearman's there. Wait, was that intentional? Did he hold on supervision to bait it at the last second? Archers are now just overcommitted. They have to be. Only 7 of them, though. Spears will eventually get mopped up. But it's all about map control. Behind this, Voldemar now has the 3rd relic on the way home, a 2nd monk to play with. And Lance is still sneaking in from the flank. So Sass in a pretty shaky position right now. Yeah, like you went runs to, you lost villages. You don't have map control, you only have 4 knights. This is looking pretty grim. He even was forced into men-at-arms to try and hold. And now, like, this is the thing about Royal Institute. Royal Institute often feels like a momentum-based interaction. It can be a recovery mechanism given the correct composition size. But where's the recovery now when your opponent's already scaling crossbows? You'd think Horseman, but remember, you know, food is running low for Sass. He had to run out to the board just to try and make it last longer. And Horseman is very demanding when it comes to your raw food eco. Voldemar just things looking good as that crossbow core gets bigger and bigger. Sass is going to react with archers, which is the best thing he can do right now. But it's difficult because Voldemar is actually diversifying quite nicely. 3 unit comp. And the ball of his own now being picked. Good news for Sass is the remaining relics are quite hard for Voldemar to reach due to the position. Won't stop him from trying, though. How does Sass get out of this? It's quite the headlock he's in. He has got back gold, and he's got the berry still to fall back on. He's gathering stone. I don't think this is for 2TC. This seems more likely a keep to make his unit production more efficient. Well, not going to work, but that does mean Lancers can now address that. Honestly, that's kind of good for Sass, though. Baiting that attention puts less pressure on his base. Which is important because whether this is a TC or a keep, he's going to need space to build it. I mean, why make that a poll? We can make that prediction. Who will kill more villagers? Sass or Voldemar? Gotta get creative, man. Polls. They're for dancing up and down. Gamba is where it's at, baby. Voldemar sneaking the lances around the back now. 2 relics are now on the way home for Sass, so he's at least going to have some permanence in terms of gold. But you see just how expensive this keep investment is. Just feels like he's locked in his base for quite a bit. Behind this, we do have Barbican added in, so obviously Voldemar now going to start scaling an economy lead. And there's that wall. So we'll be able to secure himself in the corner. Does Voldemar just turn this into a macro game now? I think he scouted the Royal Institute, so he knows there's no scale with Guildhall. Yeah, I think he saw it there as well. Yeah, he saw it long ago, because remember, he went to Imperial Palace? I sometimes forget. Like, this is the vision of Imperial Palace. It's kind of insane. It got buffed about a year ago, I want to say. Used to be half the distance around the villages. But now you just see so much, it tells you what your opponent's doing. You see all the buildings near them. So he'd know the transition. He'd know roughly how many units, how many buildings worth, if there's a keep drop coming, etc. Just very informative. And in terms of spammability, you can see right there, you know, it works for 15 seconds every 2 minutes. It's pretty damn good. So yeah, knowing that it's Royal Institute, I don't think Voldemar needs to be in a rush here. Imperial Palace should have a gold cost to use it. Seems so strong. It's pretty powerful. The problem is it's like underused, so it doesn't really get talked about whether it's too strong or not. Sample group usually feels too small because when Imperial Pass did become meta for a little bit, I feel like China's win rate went down because of it. It's very odd. This is crazy push, Voldemar. And he knew the keep drop had come. It's crazy because I don't think he actually has the breakthrough power here. Like, yeah, barely any spears left. I think Voldemar... Is he not in the middle of a farm transition? That's wild. Pushing up like that while making a farm transition happen is crazy. Especially when you know you're likely pushing into archers. He has got new troops arriving, though. I'm not sure if this is the fight you actually want, though. You can snipe the knights. It's just the archers will beat you. Value for value. Royal Bloodlines is now on the way, so Sass is leaning hard into this. Meantime, we have got berry gathering on the front side of the base. Voldemar has to take these risks because the farms just aren't ready yet. And luckily for him, Sass didn't see it. Yeah, he sees it too late. You know, it's quite funny how easy it is to predict that okay is a China/Sushi main. The moment you say anything about China or Sushi that could indicate enough, he becomes their defender. It's like Castile and Europa Universalis 4 with Defender of the Faith. They just got to have it. It's like, oh, well, we're about to be bankrupt for the 5th time this game, but Catholicism, baby. I swear, China's just so annoying with this sometimes. You're like, oh yeah, I've got him. Of course there's a village here. There's always a village here. A little bit of free card Monty coming out of China. One knight to sneak in, but shouldn't be too much of a threat. Already has space to react. Military Academy's coming in. Voldemar also does have Nestabees of the way. Those aren't going to be buffed up, though. The Sass. What is his scale point here, man? It's like he's trying to avoid doing farms, but like, what is the attack point at this rate? He's leaning pretty hard on archers, and there's Nestabees coming. In fairness, he has now got Royal Bloodlines, but the knight count isn't crazy. It's not like we're looking at 25 knights. He has to know the clock is against him. So I believe he did see the Barbican on the front side already. So we'll know that there's a creeping eco lead. Nestabees soon to arrive. There is no, I think he's fine. I was about to say there could be a risk around wood, but this double tree line, you can just create a nice little palisade defense camp to gather in. So I don't think Voldemar has to be worried about farms anytime soon. Because for Sass, like, if you raid here, you're not raiding the farms. So, like, if you want to stop the farm resource, like, the thing that needs to build them, you're not going to be idling farms at all. So, like, the problem for Sass with that type of spawn is if Voldemar leans that way, you have to pick the poison. You can stop one thing. You can stop the food outcome, or you can stop the beginning of farm construction. But because we're already this deep in granaries, you can't stop both. If you've never played Sushi, you don't have the DLC. Why? That sounds like a wise investment. I thought you, like, bragged about being a wise investor. Sultan's Ascend? That was, like, probably the highest value DLC in the history of the entire Age-of franchise. Haven't played this game in months. Oh, so you become like a casual watcher. Interesting. Well, we did talk about how this happens with people. A lot of people just don't have the time to play anymore to keep up with it all. That's just nature of RTSs a lot of the time. Now, that's why StarCraft has remained so strong for a very long time on viewership. Definitely nowhere near what it used to be, but it has a lot of legacy viewers. Well, night count is starting to get a little bit scary here. But I think Voldemar just has the right idea. We know Voldemar, when he comes out to play, it's almost as ridiculous as watching Louis. Well, and that's not fair. It's nowhere near as ridiculous as watching Louis, but Voldemar is very comfortable with the idea of like a walling meta. Once you layer this cake, it's going to be very hard for Night Rays to hit. Very important you have these as well, considering how slow your comp is. Sass is like, no, not more walls. No, not for the love of God. Don't make it a 2-hour game. Anything but a 2-hour game. Your friends don't bother buying a PC capable of gaming, so maybe that's why many stop playing. It's possible. But, like, the thing is, it doesn't always track, because if you play an older game anyway, if your game's becoming old, it's very rare you get games that suddenly have a huge graphic overhaul. So you don't necessarily need a better PC. Awesome now from Voldemar. Yeah, and he already vetted them, so he's definitely leaning into this. I guess he's just assuming Sass is going to go for Imperial, at which stage, like, Arbitrary can make a lot of sense. Then again, like, would you really want to spam Arbitrary as Sass into Nesta Bs? That's a bit of a death sentence, no? It always feels bad if you can't play Arbors. They are, like, considered your best unit. The game scales. Obviously, Knights are incredible, but, like, in terms of something you can keep affording that can dominate fights, Arbitraries are kings amongst peasants. We are getting that play for the big gold we talked about very early on. Instead of Red Pass, though, only able to afford a castle. We don't really have a full resolution on the farm issue. Sass is only 16 deep. Meanwhile, Voldemar is now up to, if I press the right button, 42 farms. Yeah, it's inevitable. Great Wall Gatehouse probably won't be placed on a gold. Most of the time you place it back here to protect the farmlands. If there's Ultra Books just for work, lame. I want to get myself one of those gaming laptops. 16-inch though. I feel like 18-inch laptops, if you're getting one, you're basically just saying, I'm replacing my PC at my desk. 18 is not equipable on the go. And it's going to be keep drop now for Voldy. So he's looking to secure towards Sacred Site and also his gold. I'm surprised we still haven't got anyone in Imperial. I mean, Voldemar definitely can do it now. He's at maximum population. His economy can justify it in a rush. Maybe this is a keep drop into a Great Wall Gatehouse on the other side of the Sacred Site, but that's a lot of defensive leverage on one area. Has to be shots, though, coming in. Nice initial hit. He's reloading for the second flurry. Arbitrary and Spears are stacked up. This choke point, he's griefing himself. The Knights can't get through. Castle goes up. And now Spears in the choke. I mean, this is the problem. The Knights weren't able to get through before a lot of the archers went down. It's going to be a full surround, though. Sass looking to chow down. With the Royal Bloodlines, it should be a win for him. It's a lot of crossbows, though. It's a hell of a lot of crossbows. Voldemar needs to get out of here. Nestabes have definitely done the damage to the archers. Although the A-clicks are getting weird. They're starting to hit into the Knights. And somehow... Are you kidding me? How are the Knights not just winning this? That is ridiculous. Royal Bloodlines, I don't think he had Candle Saddles, but still... They stand their ground. The castle defense, the Nest of shots were good enough. There just wasn't enough archer to get through the spearman fast enough there. Even with the surround, Sass just dives in a little bit too late. And with 700 food income a minute, this looks done. Like, how do you remass now? Voldemar can just go Imperial Age. He can reach 200 pop again quicker. And then barrels on in. And credit to him as well. I mean, Voldemar... That castle drop, it's the cannon shots on top of all the arrow fire. It definitely helped a lot. But ridiculous the Knights weren't able to make it happen. I mean, that's also the value of Voldemar being at 200 pop already and then having troops die and then be respawned. He just had a second wave coming that Sass didn't. Now, with the age up complete, I don't really know what Sass has got left for him. Nothing. He calls it. GG comes out. Sass will not make it any deeper. It is going to be Voldemar heading through to quarterfinals. Last time he done this, he was able to slay Louis MT 3-2. Is the kid about to make another deep run? Well, with our reigning champ B as his next opponent, or Mahudo, it could be challenging because it's either a teammate or it's the uncontestable victor here in Midweek Musters. Faulty's got a tough week. Why BC is not here? Because he didn't sign up. If he wants to, he knows where the sign up button is. But we do not hold guns to people's heads to get them to play. What was the bug we want to say? Oh yeah. I think Forgotten Runes, was it? It was a weird select all bug with Jean, where sheep carcasses showed as Jean's. So we had like 4 Jeans in a game on the UI. Alright, there we go. Wham has been playing pretty frequently. What about Puppy? I don't know. He hasn't played for a while. He used to play them. He had the record for most wins before it was yoinked away by the incredible performances of B. Alright. So, we should, by the way, now have a live series. I believe the draft is about to kick off for B versus Mahudo. Yeah, they literally just started it. So let me wipe the draft and we'll get ready for that set. Boop, boop. Meep, meep. Control F5. I'll B on the left. Mahudo on the right. This guy actually, like, he impressed me last week. He got the opening game against B. He just out-microed him in a Lancer off. So, very much excited to see what Mahudo is capable of this time around. With some different maps sprinkled in. We are, of course, going to have Excavation to start with, and then Coastal Cliffs and Dry Arabia are the other 2 drafted. Who got more Vil kills? Oh, crap. You're right. We didn't have a look. Oh, no. Oh, no. There's Voldemar. Should be under economy and statistics, right? No? Wait. Crap. We need to check the replay? We're going to have to check replay, aren't we? Let's go across to twitch.tv/killerpigeon. What an incredible channel, by the way. Voldemar. 15 worker kills. 23 worker kills. Yeah, because he's raiding the bottom gold while that big fight was happening. Or after that big fight, rather. So that's what forces GG, yeah. I mean, it was pretty much over before that, I think. Yeah. So Vlad gets it. So pal that prediction. We'll hop back across to our draft scene. What we got here? So B is going to be China Mali. I feel like China Mali is a really powerful opening right now. In fact, guys, what I'm going to do quickly is I'll leave the music running because I have to set up lobby after this as well. I'm going to run 2 minutes ads while they do the rest of the draft, and I'm going to grab another drink, okay? So be right back. Enjoy the music, and subscribe if you hate ads and like cool music instead, because we have amazing Zelda music. So be right back in a sec. Whoop, whoop. YouTubers gonna be like, I don't have ads. Woohoo! Hello, folks. Louis versus CSO matchups possibly. It is indeed. It's got some ways to go on that bracket. In fact, let's quickly update that bracket while we've got a second. Because we did just see some more series. So for those just tuning in, for the VODs later, you can see we've already done the Wham DeMu part of the bracket. And apologies, that music is quite loud. Let me turn it around down a bit. But we did just watch Voldemar beat SAS 2-1 after losing the opening game. So nice little reverse sweep there. And then we should have Numidan versus Myriad, Anatan sort of as backups. We might cast those today or tomorrow. But at this rate, we should line up nicely to maybe also catch both semifinals, because it looks like DeMu tried to adjust by getting his series done earlier on the week so that like he's already waiting in semifinals. So we'll see. It's a possibility that there might be B/Mahudo into Voldemar straight away if they're available. What drink did I get? Oh, I just got water. Water. Very, very innovative, very imaginative drink. What can I say? I'm just fabulously different like that. So, best of 3 draft. Very B draft, actually, like with the Japanese coming in third there. Mahudo got the Ottomans, though, which is pretty sick. There is no Drow Arabia, so there's no Enlightened Horizon here. I still think like Ottomans has some value, though, in the Japanese matchup. You can predict it. It's likely going to be on Coastal Cliffs. I just don't know if you want to play Ottomans on Coastal Cliffs, because they kind of suck with the looser stone gathering. Then again, I feel like that's a blessing in disguise, because the stone early on is almost just griefing you, right? Oh, wait, did you put predictions up? I mean, you've kind of done predictions early. The game 1 isn't ready yet. They're in lobby. You may have jumped the gun a slightly. No one knows the matchup yet. It's going to be Byzantines versus Ottomans for game number 1. This is on the new excavation map. Ooh. Byzantines is pretty cool here, now that I think about it. Because you gradually get into systems. Kind of very efficiently, actually. Oh, that's interesting. Yeah, so we got 4 minutes. Because they have the stream delay. You can delete it and refund? Yes. Do you want to figure that out? I can do it if you want, because I have the dashboard, but if you want to learn how to do it. Because I don't know, Fablop, are you on desktop? Because there is like there's a full moderator view that can be used. Yeah. Korra vibes. I love Korra. Dude, the soundtracks from Korra are incredible. You're on desktop. Yeah, so like check out the mod view if you haven't already. There is I'm trying to remember how you access it. I think it should be somewhere in the normal viewership point for the channel. So like when you're on the channel thing, there's a normal viewership point for the channel. Oh god, so, that voice is annoying. Yeah, the mod view thing. That should take you through, and then you'd be able to see predictions, I think. I'm looking for it now myself. I don't ever come to the mod view because I have like dashboard. Maybe not? Oh yeah, there's a predictions button. I'm correct. Music to my ears. By the way, guys, we'll have this series, possibly one more series. We'll see how time goes. And then we have got a sponsor stream with a game, which honestly I feel like is a spiritual successor to Stronghold and Stronghold Crusader in a way that like nothing but the remasters really has been. It's a little bit different. It's like combining something like They Are Billions with Stronghold. But yeah, like it kind of gave me more Stronghold-y vibes than Tab did. So intrigued to try that out. I had a little bit of time with it off screen, and we're going to be checking out some new features because I have added in a map editor as well as a way for you guys to grief me or help me. Yeah, so like there's a bunch of Twitch integrations with this game, like sending raids will spawn enemies to attack you, and like sending subbing to the channel will then like give me reinforcements and stuff like that. So loads of quirky fun things. So yeah, we'll be playing that a little bit later today. In fact, what we'll do is we'll get a head start. I'm going to do it because otherwise I'll forget later. I'm going to pin the comment for it. Boom. Yeah, so we'll be checking out Diplomacy is not an option a little bit later today. They have got a 55% off sale on right now. Feel free to click the link and have a look at it. And you like click on the link. You've got 2 minutes. Have a quick look and see what you think. It takes you through the Steam page. It's pretty interesting, actually. Like I said, it does kind of fold in Stronghold / They Are Billions vibes. Because, like, if anyone's played They Are Billions, it doesn't really have as much castle-esque building aspects. It's futuristic, and then the defense is a bit different. Whereas this is like, you can layer an entire, like, freaking castle and go crazy. And the waves do get crazy as well. By the way, clicking that link also supports the channel. See? Guys, I just give you links. This is what we call awareness campaigns. They're very helpful. If you buy, even better, but, like, you don't need to. Oh, also, for you guys to try later, like, apparently there's a prequel called, I can't remember what it's called. Basically, on the Diplomacy is not an option page, if you click on there is, like, a free version of the game that is obviously a light version. So you can get hands-on with it yourself and test it out before you buy. I think it was called Diplomacy is not an option shareware is the name of it. All right, we can get predictions rolling now. Because 2 minutes works out nicely. It gives people like a minute and a half to look at the map and go, huh? I'll check that later. I'm getting messaged about things. I'm far too busy. You'll have to wait. All right. It's time. That's right. One and all, welcome back to the channel for Mahudo versus B. Last time we watched these two clash, it was labeled the best Polish player takes on our champ. And you know what? He stuck it to him. Mahudo was able to lead that set early on. Will he get the opportunity here up against B on such a tricky map? We all know Excavation, a brand spanking new map from one of the most talented map creators Age of Empires 4 has, called Avali. This map features 8 forgotten ruins, these point of interests that generate stone when you put a villager inside. So straight away, people are going to be cooking with civs that use that stone. And that's what you're seeing here. B plays the Byzantines, a civ that needs so much stone thanks to the system nerfs, and will get it via a very efficient route. On the other side, Mahudo has gone for Ottomans, a civ that also has usage for that stone through the military schools. And military schools are usually a little bit weird. They can feel quite bad to kind of rush in with Ottomans. But this might be the way that they're justifiable, a more efficient way of getting to them. Even maybe 2TC. Yeah, I'm kind of curious, actually. Because so far on this map, we've been dominated by a combination of House of Lancaster and Mongol picks. I love that we've got different players with different ideas in mind the moment they saw this, though. It is a really cool concept. I'm glad Avali went and created this, because we were already cooking up something, multiple ideas in the background that kind of used this idea. Because we had Receding for the Hymns Cup, where it wasn't all of the relics hidden inside these ruins, but it was 3 of the 5. So yeah, kind of encouraging people. Because the crazy thing, guys, is there's 8 relics in this map. Which is crazy, because in a way, what we're saying is, yeah, relics, like, play civs like HRE, play, you know, anyone who uses them well, like Ibis, etc., Jushi. But then you have to remember, you have to be inside these without being ejected for 6 minutes with a villager. That's a pretty long wait, especially earlier on in the game. So I think the concept with Forgotten Ruins is really cool, because it essentially cripples super fast castle builds. And I'm fine with that. I think it's nice to have maps that provide strengths and weaknesses to different playstyles. Like some maps that are very good for 2TC. Some maps that are incredible for pro scouts is absolutely fine, like Carmel. And then having maps like this that are not good for fast castle rushes. Wait, what are we on about? No gunpowder? What, the Knights Templar? I think Knights Templar is fine in like, not crazy, but they've got perks. They got uses. I think they thrive as like a cavalry civ at that stage, maybe. Nice lame on the deer. Mahudo, he was trying to get the shove in. He got it pretty deep in fairness to him. He's still going to get, what, 4? Could come up for this one for 5 underneath the TC. So overall, pretty good. And he's going to be the Minaret Madrasa, so the extra food to pump. Wonder, did we get aggression here from Mahudo? The stone gen is gradually coming into play here. He already has what he needs for, what, 2? Yeah, 2 military schools already at this stage. Which is optimal. The way this is going to play out, you could stay in and go all the way. Just sets you up for if you go cast down the line to get some value on relics. And this is a tricky thing. I haven't seen anyone make a relic-oriented strategy work yet, because you'd have to gather so much stone to unlock these relics at the quantity that makes sense. Like 3 relics unlocked here would be you gathering 1,080 stone. What are you gonna do with 1,080 stone? You're gonna like build me Hadrian's Wall? You know, maybe it's a good problem to have because you can always sell it at an efficient rate, but it does sound quite overkill. So, ground wandering on the other side, nothing too unorthodox there. You're seeing B's already making great use of this stone gen, right? Like, he's already got level 2 system coming through. It's a very different style of Byzantines. I thought he might go for a second Forgotten Ruins, but instead he's prioritizing the Deer Shove. Interesting that he does that, actually. Considering that Byzantines is a civ that wants to be on Olive Oil instead. And looks like it won't get too far. Mahudo already there to grief him back. Looks so much cooler if the water inside looked realistic. Look, but what do you mean? Look, when it's shiny. Yeah, it doesn't have any like motion to it at all. Something you have to be conscious of though with games like this is water physics adds a lot of overhead. We do have water already though, in fairness. Also, the other thing that's quite fair, and that doesn't feel fair, nice to have, gets a kill. The other thing to keep in mind is like how many people are going to notice, like how many people zoom in this deep. That's the thing with RTSs. It's why I remember when they done the Age of Mythology reveal, and they showed off the models. I was like, that was a mistake. Because most of the models look like crap. Because they'd taken something that was meant to be viewed, super zoomed out, and made it as big as the person on stage. So outside of the Titan, which looked pretty cool, things like the Pegasus just looked very low poly. Because they're not meant to be high poly. Right? When you ultra zoom in on these guys, they look pretty good. But, you know, compared to Claire Obscura or something like that, they're not going to hold up, are they? So Outpost online for B. Mahudo is following up with the Sipahi now, by the way. And it is going to be the military school dump we talked about. I guess you just... Could you... Oh, this is the first point, isn't it? Yeah. Ugh. Oh. I mean, the timing would have been succulent otherwise. Now it just feels a bit underwhelming. So, probably going to be looking at the sheep. Yeah, just takes the safe option. So, 17 sheep to work with. He has to be pretty content with the start, though. Third system level's coming in. He already got the deer on the back here lamed, but he'll be able to play out towards them. And also, this then daisy chains into the 4th system on the berries. With the deer still pretty close by, actually. Oh, yeah. What was the predictions like, by the way? 85% for B. Yeah, so the B bias was to be expected here. I mean, the interesting thing, guys, is like Ottoman Byzantines is a matchup that when we did see it last year, it contradicted history. Byzantines took a dump on Ottomans, not the other way around. So I'm curious to see how this like new matchup fashions. I'm sure Mahudo won't mind me saying, like on paper, he's definitely not favored here over B. But as we saw last week, the Shushi Chinese matchup, he's capable of taking games off the champ. Mahudo looking to take the age advantage here. Imperial Armory just a few seconds away. B is aware of what's happening, by the way. He's stockpiling all of his olive oil and getting ready to shadow into Castle. You can do interviews with players, not just about recent games, but covering a broad range of topics. Sure. I think I've talked about this before. Like, one of the big challenges is, like, you need to actually have content that grows the core base of the audience, not content that fixates around the players. So, like, the problem is, people who are already invested in the scene are going to think that, like, interview content is really cool, right? But people who don't know about AoE4 or aren't invested in AoE4 yet don't care. So, you need to build the restaurant before you try to sell out all the seats. Does that make sense? Like, in theory, it is cool. But there's a reason why that type of content would work very well in, say, like, League of Legends. But not so much in a scene that still needs more growth. That's why I've said if I was to do, like, interviews and podcast type stuff, it wouldn't just be AoE4 specific. I'd do gaming and esports wide. And maybe even then expand it beyond gaming. Widen net, catch more, etc., right? Took the Ottomans to outnumber the Byzantines severely to win, but they still won. Honestly, are you that asterisk technically guy? Like, technically? Losing, still losing, sir. Man, the system strat is looking like a winner, though. He already has one relic also excavated immediately next to the Grand Winery. Mahudo's at least blocked him from making it too. And he has excavated his own. Nice decap here to prevent any garrison. You would be able to see if a villager is garrisoned, by the way. When a villager is garrisoned inside these Forgotten Ruins, there is an animation. There's a little guy standing there digging. So you can tell no one's in it yet. See, you're about to... Whoop, get to work with that hammer, boy. And all of a sudden, he has become a woman, and he is notably smaller. I don't know how that works. I guess Ant-Man exists in Age of Empires 4. So Lombo already in effect. Mahudo, he's just straight up switching into Janissaries. Huh. Curious to go Janissaries against Limitane Lombo? Maybe he's worried about Cataphracts. I would have thought that... Would you not want to go Sipahi Archer here? And a reminder, people, these points of interest, they give you stone every minute. 60 a minute, actually, which is really good. And then once you've been there for 6 minutes, a relic will appear there instead. So Varangian are on the way. Men-at-Arms response. Okay, like the Sipahi are kind of getting a little bit better with it being Varangian now. Because if it was just Limitane Lombo, then Archer Sipahi makes a lot of sense. But the Janissaries are now going to get good pierce damage against a unit that doesn't have as much health as standard Men-at-Arms and only has extra melee armor. So this is actually ideal for Mahudo. Also slows down the comp. Limitane with the teardrop shields would be able to kind of rush to their targets quickly. The Varangian, no. So that means Sipahi actually have a bit more flexibility to flank attack. And Jesus Christ, no. That is false advertising. You do not get 60 stone every 15 seconds. That is wild. You get 60 stone a minute. I want you to really think about what you just typed there and why 60 stone every 15 seconds would be crack cocaine levels are broken. What? Oh, you mean... sorry, you mean you get the ticks. Got you. That makes more sense. Oh, thank God. Sorry, I glanced over and I saw that. I was like, what? I guarantee, by the way, there is already someone on the mod section that has created a version of these ruins that gives you 15 stone. Like 60 stone, rather, every 15 seconds. Yeah, I believe it gives it in slivers, if I'm not mistaken. From what I've glanced anyway, it looks like it gives it to you in increments. Okay, B's just playing Hunker Down, by the way, because like state of economy is very good for him. He's got level 5 systems, so he's already adding in 25% to his economy. However, we're getting a really good time from Mahudo. 4th military school now coming through. That passive production really starts to ramp up once you unlock the 3rd age. So don't write him off here at this point. There's also the fact that right now B's whole strategy is hunkering down. So eventually, like the negative of that is you're going to have to come out your base. You are exhausting resources pretty fast. Good news is the spawn's quite nice for it. It's got gold down here, all in range assistant. So his economy is going to lean left. Which is terrible for those right-wing table. I had to make a joke out of left and right there. Overall, though, like moving your economy in one direction is quite nice. It makes it much easier for a slow-moving army to defend. Mahudo is switching spirals. Pretty good here against what B is building. There's a mod that gives 2k resources each minute. Oh, God. Why? So, like, maybe, I don't know. And chat can let me know if I'm wrong on this. I feel like those type of things where it's like, 600 population and 1,500 resources a minute. They're almost like very childish mods. In the, you know, it's the type of thing me as a kid, I was like, yeah, this is epic. And now as an adult, I'm like, oh, God. Am I wrong about that? Because I feel like the mods, I don't know how easy they are to make. Like, ones if you actually like those ridiculously over-the-top economy mods. 2s if no. I guess it could get you to, like, the late game really, really fast. If that's all you really care about. Like, maybe that's what it's about for people. But the problem is, like, it sounds cool until you remember that if you have infinite resources and you're in the late game, in a game like AoE4, because it's so macro heavy, it's not enough to just say I'm out-microing in the fight to win. Like, out-microing someone in a fight takes a very, very long time to win with. So there's a clash in the center. B steps up. Big military lead right now. Lombo's a little bit slow to arrive, though. So good stuff for the Janissaries and Mangoes. And the Mangoes now reloading in perfect time to hit the Lombo. Good split by B. Barely gets clipped by it. Okay, that was a sick fight. The Janissaries are definitely adding in a lot of work here. On a ton of count. Barely holding on. The Sipahi health bars looking good. Once they break through, this is going to get messy. But the Janis are struggling to stay alive long enough. The Varangian now able to keep pushing forward. And Mahudo, he's going to go broke from this. Damn, B. Just a great read there. Meta gets sniped down. You just don't have that aura anymore. The Sipahi not able to hold against the Varangian. In theory, that was like on the, kind of a teeter-totter moment there. Like if the Varangian just melt a little bit faster, all Lombos are dead. No doubt about it. Mahudo throws everything at the fight and comes up dry. Yeah, he's not striking oil on this one. So that's going to be the oily boys. B now just pushing forward. Lombo's able to snipe out the Spreel spam. And with the amount of troops coming in, Mahudo's in dire tides here. He's got 4 spawning tree line. Limited resources to work with on the flanks that make sense here. Behind this, B has started adding olive groves, so he's getting his insurance policy in. Isn't rushing too deep, too fast. Needs to be a wrap around the back. I think Mahudo, like, what could have been done different here? Maybe he just needed to kind of forfeit the middle. Maybe the Spy could have raided instead. It's just a hard call to make at that moment. When you see an army that big coming in, you feel like you have to contest it, especially when you got Mangoes. But at this stage, I think he's just processing what's happened. He's not even pulling villages away. Yeah, he's just aggroing troops across to try and contest it. But it's now a 10 eco lead with systems on top. This should be eclipsing like what you've got in terms of passive production. Also, just the Lombo's a king here. Yeah, because like remember, this is premium range versus premium melee. Great if you can reach the melee, but at this stage of the game, difficult to do. So he's actually just using your own base against you. If there wasn't a relic in here, you just want to delete the moss to get by. This choke point just kind of looks like it's going to be the death of Mahudo. What on please? I feel a bit for Mahudo. It kind of feels like it's like, okay, I don't know what to do with this. So yeah, I've just been kind of processing it, has accepted this is over. GG gets called. B, opening of a G1 win that wakes us up to the fact that more than just Mongols in House of Lancaster can make sense on Avali's latest creation. And yes, KPMM does use a tuning pack to fix the attack speed bugs in the game. We got that covered. Oh wait, I just realized the pinned message disappeared, didn't it? Damn it. I forgot to pin it. So one sec. I need to add that back. Where is it? And this time I will pin it. There we go, much better. Yeah, by the way, guys, that link, be sure to click it and check it out. That's the game we're going to be having a look at a little bit later tonight. Really cool game. I had a little bit of time with it off stream. I think you guys are going to enjoy it. Yeah, they came by and they're like, yo, we want to sponsor you for a stream. I was like, Pog, let's do it. Oh, one sec. There's someone else I sent across. I need to quickly do in the background. Just give me 20 seconds. Okay, nice. Played that game, is so fun. Yeah, like I had I tried a little bit the other game. I was like, it does have, you know, it's got like They Are Billion vibes, but also to me has like Stronghold vibes, which is pretty cool. So excited for that one. And like I said, guys, it is, you know, the type of campaign. Obviously, I'd like you to play the game, but it's also awareness. Like just clicking on the link and having a look at the game, let me know what you think. Helps a lot. But make sure you use our link. Awareness campaigns, guys. We're educating you on them. Hate Mammoths, if you know. Yo, I hopped into a game. I'm like, what the hell's up with these pussy-ass crabs? Big mistake when a king crab was beating up my stronghold about 20 seconds later. Shouldn't have done that on day one. I was like, oh, what's this like boss-threatening icon on the map? I'm sure that won't be a problem. It was a problem. It was a really big problem. Okay, so win left side. G2, we are going to be hopping in for Dry Arabia. Let me just add in the details now so it shows up quickly. Chinese versus Delhi. Ooh. Oh. That ain't good. That might be jeu de la petite problème. Alright, can we get predictions up, by the way? Thank you. Oh, actually, I don't know if Faplop's here. I'll do it. So game 1 was a B win. G2. You giving any keys away? You know what? How did you know, Pleco? I am going to have a few keys to give away if diplomacy is not an option. So yeah, plenty of reasons for people to hang around. Wink, wink. One and all, welcome back to our B series. That's right, you guys love B series, right? You love seeing him just outdraft as well, because that's what we've got here. Mahudo on the receiving end of pain, potentially. We've got Delhi up against Chinese. Oh, man, this is just not feeling like his week. I mean, Mahudo already behind in the series. Last time we saw this matchup for Mahudo with Delhi, it was B with Malians. A matchup which should have been good for Mahudo, almost actually ended up sinking Archam. But this time around, this is the type of matchup that should end up being a 2-0. China has, for a very long time, been a pretty damn reliable solution to Delhi because of the ease of scaling and also blocking win conditions. Now, with the Pro Scouts meta, timing's changed a lot. We don't see the Barbican rush on the Secret Sites as often. But also, I feel like Delhi aren't as oppressive in Feudal Age anymore because of their choice to go Demo Faith. They play for a later scaling point now. J'ai un petit problème would be the correct way. Well, okay. You guys are trying to teach me French. You sure you want to do that? I'm just gonna... I don't know. I think it like... I'm sure French people love it when I just say it wrong. Like, le petit problème. Oui, oui. Definitely doesn't rub them up the wrong way, right? Right. Imperial Academy coming in. Pretty much standard. Looking at the spawns, by the way, both of them. I mean, this is fairly balanced. Yeah, this is actually a pretty even spawn for Dry Arabia. Double D stack back. Double gold retracted. Yeah, like this is... I mean, this is almost like mirroring a spawn, actually. It's kind of crazy. No Marine Lord spawn here. Well, unless, I guess in a way, they both got the Marine Lord spawn. Like, this actually might be the most balanced Dry Arabia spawn we've had in a very long time. I'm trying to figure out what the broken edge is for one or the other, and I'm not seeing it. Like, considering some of the spawns I've seen for Dry Arabia, I'm kind of at the point where I'm like, I didn't even know it could spawn this balanced. What is this reasonability? If B was Shushi, it would be pretty good, right? He could get... I think he could clip all this, yeah. That would be kind of crazy, actually, because the 8 stack of berries. But if I'm... And I'd have to double check this, but I think... Is map generation not based only on the code, but also the civ picked? I've never tested that. Because if it's based on both, then yeah, you wouldn't be able to replicate. So how does Mahudo approach this matchup? You're probably going Ghazi opening regardless. And then you try to, what, harass on the deer? The problem is when it's a tight spawn like this, it's very hard to contest Pro Scouts China because they begin spears. There is maybe like a timing where you just rush Ghazi archers equally. And the whole idea is that puts pressure on China's eco win condition, and then behind that you can capture Sacred Sites quite easily. It's very wood heavy on the opening though. Yeah, it's going to at least be the Ghazi beginning. It's always the Ghazi beginning. I'm going to blow your guys' minds. Every single time you open Ghazi. With rare exceptions. There's a few examples where you wouldn't do it. So the most notable one would be, for example, French. French can usually force you to go spears first. Out of necessity for your own survival, right? Like one knight is going to be capable of killing a lot more economy than 2 Ghazi. When people begin to believe in Tower Victor again, when elephants and all these technologies being spammed at once isn't so strong. You know, it's the same logic as like, why don't more people believe in HRE mine work? Because like, it's easier to focus on an advantage that scales into a bigger advantage later on than focus on like an advantage which dissipates before it becomes stronger again. Same thing we're going through with people relying on the castle for Lancaster instead of going for the Abbey of Kings. Like in theory, Abbey of Kings is really good for opening and then hyper good in the late game. But it's like the middle that is the question mark for a lot of people. Mongol Tower Rushes can force you to go archers. Honestly, I feel like the Mongol Tower Rush isn't as good as you'd think against Delhi. Like I've seen so many players just trivialize it by pulling villages with a scholar. You have to not be seen rushing the Mongol outpost or it just doesn't work. Scholar healed too strong. And B already bringing in the goodies. Mahudo is trying to play blocker, but there's already spears. I think instead he's going to look just to optimize his time around Sanctity. We're just 35 seconds away. So it should be a triple cap. Your opponent's gone spears to begin with, so he doesn't have a blocker. I wouldn't be surprised if B stops at 5 scouts and switches horsemen, though. I know B usually likes to go 6, but there is kind of an urgency to play blocker to your opponent's win condition, and there you go. Horseman now on the way. Is Chinese still the worst matchup for Delhi? I'm trying to think off the top of my head. It definitely feels like it's still top 3 worst for them. It's very high up there. There's just a lot of things they can do to kind of ruin you. Like, the Pro Scouts timing is very hard to deny because they spear spam so quickly. Chuganu, if you play too long with a feudal age, is like a curse, because without tower victory you can't clear the spears quick enough. So you guys, you can fight. Barbican, with some maps, just shuts down your win condition on sacred sites entirely. Less common on Dry Arabia these days, because with Pro Scouts, you don't want to play for things like Boar, for example. And also, ever since they buffed Imperial Academy, I don't think there's as much urgency for China to block you like that anyway. Sushi is Delhi counter number 1. It's pretty high up. I'm trying to think if there's any others which are higher. Ottomans is pretty good, but they are like highly technical. I wouldn't call them like an ultimate counter. I think you have to... Delhi versus Ottomans, you have to execute very cleanly with practically no mistakes to win against Delhi there in the opening. Whereas I think China and Shushi have a bit more wiggle room. Back on the north side. Nice denier. Has got the spearman arriving. So yeah, if he just hangs here a little bit longer and baits the Ghazi in. Beautifully done. Yes, Horseman's going to go down, but Mahudo didn't realize what's happening. He's still not reacting. Oh my god, he's distracted elsewhere. He tries to guard the south side. Ends up losing on the north. A huge advantage there for B. South side is going to be a scare away. He will at least get the cap. And center's taken as well. But what was that? 3 Ghazi down? And a Scholar. I think Mahudo's just, kind of struggling on these multifaceted fronts when it comes to fights. It's definitely a tricky thing to get used to, and I think this is maybe the baiting element sometimes of Age of Empires 4. Definitely all RTS can have this, but with Age of Empires 4, because it almost has a calming relaxation about its macro, the pacing's like on the slow side. When you go up against very good raiding players, they can just completely dismantle you by attacking 3 or 4 locations at once. You know, you compare it to people who played games like StarCraft 2, where they feel this need to keep their APM high to be warmed up for the crazy moments. And you see how much of a difference it can make. You know? Like, you watch some of our Age of Empires 4 players, and they have less than 100 APM. I think we had CSO with, was it a third of the APM of, like, Anatan in his series? Yeah, this is, quite frankly, looking rough. Mahudo has lost enough already that B can scale towards castle. I mean, you're playing into archers now, which isn't even your best unit. And you have got Sacred Site temporarily, but not reliably. And it's just a swarm. B's intercept point is great here. There's enough horsemen that they can contest the archers. Enough spears that they can always bog down the Delhi ones. I just don't see the way. I mean, it's China economy as well, right? Like, he's still scaling military lead while getting ready for attack. And that's the taxation effect, by the way. Like, it stockpiles so much as the game goes on. This is the only thing that's been missing for B in these fights is the blacksmith timing, but supervision, that comes in fast anyway. Yeah, and this is like another reason why China and Shushi are very good against Delhi. Like, that zerging effect that you get for your scholars, you actually lose against China. Because their supervision's better. You know, if you can scale enough, then sure, we can talk about scholars being really good because I have like 4 buildings doing it and you don't want to supervise 4 buildings in China. But that's the bait of it. You know, saying like this thing is good or bad based on later phases. Like saying council hall is bad because later on I can build 2 archer ranges. Well, yeah, but that's a folly. It's all about the scale point. Early on, if I have better production, it's much more valuable. And tech up now on the way for B. Sacred sites are a trap for dealing this matchup. I'd agree. I think you can like lean for 1 or 2. You can play flanks, but you shouldn't like overly invest in it. The other way you can play this matchup, I think, is with Tower Victory. You could probably target sacred sites, but people just don't do the TOV anymore. And I feel like in the current meta, if someone saw you doing Tower Victory against them, they'd just tech faster as China. Speaking of techs, he is up in age, and Mahudo is out of series. 2-0 victory for B, meaning he will be joining Voldemar in the quarterfinals for a best-of-5 bloodbath. G's to the G's. I don't know if we have Voldemar available right now. It would be perfect to have that series now, but it might be that it has to be tomorrow. I don't know. Let me see if there's any comms. So we have got CSO versus Scatterbrain, but that's happening quite a bit later. Let me have a look at our bracket. So we'll update the results. We could check in on Anatan versus Sort of, actually. That might line up perfectly. Vlad's online? Yeah, but he just hopped into a pub game. So if that is going to happen, it wouldn't be for a bit. So let me update this. I think what we'll do is we'll have a look at Anatan versus Sort of. I'm curious to see how Sort of's going to do now that he's back into some more competitive play. Obviously, he's been playing in the Silver League. So it could be an interesting one. Let me get the draft for them as well. So reset all. Excuse me. All right, map draft. Looks like we are going to have Enlightened Horizon. Whoop, whoop. Oh, God. But, no, not whoop, whoop. Why did Anatan get Ottomans? Bruh, at this point, just, like, ban that in HRE. I mean, what was the map rotation? So it was... Dry Arabia's in there, though. I don't think Roost are that good on Excavation, because they can't go after relics because of the nature of it. Whereas Beastie, not playing in these. Which means, actually, at this rate... the irrefutable king of KPMM is definitely going to be B, right? So B is at... Let's have a look at this quickly. So B is currently at... 2, 4, 6, 7. He's at 7 KPMM's 1. And Beastie has only 1 free. And we've got... Oh, wait. 23 hasn't been updated. He's at 8. Because B won this one. And he 4 stomped Louis, by the way. So B's at 8. There's only 7 editions remaining. So if B wins this one, BC would have to sign up from the week afterwards to constantly to stand a chance of getting like top. Which is what he like brag flex that he wanted to do originally. But time constraints, etc., whatever it is, didn't add up that way. Poppy Paw could be a realistic contender if he comes back into these. Maybe. In before it's going to start being the reign of Louis MT. I mean, Louis MT did just beat B and Lucifron in our Hymns Cups. Yeah, like he's champ once and twice. I'm trying to figure out who we're going to invite for Hymns Cup number 3 this Friday. We could try and invite Louis back, but I think he's going to want to focus on the finals weekend of EGC. So we might look to rotate 2 new players in. All right, anyway, speaking of new players, who's this Sort of guy? I've never heard of him before. Let me update that. And game number 1. Wait, is this his account? Yeah. Excavation. Let's see what he's got. Because is it Japanese? Yeah, I don't think anything else made any more sense there. I don't know if I've sort of tested this map. I'm curious what he's got in mind, because like Excavation doesn't feel good for Japanese. It doesn't feel good for Sushi. At least I don't think so, because you have to... Well, I guess you could like justify the stone as Japan to get Daimyo quicker. So out of his choices, it makes the most sense maybe alongside French. Let's find out. Let's see what he's cooking with. Oh, one and all, the creativity just keeps continuing on Excavation. Check this. Sort of is back into competitive. That's right. Return to Age of Empires 4, baby. He's coming home. Although he's got a tough opponent here in the round of 16. Voldy Esports, Anatan on the other side. We've got House of Lancaster, a Civ pick that has made a lot of sense so far in Excavation. Sort of's gone for something new with Japan. So for those not familiar with Excavation, this is the map, the new map for this week that is going to have a lot of point of interest, which gives stone. And when you gather enough stone, they will then turn into relics. But it takes a long time for them to turn into relics. So in theory, civs that rely on fast castle into relic grabs should feel disadvantaged here. Which is why the Japanese pick is a little bit of a mixed bag. They use stone very well because, of course, you can use stone to get your upgrades in for your blacksmiths, but also to get access to additional bannermen. That's the good side. The bad side is you may end up with way too much stone. Each one of these ruins to generate a relic will generate 360 stone. That's a lot to work with. You only need 175 for the Daimyo level 1, and then level 2 will be 600 stone. But that's a big gap, 175 to 600. It's not like when you see a Mongol pick, where for Mongols, the really cool thing is that you are able to generate stone that can constantly be used for units. Or with Lancaster, this incremental stone gather is really nice because, well, every time I'm going to gather myself 100, that's another mana to build. So yeah, some civs just do this substantially better than others. And you will see the racks opening for both, by the way, because you do need to capture these. Interesting from sort of. He didn't place the house here. I get why, right? He wanted to have the farmhouse for the berries. But I wonder if he could actually just, like, place the farmhouse here and been in range just about. Probably not. It looks like it would have been slightly too loose, which is unfortunate for him. And yeah, for those wondering where sort of came from, he was a StarCraft 2 guy. He came to Age of Empires 4. He qualified for Red Bull Warlord Legacy, the first LAN for Age of Empires 4. And then afterwards went back to StarCraft. So a bit of seat hopping all over the place, yeah. Looks like we have some deer shove attempts coming in. Sort of just going to try to lane that. Anatan, I mean, this is ambitious. It is quite a long way to go to get this all the way home. Would be nice to have. The reality is that, like, for House of Lancaster, if you're not going to go into Pro Scouts, you're probably not getting this, and you don't really ever want to be going Pro Scouts with Lancaster. I don't think I've seen Lancaster do that once so far. Actually, did we see it on Carmel? No, I think even then, the person just built outposts out on the deer. But, oh, boo! Boo! Okay, yeah, like, in fairness, it makes sense. I'm booing because Anatan is a big believer in Abbey of Kings. He actually tries to do it a lot, but in this matchup, on this map, yeah, it just... Lancaster Castle's too good. The manas are too good. So we don't have double stone gathering. That's going to be fixed now. Sort of, yeah, pull to one from the goals. That's quite a long walk. I guess he is going for the Daimyo rushes. Curious to see if this is going to be worth it, actually. I mean, he has already got level 1 Daimyo on the way before he's Feudal Age, so it's decent on the timing. I'm just still stroking my chin about the second level. Or is this maybe instead like 2 TC? Because that's the thing he could have maybe aimed for this timing, is because he rushed in, you know, Daimyo level 1's 175 stone. So 175 stone, remember, to build a second TC, you only need 350. And if you're inflating up to a second villager in the Forgotten Ruins, that means you could go on the wood, and with his tech up speed, end up with, what would that be? Wouldn't it be like a 6.5 minute timing on a TC? Because you generate, like, from now on to the next moment, you generate another 240 from double Forgotten Ruins. Yeah, that would be more than enough. Like, there's actually a really good timing into 2 TC with double Forgotten Ruins here. And, like, in theory, you know, 2 TC, I don't want to say it can outscale mana spam, but it does give you some options. Whereas now, like, your only option is to fast castle for no relics or go all in against a more efficient mana spamming build. Doesn't sound really very reassuring when I say it like that, does it? Anatan's a greedy mother ducker. He didn't even keep... Well, he's greedy and he's not greedy. He didn't keep the villager inside the Forgotten Ruins, so he doesn't get the excavation. He wants to come back for it to get more stone by the looks of it. Speaking of which, enough stone for the first and the second mana already. And we have got him just laming the deer to make sure there's no sort of grab on a delay for sort of. Okay, so wait, this is 2TC? I mean, stop out a lot of wood, and the stone is getting pretty high. The problem is, like, I don't believe it. Like, there's no way this is 2TC with 6 on gold. 7. 8? 8 on gold. Yeah, no. But, like, what's all the wood about? I mean, he's not out of food. He could be gathering a lot more. He's got 13 sheep in total. The teacup is coming in very slow in the Forgotten Ruins. He has got enough time to send the samurai over there. Sorry, the spearman. The samurai's over here. He's like, I will get this decap, bro. No, you're probably not. It's going to take a while. So Anatan actually switches to active stone gathering. And it is... Wow, okay, so it is 2TC. So 2TC... He still gathered additional wood, though. Might just be for a production build behind. Human Bannerman makes a lot of sense, just so you can poke. And then what? Fast tech behind this? We did say he's got a decent amount of sheep. I mean, it's I think a creative use of the map. We did mention that like you need some sort of scale point that isn't relics oriented. Double stables. Wait. Nani? Well, this isn't a fast castle. Wait, is he Mass Hobbler? It's either Mass Hobbler or Pro Scouts. And Mass Hobbler sounds drunk, so where's the mill? There is no mill. If it was, but the thing is, guys, if it was Mass Hobbler, he would have already started producing. Surely. So yeah, instead, okay, he's going castle. He's just strictly going castle. He's going castle while spamming manners like crazy. I guess he feels the urgency. So what I thought he might actually consider Hobbler just because you can spam a lot of them semi-fast. And they are efficient as torches. Remember, that's the one positive you can say about Hobbler as truly over Horseman. You pay 90 resources instead of 120, and you get the same burn damage. So, like, for taking out a second TC, that would have been a pretty interesting strategy. But I think he knew it would have taken too long. Okay. So, probably looking at King's College here. Oh, actually, yeah, this is really cool. White Tower would be lame, but King's College makes a lot of sense. Because Japan have mounted samurai, and these are considered to be like kings of mounted combat, what if we had a contester? It's maybe a civ that had heavy maces on horseback. Remember, if you go King's College, you get Collars of S's. That's going to be +6 heavy damage, which can just melt into Mount Samurai. Because the thing is, in the initial exchange, your opponent does 36 damage more to you and deflects that 36 damage. But a fight between those two units is going to be about 8 to 10 strikes long at least. So let's say it's like on the lower end. Let's say there's 8 strikes involved in that engagement. 8 times 6 equals 48 damage. That's more than the lance charge. So it's actually a fight you can win. Bannerman will complicate those numbers. But the idea is that you're able to pump quickly before the Bannerman variable becomes too strong. And also, you have the better economy to keep pumping. 6 manas after all. And sort of has done a good job of actually optimizing his eco. He went out into the deer to remain competitive here. And he will have the sheep as a fallback. So, definitely not hung out to dry when it comes to economy. And this is sick as well. I love this. We've got King's College into the Muster of the Nobles. This is important, guys, because Demi-Lancers get their damage increased against heavy they get an extra like 60% compared to their base. Their base is 9, and then they get the Collar of S's effect for +6. That's huge. A unit that would be trash against Mount Samurai may not be able to beat it one-on-one, but that's not your goal. No, your goal is to outnumber and overwhelm. Demi Lancer's on the way. Collar Vestas, I think he's just shy of the gold he needs. Yeah, 213. We'll have it shortly. Chargers can land more often than once with micro. True. But the point is, look at the mass difference already. Knights are being queued up by both players, but one player already has all these heavy catapults. Nice chip damage to start with. And Collar Vestas now on the way. Remember what we said earlier, you know, you might be this person who walks up to a gang and challenges their leader. And you're like, yes, we will fight honorably, one-on-one. No, sucker. I didn't backstab and weasel my way up to the top of this gang to then face people one by one. I think this is some sort of movie? Hell no. Boys, get him. And that's the whole point. These are the boys. There's a lot of them. Oh, he's baited him in as well. Collar Vestas is now coming in. It's going to be tight on the timing, actually. I think Anatan maybe mispredicted that slightly. Can go for the recharge now. And reminder, the Lance also does get affected by the bonus. Obviously, deflective armor is a thing, but if multiples hit the same target, it ripples in. And beautifully done. Anatan with the body blocks. He's pinching knights. Yes, this whole idea of like retreating, getting charges works great. And once again, you're not outnumbered. And that is indeed Hobbler upgrade. This is a crazy switch. What? Why have we got Hobblers now? He hasn't even got hill training. Wait, is he assuming... He's just assuming sort of was going to go archers and Amushka. I mean, the crazy thing is like sort of's choice to go spears is actually so much better. No. What? Nani? Oh my god. He actually did commit. Yes, the archer rangers must have been seen being built. Anatan. Well, I think did he actually? I'm trying to remember back. Was this built when he actually started the transition? It kind of shows you how quick Hobblars can produce, if so. That's crazy. Sort of's only unit that you can trust in at this rate is going to be the Spearman. But that's going to be counted as well. Is Yeoman already on the way? And he has got a good, healthy villager lead. But remember, one of the problems for Sort of is he's burning through resources fast now. Sheep count is down to just 7 remaining. Gold vein is about to be tapped dry. It's under 1,000. Knights once again with the dive in. Oh, this feels so frustrating as well. The Hobblars are just absorbers. They're trash units to tank. He's going to make them chase after Yumi now. The crazy thing is, like, on a military count, they are very close. It's 15 to 13. But watching these fights just doesn't feel like it's close. It just feels like Sort of is weirdly outnumbered. At least got relics starting to come home for Sort of. Anatan, it is going to be a pivot down to crossbows. So Yeoman and crossbows. I guess if you can keep Sort of trickling troops, it means that he can never engage. Because, you know, you run 10 ranged into, like, 10 melee, it's going to be a problem. If you run, like, 10 ranged into 3, 4 melee, they're never going to touch you. They'll just hit the floor long before. Oof. Oh, no, he wasn't looking. Gets pinned against the tree line as well. I mean, this is just a raw education in the value of mass. I think if there's anything we can easily take away from the DLC about unit dynamics, it is the value in numbers. That's what Demi Lancers has taught people. Just give you options, give you control in a way you'd otherwise not have it. It just has to be feeling so annoying. Because that's the other thing about Hobblars. This kind of reminds me of the Marlene's Freeborn, where for raiding purposes, these units aren't that impactful. They don't really kill villagers very well. It's the chip damage over time. It's the annoyance, and they just keep turning up. Second TC as well. I guess Anatan, yeah, probably feeling like he can't actually close the game in the next 3 or 4 minutes. Does make sense to do this over adding in more manas now. We did talk about the gold being a problem, though. Goblins are still going to be held, but getting these relics is so slow. Knights are going to fish the back. Sort of. Yumi aren't really going to compare against the Yeoman. Also, the crossbows are just melting the limited amount of samurai. Sort of does get the outpost up, but not really feeling confident about hanging around here. He doesn't even know it's 2TC, by the way. Remember that. And wow, he just calls it. Doesn't think he's going to be able to hold on. Collar of S's really grabbed him by the collar and throttled it out of him in this game. Such a cool tech. Very crafty and creative tech to like initiate within that type of like format. You don't really expect to get outclassed as Japanese there by just what you perceive to be standard knights. And that's the thing about the House of Lancaster. I feel like that play, even though seeing a little bit more appearance now, is still in some ways subtle in the minds of a lot of pros. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong in this, but I feel like it hasn't leaked into pub games that much yet. Okay, so game 2 is going to be Dry Arabia. And it's going to be Chinese versus Malians. Alright, let's hop in. God, my throat is so dry again. God damn. Alright, we'll speed up a little bit for the opening here. Oh, we need to flip them as well, don't we? One and all, the demon has returned. It's just something about this guy. Anatan on the Chinese. I mean, China's a scary civ to give most players, but this feels like... I don't know if I want to say it's his signature pick, but this is one of the scariest players when he plays aggression. I wonder if he's going to be aggressive here, though, because sort of has got the Malians, a civ that can essentially disarm the idea of the archer spam that Anatan is most infamous for in China. We are on the 2x speed, just the opening play here until they get into Feudal Age. Unlikely we see any pressure play. China doesn't want to have to do it unless necessary, and you can already see no Imperial Official means we won't see any aggro. And then for Malians, I don't think I've ever seen a Malian player want to be Donzo spamming. Usually that's a reactionary play. China versus Malians, though. Well, this matchup has taken some interesting swings and turns with the evolution into Pro Scouts and into the Furimba over Fulani. I think Fulani can still be kind of decent here against China with the way they focus around Pro Scouts now. Furimba's a little bit weirder. I think one of the problems with Furimba theoretically is that scaling Javelineers can be a little bit slow, but China with fast castle can flood lances fast. So yeah, curious to see what sort of wants to do, because I imagine we're probably looking at a Pro Scouts play. The problem with that is obviously against China, you don't really open with the Scouts. You open usually with like a blocker like Donzo's while you wait for Pro Scouts to complete. You can technically just send your Scouts in, but it's a Gamba, and usually China's very good at aggressively reacting with Spearman spam on a delay, courtesy of the supervision. Golds are separate, maybe that's a good thing? I think the golds are fine. They're not too far away. One of them's retracted, so at least be safe on one gold. There's a lot of open ground to the backside, but I think with China, you're kind of more worried about Lancer spam down the line. Which stage, you're already in an uncomfortable position, or you're going to have this walled in. So we'll slow the 2x down in a moment. Pro Scouts is going to be coming in. Anatan, as expected, not rushing it as much. It's going to rely mostly on taxation to get him there with no one on gold. And spear spam to open. I wonder, is he going all in? Oh, he's doing that build. It's the archer build that he loves so much. So yeah, no sign of Pro Scouts, which it seemed like that was where we were going when you saw no one on the gold at the back. But you could technically still go to it on like a heavy delay with all the gold taxation. Instead, it's starting to feel like maybe he's going to go towards a blacksmith. And keep an eye on it. I mean, it just shows you how easy it is on taxation to get to this number anyway. Remember, for Pro Scouts, he only needs the 300. We'll slow us down just a little bit now. So I know. I see. He was fishing for the second gold. He's going to notice it now in the corner, but might be a little bit ambitious of a dive now that Archer's already here. Instead, I think he's falling back towards deer locations. Yeah, so just playing key blocker to the win condition for sort of, which is also going to become Anatan's win condition. 10 seconds away with Pro Scouts. What a sieve. It's able to switch so quickly. You know, there's a few players that feel like China has giga-busted the concept of it, and I am one of those people who's on board with that. Age of Empires 4, like most RTSs at their heart, transitions are hard, but also very powerful. Age of Empires 4 is a counter system RTS, which means transitions can be overwhelmingly powerful. And Supervision just does it all. You can tech faster. You also have a Civ that can build into new landmarks faster. You have production that can be faster, more income. Like, taxmen make up the heart of this civilization. Just give you such powerful timings in most matchups. You have Anatan now spamming out the scouts, and they will be on their way now for the deer. Intercept point is going to force some reactions here, so sort of in a panic has to rush up an outpost, but that's already going to be, what, 2 workers down? Okay, please shoot the same guy. Like, wait, what? Yeah, he did get one. Okay, he gets 2 in the end. The second one hanging around. That did look a little bit awkward because he was actually just shooting and switching targets with the 5. He's still trying to block the remaining Pro Scouts. Still some goodies to be snatched here, so he's going to steal from the enemy side. His own side got snatched already, though. It's 3 taken away from him. So if he only gets this 1, even this 2, he's still behind on deer. He needs to snatch more. No, I say he's behind, but like the deceptive reality is like China is not behind at that point. Because they get 20% more. So, you know, if you only got 2 deer stacks, that's almost 5,000 food. So getting 20% more is another 1,000, which is like 2.5 deer. Obviously not that simple, though. We have to remember Malians will just get cows when times get hard. Yep, when the times are hard, make your best friend your food source. I think they're the best friend? I'm not sure. I do feel like Malian players are uncomfortably close to their cows. Suspiciously intertwined. Now, I'm not accusing Malian players of anything. That would be utterly ridiculous. And I'm definitely not just milking the conversation to talk more about stuff. It's happening again. Dude, Anatan is always so dirty for this. Look at the gold. This was primarily taxation. Now it's turned into a gold rush. He's going to buy the A drop. It is crazy just how much gold you get on this Civ early on. You know, there was a time where people didn't really process it because when Song Dynasty was the meta, you just start spamming Chug. And the thing with Chug is like you just reinvest the gold, so you don't really see it. But when you go archers, you're just converting wood to gold. Aston Clock Tower already in the way. Sort of was planning a Fulani. More to fool him in this situation because it's not going to really hit quick enough. So instead we're looking more and more likely for Farimba. And with sort of having the Javelin count going up like this, it would make sense. It's a very much pressure-oriented build. You do need to be fast swinging out the gate. Sort of. Straighten the sofa as well. Okay, so it's just kind of littering everything into the comp so you can solve for all the upcoming issues. Tricky part is this does kind of weaken your hand and you're an age behind. So, you know, if you're kind of like leaning partially Donzo, partially Sofa, partially Musafadi, and Anatan only builds knights, even though you have some units in there that should counter him, his focus on one direction instead of diversification should just allow him to break through quite easily. So quite important that sort of just tries to get some info on what his opponent is actually up to here. The most obvious answer is Lancers, but sometimes you can be surprised. I think this is Fulani, by the way. Sort of is spamming out the cows. He already has one ranch down. And more to add in? Yeah. Okay, so we are getting a commitment towards Fulani. Just a little bit surprised with that, considering just how many javelins he has. Could have been a good poke point to try and keep the Lancers oppressed on the count. But he probably just feels like the scale is too fast here. There's a spiritual success to Stronghold. Yeah, well, I think it like takes good elements of Stronghold compared to similar games, and then mixes it in with like the They Are Billions recipe. We'll be talking about that more after this series, though, because we have got a sponsor stream, which we'll be checking out some new map edit features. We'll also be checking out some Twitch integration features, so you guys can grief me. And then, for some reason, I'm going to be rewarding you for griefing me by giving you keys to the game. I know, it's crazy. This is a crazy push by sort of, though. Just brute forcing it into the Lancers. Like that, he traded out with the back line, just removes the threat, so that his Donzos can keep value. Quite able to get those worker kills, though. The javelin count, slightly too weak. Yeah, difference of the blacksmith, really. Lancers, uh-oh. Not too bad so far. Could be a lot worse, though. Could be about to get a lot worse. He's still got workers gathering on the east side. And the west. Wait, what? Did he not notice those? It feels like he didn't know. So more going down. Anatan now at a 10 eco lead. Yoy. Likely to be more, actually. Gonzos are now arriving, but the Lancers still able to scare the economy away, forcing huge outtime while getting the kills. I know, he's behind this, picking up relics. So this is forcing a disengage now, sort of. Wait, what? I think he just lost track because he was looking at his base. That's not great. His entire army is chasing a single Lancer. We'll get the kill. But a lot of breathing room, actually, for Anatan, who was weak on military units. Love that. The moment he gets left alone, he's like, all right, boys, sally forth. If you're going to build Lancers, you might as well flank. I'll say Nestabes is curious here. Does switch it over into the Springles. We saw this composition earlier today, actually. Lancers, Springles. It was DeMu versus Wham. And from Shushi's perspective, ran into issues against the mass blob and the economy of his opponent. But like in this game, Anatan is miles ahead on economy. And only getting further so. Like he knows that sort of has to go for the tech up soon. Ranches are already set. But the Sofa Flood is... the Lancer Flood, rather, is real. Yeah, this damage feels close to irreparable. The Fulani is going to give you, like, what, about 20 villages worth? And we're almost at that threshold where it just won't make the difference. It does, of course, give you infinite food, which is someone that Anatan cannot brag. He just got the deer, and then once they're gone, you're in trouble. But right now, things are looking good. I like his Springle timing on this. It just gives justification to Clock Tower. It's interesting because, like, for a long time, you built Clock Tower to do Nesta Bees. Felt very potent, but nowadays it's becoming more and more about Springles. For very good reason. Well, it's time for Sword Off. Grand Fulani now on the way. Would I say he survived the onslaught? Anyway, survive is an interesting word. Yeah, I guess in the same way that, you know, someone who's in a car crash and then is in a coma, they survive the car crash. You know, and even when the doctor says that they will never wake up again, that they technically survived the car crash. It looks pretty rough. Because the other thing is, like, if Anatan had just done that and got nothing else off the map, great for sort of, I think. Like, not great, but, like, palatable. It's the relic access that worries me. Like, we're looking as if we're going to be seeing a 4 relic game for Anno quite easily here. Yeah, I think he even knows where they all are. I think he just scouted that. Didn't know about it before. So found that final relic there. Has one over here safely next to the gold. No denying. It's going to be 4. And am I the only one who's been watching that Grand Fulani bar and felt like it's taken a lifetime? Like, for 10 villages, that has not felt quick. Oh, boy. At least he gets it in the end. Barbican drop now from Anno. Onto stone? What the hell? I guess he wants to build the farms here. Because we're getting to that point. His deer's practically out. He's on berries. And he has backup berries here. So I think this is just kind of like to set up walls next to it, have scouting in the area. Oh, sorry, I'm an idiot. The boar. It was actually hidden underneath the Barbican perfectly. That makes more sense now. But it will be nice for the farm area afterwards. Just wall this side. And then you have safety. Okay, so Swaff's got a bit of breathing room. We are seeing the switch into Sofa. Still, you are so far behind on cavalry. It's crazy. I think the problem, though, is like sort of knows he can't just play defensively. Because China will just out-eco you. They have a lot of tools to do so, and they've already done enough damage. Unfortunately, every time he tries to walk out of the base, this happens. Sofa just lingering every time. Ping's going off. Looks like he's still playing around those sacred sites. It's really good gold gen for Anatan. Means he can just buy his way to more food to keep this Lancer spam going. Also the Springles now. Well, Saul's read to go Sofas is going to be correct. He's going to need them. This comp is very weird. It shouldn't be effective in your brain because it's fast and slow to the extreme, but the whole idea is he's built such a big Lancer lead that he doesn't need to be fast anymore. He just needs to be tanky and exchange DPS well, which, I mean, Lancers are all raw base damage. So they tend to exchange DPS well into almost anything. Alright, ones if you think Anatan's going to win the next fight, twos if you think Sort of is. It's looking quite good for Sort of on numbers. But we've still got that giant but ... What are we doing? Like, how have we now punished Anatan every time? And does it benefit him the longer he waits, or does it hurt him? I think there's a wait time long enough where it's better, because you'll have so many Sofa, and your opponent will run out of food. But we're not there yet. Trickle Ray's not good. Look at that, you're all wrong. Ha, he lost the fight. Ha! No, the big fight coming, though. Swarf's numbers just do look so good. It's not even like he's got too many irrelevant units. Javelins can actually snipe Smiggles. I still remember when they used to have the range tag, so Springles just insta-died to them. This being said, Springles, let's get the bad news, because Anatan, like a little rat, has been waiting in the tree line. Sofa Raid is going to get blocked out by the new Lancers. This is a really big army to be stuck doing kind of nothing with them. Yeah, Springles are very polarizing as well. You know, do you go for their economy, or do you try to surround on the main fight? Like, technically, if they're halfway towards your base, you feel like you should be raiding. But they're halfway towards your base. If they reach it, Springles are very good at sniping villages. So you can see that sort of just trying to be calculated about it. Just small raids, and then keep the rest of the army defending. I know, not so calculated, is trying to kill Sofa that have 5 melee armor with villages. I think Anatan is close to his timing here, guys. We're talking about 35 Lancers now, 11 Springles. I don't think he's really missing much at this stage. You could always have more, right? You could always wait until 200 pop. But at that point, your opponent could have quite a lot safer. You have to remember, the eco lead you've built, percentage-wise, becomes less advantageous the longer the game goes on. Right? Like, the impact, the difference in terms of, like, percentage raw 5 minutes ago was substantially higher than it is now. Dabs. Whoa, boy. Whoa, what? Wait, what? He sees this? Really want that Springle kill, huh? I can't believe that. That wasn't even good enough for him to engage. He saw the Springles come behind. He's like, nope. No, 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 no. Not falling for that trick. As we walk in range of the Springles again. No. Okay, this is cursed. Javelins go in for the snipe. There's Nestabees as well, though. Yeah, and he backs off straight away. Sofa's going instead. They'll target the Nestabees first, but it is Clock Tower. That's a lot of saturation damage. And now, the jump in from the Lancers. He floods them into the center of the field. And Springles are protected. Nah, he's going to get wiped. This is ridiculous. All that military lead. And for what? Sort of gets absolutely erased by Anatan. That was disgusting. The way he done that as well. Just dangling his siege to bait him in. And then Lances come in to reign supreme. Damn, that was crazy. Well played, Mr. Anatan. A 2-0 victory for him. Which means, what's the state of the games and what we know? That means Anatan will be going up against either CSO or Scatterbrain. That one's happening later in the evening. Numidan versus Myriad and LuMT versus Lash still needs to be checked in on. B versus Voldemar, I don't think is going to be today. More likely that's going to be happening tomorrow. Probably like early on, I'd imagine. Maybe. I think Voldemar can sometimes be a super early riser. So, what I think we can do now, let me just double check. Also put my music back on. Do 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 do. Where is my music? Yes. Good vibes. All right. Let's have a look, because I think the update was meant to release by now. At least according to the person who told me the time. So they said the update for this game was 19 p.m. CET. So 7 p.m. CET, yeah, that was like half an hour ago. Y'all like keys? Because we might have someone to give away. If the game starts. Why is my game not starting? Oh, dude, I don't know why my Steam does this sometimes. It just, like, freaks out and needs to be, like, force restarted. I don't know why. It's very weird. Let's turn the music down a bit. Alright, so we'll get that verified, get that open again. Alright, I think we're good now. So, we should have an update. Yeah, we do. Okay, so guys, we're going to be switching over for our sponsor stream now with Diplomacy is not an option. Please do hang around if you are intrigued by other strategy games, especially ones that don't need to eat into your RTS time. They have a different angle. This is a pretty cool one, though. Like, I'm intrigued by this, so let me update the stream title. Spiritual successor to Stronghold. And then let me add at the end as well. So yeah, they sponsored us to check out the game. So they just released a new map editing tool, which I haven't had a chance to get hands on. It's literally just been released today. We can check it out. Apparently you can like make a map as you play the game. I'm not sure how that works. We're going to find out. But there will be some interesting things for you guys. So for a start, we're going to have keys to give away. I think we'll look to like layer the giveaways out throughout the course of the stream. And then on top of that, we have... In fact, let me add that in the title as well. People love the words giveaway. So we're going to give away a few keys. And then on top of that, like you guys will be able to interact. So apparently I've been told there's a bunch of different stream integration elements. So we'll have a look across. Whoopsie, wrong thing. That's just me getting the info from the team. Game's a bit loud, though. I might turn that down. Did it reset my sound? No, it's just that loud. Alright. So, this is Diplomacy is Not an Option. It's an interesting game, actually. It reminds me a little bit of games like They Are Billions, but also, as I've been saying to you guys, it reminds me a lot of games like Stronghold as well. So there's a bunch of different game modes. There's a campaign, which is pretty extensive. There's also a endless mode, as well as a sandbox mode. So one sec, I don't know why, but my game went to windowed. Let's fix that. We are going to have these Twitch integrations to play with a little bit later, where we basically, if someone raids me, I can get attacked. We have polls. I'm not sure what the polls do exactly. But you also have things like, if you subscribe, it will summon friendly troops when we're in-game. So they just added the map editor, which is what we're going to be having a look in on. I have not had a look at this beforehand whatsoever. I did just click Add Map. Was that what I was meant to click? I don't think so. That just opened Steam Workshop for some reason. Oh, there we go. Create a map. My name is... Are we just like OG with Killer Pigeon? Yeah, sure. And that map title shall be... What do we call this map? And also, what look do we want? Rusted Wastelands? Dude, there's actually quite a lot of different biomes. Uncharted Wild sounds pretty cool. Map title shall be... The Pigeon Coup. Wait, is that how you spell coop? I forget how you spell coop. Chicken coop? Yeah. Even though it looks like it says co-op. I'm pretty sure that's how you spell coop. Because our joke with our Discord is that we spell it like coup. Tuki, kaka. I think that's a great map description. We'll go with that. What size should we do? Biggest, smallest, somewhere in between? I don't think we need to go too extent. Like 128 by 128 sounds maybe like decent for our first go at this. Let's have a look. All right, so we're going to create a map. So this is a new feature they just added. You can create your own maps and you can then also upload them. Ah, here we go. So how big is the map size? Oh, that doesn't feel very big. But like, because we're going to be creating, it's probably a good size. So what have we got here? You can place zones with no camps, mountains, or water. In this zone, you can place buildings, troops, and enemies. It can't include enemy camps. Okay, so like this is, I guess, your starting area? Yo, you know what would be ratty if your starting area is in the tree line? They can't reach me. Can't hurt me if they can't reach me. I guess we'll be just like normie and put it in the center of the map because mobs, enemies, they come from the sides. They come from like all the flanks. I'm also going to move my camera. I guess over here would be perfect. And then I think you guys can stay where you are. Yeah, I think that works. Or we can move you over here. Really need a background for that. We'll figure that out next time. Okay, so... Placing zones with no mountains or water. In this zone you can place... Wait, what? No camps? No mountains? A wood-free zone. Oh, okay, so it does update and remove. So you can actually like remove mountains like this. So you could go like that. Yeah, so you can chisel into it, but you can also add things as well. So if we wanted, we could have like crap tons of water. And that now is updated to place water. We can even do like high mountains here. So if we wanted to cut this off. Yeah, okay. What should we do, guys? I know you're already going to suggest something phallic in shape. Should we have like a very choke pointy map so we can massacre hordes, or should we be very open and exposed? I'm not sure. And we can place enemies as well. Oh, you can regen as well. You can just like... Boop, 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 boop. The interesting part is when we regen, did it keep the water placement? I think it did. Yeah, okay, that's interesting. So it keeps your placements. So you can pretty much just like set up something and then have it like render around you. Has to be a peanut, for God's sake. Why? We're a sponsor stream. We're meant to be like child friendly, I think. I'm not sure though. Maybe we do a WoW heart? Do you want to do a little WoW heart chat? Probably not. Part of me wants to do like a full swirly, but it's like the most boring, like, you know, tower defensey thing. I'm not sure what to do with this, man. Oh, you can do different shapes as well. You can do the pluses, big fat squares. So I guess, like, if we couldn't render around it, we could do something like... Smiley face. Oh, there's, like, strategic elements to that as well. You got eyebrows. That's like there. That's very... And then I guess we'll have like a little buck tooth. Yeah. And then if you're dirty-minded, then it fulfills like your alternative phallic idea when you turn it upside down, kind of, right? Yeah, that works. Because then we can like force... I guess we can force... do you want maybe like... What are these mountains? Okay, so smaller mountains... to be the face structure. So yeah, we are allowing people to have the dirty mind if they want to, but like this, in my brain, we have done something innocent here. This is just a face. It's a smiley face with eyebrows. If you think it's something more crude or dirty or whatever, that is not me. That's you. I'm even giving it hair, which definitely could not be mistaken for like hair in a different area. That's on you guys. I am clean-minded, okay? Sanitational, even. This is not me. It's all you. You can't see the minimap? There isn't a minimap. The thing behind me is a compass. So now, if we generate a new one, I think we may need to shape this more. We're gonna delete the extra crud. So we do thick forest there? Wait, no. Okay, so, like, is there no way to get rid of the... Nope. Can you not get rid of, like, the excess? Doesn't seem like it. Well, it says universal racer, but I think that's for things that aren't terrain. Oh, wait. Placing zones with no mountains or water. Got it. Yeah, so we can block those out. And then we can do like this too. Guys, we will get our smiley face, which doesn't look phallic at all, and you need to get your mind out of the gutter. Okay? Like, it's absolutely fine. I think we want, like, have some mobs down these sides. Let's definitely get rid of that, though. Do you want to make sure that is not water? So I guess we're going to have, like, the watery area back down here. We'll even add in slightly more of this. Yeah. And then, how do you add in mobs? That's what I'm not sure of. Oh, and we want to make this, like, area wood-free. There's, like, a lot of wood, actually. We definitely need access points, because otherwise, like, we don't want to be one of those cringe gamers where no one can hit us. So, like, although we're going to have our hair top, we will have access round on the flanks, because for those who don't know, there is meant to be waves and waves of mobs that come to eat our faces. Oh, whoopsie. We actually do want that slightly there. There we go. So we need to have a path where it can't be forest, basically. I guess there. We're balding on the top. And then I guess we get rid of some of this extra mountain here. Yeah. Sure. Okay. I think that works. Maybe give access through there. Access through there. Through there. Go around these ways. I'm just trying to, like, create some branching access points. So, like, when we regen the map, it should still look like... What the... You're not meant to be there, okay? Like in fairness, that's on me, because we should have blocked that. There. Okay, so... Okay, I guess actually we should be, like, blocking this entire area like this. Because otherwise, yeah, it's going to, like, just do weird things. I don't know if I've appeased the people that want phallic structures. I feel like I've found the middle ground, and you should be grateful. Okay? I didn't dive deep into what you wanted, but I also didn't avoid it. I was respectful. It's phallic map? Of course, we gotta have wood. I don't know how you place... Ah, here we go. We got extra things down here. Ah, okay. This is like... Purlin noise. What is a purlin noise? I don't even know what purlin noise is. I'm a bit confused on that one. It's not to do with tree line. Oh, you can set thresholds as well for like how much you get of different things. So, yeah, you can like alternate a little bit like this. Oh, that's cool. Yeah, so you can actually leave it up to full random if you want to a certain degree, and then, you know, come in and finesse it. Interesting. And I think we have way too much bush. Sorry, chat, but like your bush levels are too high. So we can bring that down a little. Stone deposit. Should we have more stone? Let's be greedy. Maybe a few more iron veins. Fish schools up a bit because, like, I don't know if we can have many berries with this type of map design. Oh, we can. We can add more berries. I guess we got 8. Yeah, this is coming together. Like, this is crazy. Yeah, like, I wish other games had map generators this easy to access, because, like, I've used some map generators recently, and they are just, like, very painful to go through the... Like, this is iterative in the moment. So we can actually place enemy camps. Enemy camps exist around the map, and you can farm them for objectives to get certain resources that let you do things like summoning. So, I think where we make this... Whoa, okay, so, like... Rebel Hulks sounds pretty monka. And there's different types, by the way. There's Rebels, there's the Royal Army. There's also the Undead, the Saranga. I'm not sure what those are. I think maybe they're Scorpion related. No, they're not. I don't know what they are. I think they're just like... They look like a monster type. There's other units which includes Heffalumps, Wargs, zombies, and crab colonies. Crabs are cursed, by the way. I will say that much. And then there's not so enemy cards and resources. What do you think, guys? What do we go with? Who's going to be our enemy theme for the map? Oh, nice. And you can actually, like, you can choose a number that's going to randomly gen. So, like, how does this work? Is that... Ah, so, yeah. So that's, like, the minimum distance to spawn for enemies. And the maximum distance can be, I mean, hell, the entire map. Crabs love a bit... Why are you choosing the crabs? I just told you they're cursed. You don't believe me, do you? They are horrible. They are evil mother duckers. What's a... Isn't a Heffalump like a dragon thing? I think a Heffalump is a dragon thing. I can't quite remember, though. Alright, I guess we'll, like... Oh, why am I doing this to myself? Wait, what does that do? Oh, I'm still on zones. That's not what I wanted. Yeah, there we go. Oh, it means that they can spawn in these areas. I see. So you can add... Now I get it, chat. So what we can do... is I think you can move the objective line, maybe? Yeah. So you can do this... No, that's not it. Can you not? I'm wondering if you can have multiples. So you can be like, yeah, they're going to spawn in this area. Because then what I want is I want like an extra one that I can move the flag of elsewhere. But to my understanding, the flag is attached to like all. So I'm confused how that works. And you can't see it in generation how it works exactly, right? I don't think so. So that's a little bit confusing. But you can go in to see. So you can save and play. But I won't be able to CC. And I also haven't placed... Oh yeah, I haven't even placed... I'm genius. I haven't even placed a... Wait, is... Like, how do you get back to the... I guess you just have to go back to menu and then through again? Yeah. Alright. We'll edit map. Yeah, there's a lot to this. Okay. Oh, there we go. That's what we need. So we need our, I think it's town hall. Oh, you can even choose to start higher up. I guess we'll start as like a newbie. So there's our town hall. This is our starting building. You can also add a lot of different things. Like you can add lots of extra structures if you want an advanced start, which is kind of cool. So I think there's probably scenarios where you can start with a base already built up. Like, once again, reminds me of Stronghold there, where you had ones where you have, like, a cajillion things already, and others where you have to, like, build from nothing. You can even add in a bunch of enemy things. What? I don't know what the point of that is, but what? Does this spawn enemy armies and stuff? Maybe. Okay, we can. I didn't know. Wait, was that condo? A condo of the dead. That sounds very. I don't think comforting. I think the idea was comforting, but I'm not feeling comforting. Oh, but we can add in the crab holes that I was looking for before. Yeah, so these are the things that the annoying goddamn crabs come out of. They are very annoying. I guess we'll do this. We're gonna have loads of crabs. It's like it's not a personal issue, I swear. Heffalump nesting grounds. I feel like I want to vibe with these out here. Oh, we can only place them in these areas, though. Yeah, sure. Why not? I guess that'll come into play later on. Interesting you can't place it on the base terrain. I guess we could have a bunch of rebel scum around here. Nearby? I guess the rebels can be, like, in my way here. I've been blocked in by rebel scum. They even have a pretty banner to stick in my face. Yeah. This is a lot of houses. I'm pretty sure this is going to spawn a crap ton of units. Okay. Enemy spawn tools. Ah, here we go. Enemies to spawn limit is set to 25,000. Yeah, that seems reasonable. What do we do with this? So, does it just... I can just place them in locations, or... Because we got, like, raiders. What happens when I do that? 25 raiders. I'm not sure where these go or how they go. Simultaneously, there can be up to 25,000 enemies or up to 1,000 CPU ravenous enemies. I'm intrigued by the CPU ravenous enemies. Tell me more. Okay, so we've got the Saranga barbarian people. There's undead hulks. There should be... Yep, there's the Emperor crabs. These things are Monka S. Let's just... Yep, 20 of them. That's totally reasonable. How do I spawn them? I'm still a little bit confused on how I would spawn them. Map buffer area where players can't construct buildings. Got you. Excuse me. I don't know what that enemy generation camp thing is going to do. I thought they just spawn across the map anyway. I mean, I guess like we just have to accept it for what it is, that we can only do... Oh, wait. You can choose how many of these spawn as well. Got it. So I think with this, the goal is to do this. And then you want to spread them out across the map like that. And say they can't spawn like this close. And then from there, you can give me crabs. I'm gonna regret this. Emperor crabs are not fun. I briefly encountered one, and that was enough. And we can add like raider squads, like I don't know, 7 of those, and then we can have like, I guess royal forces, because I'm like secretly trying to overthrow these people. 5 of those, yep. And then Cthulhuism. No, we haven't got that, but we have got the undead. Are there any liches? Magister of Necromancy does sound a lot like liches. So let's go for a few schools of the undead. By a few, I mean 10. What can I say? A lot of dead people in the world, so they get busy. And I guess we want some Saranga villages with swordtails. Those are very big camps. So sure, 20 of those seems reasonable. What are you doing? Committing Sudoku. This is a lot of enemies. But I deserve a lot of resources for that, so I get 100 gold coins. Wait, you're going to have 50? I feel scammed. I want 100. What is the multiple layer thing about, though? Because you can't move the flags. Oh, you can control the different density of spawn location. I mean, sure, this is fine. Yeah, Moo. They just added the map. So, like, guys, !mark diplomacy if you want to check this out, by the way. Or click the pinned link. It helps me out. It helps them out. So they just added this today. It literally released less than an hour ago. And, in fact, I should probably put that in the title. New map editor update. Yeah. I like that. But, yeah, I was saying that like, this does give me some Stronghold vibes, which I like. It's cool to see that they've got all this map customization on top of that. Factory Simulate disguised in RTS. I mean, there's other comparative games like They Are Billions, right? Which I think they maybe took a lot of inspiration from. Okay, so we've got... Oh, we can spawn troops. We can start with troops. What do we start with, chat? I only get peons, I'm guessing. Wait, I can meet myself? Poggers? We want the Lord. Upping your production and consuming more? I mean, that's like most RTSs as well. Oh, what's reasonable to start with? Should we have... we'll have a few archers. 10 archers, my lord. Horse archers? I'll have 5 of them. Hammer guys. Dude, with a name like that, we'll have 10. I don't know if I'm making this too easy. I feel like giving myself anything more is making it... Birdem Chimera? We get one of them. We must burn. Mission objectives. Oh, that's interesting. Oh, dude, so you can, like, set up whole scenarios where you have to protect, like, I don't know, a king in a foreign castle or something like that. David, I'll have a look it up in probably about T-minus 1.5 hours, okay? I briefly saw it. I'll give you an update then. Oh, wait, what? Oh, I see. Voldemar. I'm going to add him to a group for you. There you go. I've added you to a group so you can communicate it to him. Play as the undead? Wait, can you actually play as the undead? Is that a thing? I guess we're just going to, like, try with an endless instead. Kill all the enemies in the area, repel all the attacks. I guess you can do repel all the attacks. How do you set the number of attacks? Starting camera position. Oh, okay. Yeah. That's a nice little detail so you don't get confused about where you're looking. Do we try this now, chat? Like, I don't know. What else do we add? Like, the problem is I don't know what I've done right or wrong with the unit spawns is the one that's got me a bit paranoid. Because like, I'm assuming... Yeah, appear in generation areas after the map starts. So this is like... Is this quite a lot of camps? We've built 20 Saranga villages. 10 undead mage schools. 5 large camps of royal forces. 7 raider squads. And 4 emperor crabs nests, which I'm crapping my... And we also added all this basic stuff in the first place. Like, this is a lot. I feel like this is a lot. I feel as if I'm going to die. And we have got some issues. Apparently, some things are placed outside of placing zones, etc. But I think that should resolve automatically. And wait, what's the shift multiplier? With shift press, the number of summoned enemies will be multiplied. Okay. Oh, you can just like... Oh, dude, that's even easier. You can just like click that. Nice. And you can summon their lords and their kings and whatever. So I can just like... I don't know. This is enemies, though. I don't know where they spawn. I'm assuming more than just this spawns around all those locations I just created. Snoot. Your loyal servant and counselor. Dude, we're going to have 20 snoots. Wait, did it not save my... We added army before. Where did it go? Did that not save? I'm confused. We definitely added army before, because we added some archers, and we had some hammer guys, and a flamethrower dude. Then we gave ourselves 5 horse archers. So hopefully that saves this time. No, it wiped again. Okay. What is this? So we do that. Is there a click to spawn button? Is this just like a one-off spawn thing I'm doing? Because I've got these things selected. But the moment I'm going to click off it, it's just not going to do it. Oh, there you go. Sorry, yeah, I see now. It is, yeah, so you just select them. And there we go. Yeah, yeah. It's because I read that. With that, I thought it was just like if you toggle it off, it doesn't happen. Okay, so we've got like Giga Army. But we need Giga Enemy too, right? So we're going to have Scott the Bloody. One of ye. He can have a cajillion flag carriers. They're going to get wrecked. And I guess we'll give him some rebels with shields. I'm so thoughtful. And you can, yeah, you can hold shift to expand the area that... Oh, no. Yeah, that's a... I think I can take him. Like, I'm pretty sure I can take him. No attacks or attacks are infinite. We want attacks infinite. How do you... We've added this. How do you select infinite attacks? It didn't tell me anything about that. I'm a bit confused. So repel attacks, objectives, no attacks, or attacks are infinite. How do you set attacks to infinite? Oh, yeah. We should also give ourselves, like, some basic buildings. So we can, like, if someone else played this, they'd be able to see the... Because people are clearly going to play this level. As I am a very talented level designer, as you can tell. None of the best, really. Okay, so if we do this, we can build... Can you build these on the high ground? No. That's kind of sad. It would have been cool to have, like, had a pyre type thing that you could build pretty high. Oh, I guess you can, like, do this and it's fine. Because now we should be able to see the Monka S army. Yeah. Although that's like lots of vision. I kind of wish I could give myself less. So maybe like... Trash that building. If I do this... Oh yeah, that just about lets you know you're screwed. That's really important. Because like it would be unfair if you didn't let them know they're in really, really big danger. I still don't know how to set the objective though. That I'm a little bit confused on. Wait, did the chat still going? Okay, I thought chat was being a bit weird for a sec. New AoE patch. We got a good map editor, Pog. Yeah, we're checking out Diplomacy is not an option, courtesy of the devs sponsoring us. We're going in blind with the map editor tools, which I thought was pretty cool, because it's like, we get to see how intuitive it is. I am a little bit stuck on the win condition element, because there needs to be a way to set infinite objectives. I just don't see it. Ah, here you go. You can set the waves, or you can, what, can you set infinite somewhere? Oh, you can even, dude, can you, yeah, you can disable people from building certain things. There's a lot of interesting things you could do here then, yeah. Just like grief them and say you can't build normal housing. Oh no. Okay. So you can add in a bunch of things. Very many rebel. Oh my god, that's like, that is quite Monka. But we can add in... Oopsie, didn't want to do that. That's a lot, right? Like I'm adding in 2,000 enemies. Bruh, they're gonna die. We are so dead. Let's give just one. Chill. Like build to it. Calm. Not too much at once. All right? Like little appetizers. This is a lot. This is like a lot. Set on repeat. Intervals. Sure. Apply and continue. So now... Wait, but I've set the objective now. What did the deuce? Did we not set the objective? Plan continue. Finite number of enemies must be specified. This is a bit weird. Okay, let's just get rid of that for now. Vamos! Muchachas. Good objective. Oh no. Run! Run, horse archers! What are these? Wait, are they bombs? I may have spawned too many things. Chat, I think, and I'm just like spitballing here. I think we may have spawned slightly too many things. Oh my god. We definitely... Wait, is he resurrecting my horse archers against me? No, come on. Oh god, that's not fair. That is so not fair. Run, boys, get inside. Alright, mate. Turns out hammers... You would think... Oh my god. You would think a hammer is very good against a crab. Like, you know, just spitballing here, but like in my brain, that makes a lot of sense. Alright, we did not nail it with this one. And we have a lot of corpses. We may need to go back to the drawing board slightly on that one. That was not what I calculated. You know, like, if I ever found a situation in life where like I had that many crabs, I'd probably just put a chassis belt on it and move on. That was a lot of crabs. Okay. Part of me is like, do we just wipe the map? Put another one? Excuse me. But no, we rock and roll. We will fix this. So we very clearly need to decrease the amount of crud we've put in here. So we go across. I mean, the crazy thing is we didn't even see the Saranga villages. That was just the crabs. That was kind of ridiculous, actually. So now I understand the layer to the cake logic here, by the way. So, like, what you want to do is you almost want to be like... You want to be like this, where the more difficult things are put on a separate layer further away, is the idea. And then, yeah, like the secondary wave can be like this sort of thing. So then you have more breathing room. These guys can be closer because they're going to be weaker. Yeah, now it makes sense. Like, it's just like, it's bullseye targeting layers, right? It makes a lot of sense. Maybe 20 Saranga doesn't make sense. Maybe like 10. That's still a lot, I think. And then our army, we want to station slightly further away. Can I not move them now? I don't think so. I think you have to delete them. Okay, so we'll have our king. And then what we'll do is we'll add in like 10 archers. Whoopsie. They didn't work very well. I still don't know what the wagon... Oh, they explode... Ah, that was the thing. We should have full, like, bombed them. We didn't. You have to manually detonate them. I guess we can try ballista. No, that's still not ballista. Whoops. Can you make that smaller? Thank you. Get rid of them too. So maybe go like 5 spears. Oh, whoops. That had the... I need to get rid of the other thing from the command. Yeah, so we'll deplete those. We'll add in 5 spears. We'll also add in... Oh, let's go for 2 Mountain Knights. I'm a frugal boy. Maybe we'll try a Ballista. And then... Oh, we get our 10 hammer, guys. Because, guys, there's like a rebel scum force that needs to be dealt with. It's very important. So, like, it's reasonable that I've given myself this. I think you can also get these armies on your side. I'm not sure, though. Because it says troop spawn, then enemy spawn. So I think you can actually recruit, like, the barbarians and the rebels. Which is important, because I need me some flag carriers. So, very important. Very important. I need my flag carriers. For reasons I can't really explain. It's just... they vibe. Okay. Very good objective. Very well played. And the crabs are already on the way. Okay, the flag carriers are not very good at the job. I mean, they are carrying the flag. They just are not carrying it long. We have got the ballista sniping. These crabs are dangerous, by the way. Woof. Okay. So like, this is enemy army, right? I reckon I can take them. Let's go, boys. Oh my god, the ballista's already firing. Yeah, follow me, follow me, follow me. Follow me, follow me, follow me. Follow me, follow me. Keep following me. Keep following. No, not the crabs. The crabs weren't invited. The crabs are not invited. You know what? Yeah, like, if it wasn't for the crabs, I think we rock him. But the crabs seem to once again be completely and utterly unreasonable. I think that is the technical term. Even my double ballista is no match for the crabs. Wait a second. Hold on. Hold on, hammer, guys. Follow us. Yep, keep chasing. Idiots. Okay, Scott seems to be stronger than crabs. He has got 10 times the health. I think spawning 10 Scots may have been a mistake. I don't have to play this, right? Like we don't play this map, right? It's still not there? Because we're testing the vibes of, like, starting army, etc. We haven't, like, started building our base. So we're stress testing it? I think the crabs spawn too close. We still need to push the crabs further away. This is going to be such a cluster duck if we're even able to, like, contest them. Did we want to regen random? Yeah, because that gap shouldn't have been there. The big problem here is going to be reaching resources to then build, like, extra units, which is going to be important. So I think what you need to do is actually... We definitely... Yeah, let them spawn from here to here. These really need to start further away. Because if you can't get starter resources, you're not going to, like, get anywhere. So that kind of spawn makes sense. And yes, the same. We are creating a scenario. A scenario, preferably, where we don't just get killed straight away. That is proving challenging. So the problem here is somewhere in here, there are Scots, and Scott is broken. Scott is a problem. So we're going to have to delete this army and make it again. We will give them one Scott, which is much more reasonable. It's what we wanted originally, but we had the shift click by accident. And then he can have a cajillion stupid rebel flag carriers. And then I guess we'll have some pitchforks. Some rebels with shields. Oh, and then like some scythes, blah, blah, blah. Littering the rebels. There we go. So that's going to be our annoying army to get past. Oh god, should I place that further back? Can I actually reach wood here? I feel like I'm going to die trying to reach the wood. We might even need to make this, like, wider. So you get it on the flanks here, but not so much on the tree. Yeah, so now you have some trees. Like, now you don't just die straight away. Yo, like, can you stop being really insensitive about crabs? It is a serious condition. And it has been the death of many people. As we can see very clearly with us right now. So, you know, be reasonable. Be thoughtful, okay? Awareness is important. Okay. Let's try this again. I don't even know if I'm going to be able to scale economy still. But we have got our starting boys. And basically, guys, you can like... Oh, wait. Did we not start with resources? Oh, my food is a problem. I just realized. You pretty much want to use these guys to secure something. Otherwise, you're in trouble. Why don't you start with wood? Like, 0 wood, 0 workers. Oh, it's because my army is my, like, workers. Oops. Okay, I guess we'll just use these to secure some more territory then. You know, vibe a little. What up, boys? What up? Like that motherfuck. What is the attack button? Attack move is F. Okay. Yo, knights are like giga stacked. That's good. The bannermen are kind of worthless. I kind of want them to die, actually. My lord only has 12? Oh, God, that's so low damage. Leroy! Alright, chat. This looks much better. I'm going to speed it up. Whoop, whoop. Nothing can breach my impervious armor. Oh, and now we do want to move the in-game, like, our camera placement, because it's over the thing. I guess we'll go here. What is up here makes sense. I don't know if stuff comes up here later. Well, let's go down here. Maybe? I can force soldiers to turn back into workers? Yeah, but isn't it much better to just make them earn their place in Valhalla? I feel like that's a lot more appreciative of their, like, efforts here. You know, I feel like I'd be doing them a disservice otherwise. Purge the unclean. And then we get crystals to fight. Oh, okay, that's actually kind of cool now that I think about it. You could basically do, like, scenarios where you don't have a base at all, limited troops, and you have to, like, balance mass healing with temporary summons, because you can temporarily summon knight-type units to try and, like, roll through everyone. So we're getting loads of these crystals, which is nice. All right, I may have made myself 2 giga strong on the start. I don't know. So it's nighttime. We are going to starve, no? Because they have no food. Is that correct? Oh, yeah. And where's the... Dismiss. Dismiss will do it. My orders. I mean, who needs trash archers when you've got hammer boys, right? Alright, so they're back to work. We can now afford to build berry pickers, which will be very good. And then we also want to get lumber mills. This area is not safe, but I don't care. Off you go. Now I feel like I've made the scenario too easy. Have I made the scenario too easy? Enemy forces are approaching. I mean, the starvation's a problem. I can admit that. I may have been uncaring about my people's needs. But, you know, nothing that murdering a bunch of savage tribes won't distract from, you know? This is how they forget about their problems. Our units are in combat. No. I don't starve to death. Someone else is starving to death. Oh, wait, that's me. No. Berserk. All right, we'll have to use that next time. So this guy is Spearman. They take less damage from ranged. I'm pretty sure, yeah, there's splash attack on my hammer guys. So they're big boy ballers. We have got a lot of army coming, by the way. I don't know if starvation is going to be our problem here, chat. I think there might be bigger problems, unspoken. We do have dying people that will need to be cremated or otherwise. Can we just reset you guys over here? Our units are in combat. All right, we definitely need to get more lumberjacks. I'm pretty sure I'm going to need those archers for what's coming, by the way. I'm pretty sure we've got problems just around the corner. But at least we can research. We can't afford anything. We're dirt poor. Okay, so we've got double lumber mill. Do we want triple? Yes. I think. Maybe. I don't know. Alright, so they are lingering, but not coming yet. Wait, is that them? Aha! We've done it! Suckers! Oh, we do need to, like, frontline, though. Defend me, lumber camp. Because the ballistas, I believe, do penetrate, if I'm not mistaken. Are we gonna die here? Berserk. Angry Lord. Very angry. Nice. But he needs to run away because he's a coward. Uh-oh. This may be a problem. Can you guys, like, maybe take out the catapult? I think we're dead. Well, the good news is we don't have a population issue anymore. I think they can straight up snipe the catapults. Yeah. They like kill them pretty quick. This is scary. Like, how? How are you guys not dead? There's no way we survive this, right? Yo, turns out hammers make for pretty good cannon fodder defense. Who'da thunk it? We're nowhere near through this wave, by the way. Like, there's so many more of them. It's kind of absurd. All right, build me some houses. We also maybe want to get a grave diggers and a cemetery. I think that might be. Oh no! Wait! What? No! Yeah, you defend us all. Thanks. There is a big leader in there somewhere. That's going to be a problem. Why? Why are they all attacking me? What did I do, man? There's even paladins. Okay, yeah. Not the crabs! It's always the crabs! Stand your ground, brothers! We don't have no retreat button in this game. We're dead. We're so dead. Why? Why did they come back? There's even an emperor crab. I feel like every person ever who's had to deal with crab, why does it always come back? Oh no. And why don't you all hate each other? You've got rebels, Saranga, the royal army, and crabs. Like, at least the crabs have got to have a problem the rest of you, surely. Alright. I think what we're learning here is I'm a very sucky map creator. I tried so hard and got so far. But in the end, it doesn't... No? It doesn't really matter. Okay. So I think... maybe... just a little bit too strong. Is there any maps that someone logical has already created? I mean, that would be impressive. It's been an hour. So I imagine no one else has, like, made a good map. If I click add map, let's have a look. Yeah, there's nothing yet. I mean, like, maybe I'm setting high expectations here, but, you know, you guys have had an hour to make a map. Like, can you just... I hate to be rushy on it, but... because otherwise I'm going to upload this. And you don't want me to upload this. But you know what, guys? What we could do is a giveaway. Who would like to come and make worse maps than me? I'm sure there's someone. But what we need is Nightbot's assistance. So let me get the command set up. And I'll probably give you guys like 5 minutes. And then I'm going to give away a code. One second. I've got too many tabs open. Where am I? I have way too many tabs open. Good lord. All right. Yeah, Nightbot is going to help us out with this. We're going to do a giveaway. So, we're going to use a keyword giveaway. Everyone can be included. And it is going to be very simply give crabs. Give crabs is going to be our thing. Subs, I guess, can have 2x luck. It's a little bit of an edge. And it's open now. So exclamation mark, give crabs. All one word will enter you into the giveaway. While I try to fix the unfixable. It's not fixable. I think step one, this army just doesn't need to be here. I think I've done enough damage to myself. Like, this army does not need to be part of this. Like, thank you for coming, but goodbye. Oh my god. So, we'll keep the camps everywhere else. What we really need is to fix the spawning issues. This might be a bit too much. Wait, but where did all the knights come from? Because they shouldn't have been part of that. They really shouldn't have been a part of that. At all. I'm so confused. They definitely shouldn't have. I mean, I think this, like, wasn't too much. It would be nice if there was just, like, an auto-scaling thing you could, like, rely on to just figure out roughly... I mean, you kind of got it here, right? But almost like just it figures it out itself to, like, add in, like, scale. So, like, if there's a 1.5 or 2x multiplier based on, like, the different waves and stuff. You know what I mean? Like, that would be quite nice. And then we go, like, what, few? Oh, wait. Sorry, that's a lot. I just realized. And then we can maybe do... other units? Sure, we'll add in a little bit of that. Yeah, so we have like a growing effect here, right? Like, this is not too bad. Maybe a few undead. Apparently a few undead is a lot. That is a lot of undead. But I'm sure it'll be fine. It probably won't. Maybe we decrease that to like 250 and 170. So, you know, the number isn't... Oh, actually, like, yeah, that's the problem. We just had 2 of them. That's fine. And then we can, like, maybe add in some Saranga. Layer the cake a bit, you know? All right. I'll give you guys, like, 2 or 3 more minutes. Remember, exclamation mark give crabs if you want to be entered into the giveaway. We've got 3 keys to give away today. So, should be able to make some people happy. Male wargs, Monka. And then maybe like an average sized arm. Okay, that's a lot. Why is there so much of you? Is that just one army? Okay, so let's get rid of like the earlier trash. Who cares about them now? If we add in... That was just 1, right? Oh, good lord. Yeah, that was 1. Okay. That's quite the escalation, no? That feels like quite the escalation. Yeah, that kind of makes sense. 16,000? Oh, God. I don't know if we'll be ready for that. But sure, why not? All right, so there is something else, by the way, guys, which we're going to save, and then this should be, like, there on the store. So if we save map, and we exit, because there's something I want to enable here. So there are ways that you guys can give me crabs or other things. One is, obviously, like, participate yourself and create your own maps, and that will be a different form of pain. But there is some really cool features we have to work with. I can let you guys affect things. So there's a few things here with Twitch integration. There's raids, which adds in raids in-game. There's polls. I'm not sure how the polls work exactly yet. And then also subscriptions will summon friendly units. So a few different cool things. We're going to roll for the giveaway in about, what, 20 seconds? Yeah, so last chance, exclamation mark give crabs if you haven't gone in yet. And then we'll roll our first wiener. All right, I'm going to roll now. Let's see what Nightbot does for us. Seagull, you have been chosen. You hear, Seagull? Big poggers. All right, congrats, Seagull. You're our first winner. Oh, mate. He's a big winner on this channel. What was that? Battle Aces last time on this channel? Boom, there you go. All right, so remember, redeem on Steam. I've DM'd it across to you now. Congrats, congrats. Do enjoy it. And we've got, I think 2 or it's 3. It's either 2 or 3 more codes to give away. So some more people will win. Sorry on the YouTube side, there's no way to get Nightbot to integrate there as well. So apologies for that. So like definitely hop into the Twitch one if you want to be in with a chance of winning. So, map editor. I think we're ready to die. We're ready to die. This is going to be painful. Okay, so like, we still have too much army actually, don't we? We never fixed that. Should we quickly fix that? Let's deplete our army a little. I think we can allow ourselves a few hammer boys. The hammer boys are kind of reasonable. Not really, but kinda. We definitely don't want the meanful bannermen. We'll get rid of our self, I guess. Do we? Yeah, let's get rid of those. Get rid of some of the archers. Ballista can go as well. We'll keep a few hammer boys. That's a very reasonable starting force. Probably should have had more archers, but yeah. We definitely won't starve this time because now we have, like, food. We thought about this, right? Like, you know, I'm a daddy. I know how to provide for my family. I just tell Emma to figure out what we're going to eat. Yeah, so, like, I'm prepped to rule these people, make sure that they live a long and prosperous life. I'm really thoughtful, actually. Yeah, it kind of has Cossack elements in that regard. Like, oh, yeah, if you forget to feed your people, they are going to die. I'm like, whoa, what is a death? Okay, so... we're still missing workers.
Ready to ride.
I guess we, like, let it ride out. I mean, you could just convert these guys across. I think it's not a bad idea to make these guys become villagers. And that gives us a few workers. And with that, we want to go lumber camps. And probably food. I don't know why I just sent... like, what? I resigned 4 of them, and I got 2 workers, which is a bit weird. I'm not sure why. There is so many big lethal objectives on the map, by the way. Okay, come to daddy. It's Hammer Boy time. You. Get mad. Kronk smash! Yes. Good, Anakin, good. I like these hammers. I vibe with them. Me and them will get along well. Okay, I still don't have more workers. There's going to be some starvation issues. But, you know, like, we focus on those problems when they become the problems. And not before. I don't know how you start polls, by the way. Because we have the integrations ready, but I don't know how polls get started. I don't know how they integrate, necessarily. Oh, you guys should get rocking, by the way. We got a lot of killing to do. So, with the knights, once they get low, we'll be able to pull them back to heal. Leroy. Yeah, hammers are definitely like a snowball effect as well. You need like a certain amount to feel like you're at critical mass, I think. Okay. So once these guys get injured, we're just going to peel them back. And it's just like, you know, carrying for your bro. Switch aggro. Look at this, guys. RTS skills coming in big. And you thought I didn't know how to do it. I thought I didn't know how to do it. These guys are really tanky, though. Hammer guys are definitely not about that high DPS life. Yeah, 8 damage in an AoE is the catch. But, like, the king can be very helpful with the Berserk. So he's our clutcher. Okay, so we definitely have like enough housing room, but we're not getting people very fast here, is my concern. We're not gonna, like, I don't know how to start with maximum population of what you should have. So I think with the way we scaled it, we probably need to start with max pop, or we just dedge. Alright. Angry, angry lord. We are dying. Oh, God. And run. Really run. That is slightly monko. We have cleared most of these guys. There's crabs afterwards as well. Love me some good old crabs. We can summon some of the troopers to assist us as well. We do finally have some workers as well. So now we can start getting food. We want fishermen. And we want berries. That should give us more than enough food for our boys. We probably want more lumber mills, but we don't have more workers yet. So we're going to have to wait. Yeah, I am worried about the population scaling. Because we had limited time on with this, I didn't really think about like what was appropriate on like each wave compared to the regular game. Like I said, though, we can make the defense of the earlier waves a bit easier by picking up all these soul crystals. Like, I say all of these. The few soul crystals I can find. So I'm not sure how these Twitch integrations work exactly. I'm assuming they're on. I'm pretty sure they're on. They should be on. Because we definitely put them on in the options menu. I didn't see an option when we started the game that would have affected it. Nice. Oh, damn. What? What? Like, I'm just getting trebucheted because these guys shouldn't have spawned in here, I think. Oh, can't these crab holes also spawn very Monka-esque enemies? I hope not. There's something in the wall that's scaring the crap out of me. That's just horrifying. Alright, we definitely need to get back over here, though, to defend. So you guys do naturally heal over time. Does the editor have an allow Twitch integration option? Maybe it's only for regular maps? I thought, like, would it show somewhere? I don't know if it's meant to show somewhere. That's the thing. Uh-oh. Monka. Leave me alone. Don't touch my stuff. You don't have my permission. It's my stuff. Leave my stuff alone, bro. No, wait. Oh, crap. I forgot because I clicked a unit instead. You can do this. Rip their heads off. Rip faster. Oh, God. Nope, 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 nope. This is fine. We have the hammerers. Our troops are under attack. I think maybe. Like, they're not really doing much. There we go. Yeah, okay, so if you don't micro them in, they're a little bit weird, it seems. But once you do, smash, smash. Big smush. There's a lot coming. I think my guy might eventually get overwhelmed. We definitely need to help our boys out. Yeah, because they're about to start dying. Oh, also, this guy needs to leave. Operation Save the Hammerer. Get him out. No, 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 no. Okay, I'm dead. There goes our lord. There's another way. We survived. And we can build a rack, so we can get some boys. Starvation might still be a little bit of a problem, but no. We only lost the Lord. That's fine. There's only one. Oh wait, there's two corpses. Someone else died. Okay, that's a bit more problematic. So we are going to want to get a cemetery then, with practically no workers. This is not good. Cemetery. Gravedigger. And we don't have enough wood for cemetery. That's not a good look. I mean, do we really need to bury our dead? What are they going to do? Get resurrected and haunt us? They'll probably get resurrected and haunt us, yeah. Okay, if I can catch these guys before they start arriving, We can maybe stop a snowball effect. Maybe. Love the voice actor, reminds me of Warcraft 3. Yeah, I kind of want to turn it up a little bit, actually. I think maybe the effects needs to come down. The music also, for some reason, stopped. Yeah, it just stopped again. Oh, there we go. Come on, boys. But yeah, like, it's somewhere between Warcraft and I think Stronghold. I think that's another thing, like, gives me those vibes. Like, the ready to ride. It reminds me of the knights from Stronghold. Like, onwards to glory. Forward. Uh-oh. You guys need to save us from death, the catapults. And we also have issues. There is slight overflow. Thank you, boys. There is also big rebel hulks. I think I'm dead. We are definitely dead. Run, Forrest, run! Yeah, we're dead. I think we be killed. So let's see. With the Twitch integration thing, there's an easy way to check if it's on. Sources of souls, stone, blah, blah, blah. There's no option here. Right? It doesn't look like it. So presumably it's just on. Yeah. Because we went in the menu, we definitely turned it on. Yeah, it's all on. I just don't know how the polls works. I didn't really get any details on that. So that element's going to be a bit confusing. So let's go back to map editor. Has anyone made a map yet? A map better than... No, they haven't. I would be somewhat impressed if someone had made a banger of a map already. I don't know. I feel like I've just flopped with this map. How do I fix this quickly? Because like making a good map in an hour would be quite challenging from scratch for this. And we've been like tinkering with it for a little bit now, right? It'd be nice if I knew how to change the starting conditions, because I feel like I want to start with more workers. Oh, that's cool. You can start with people deployed and whatever. Whoa. Full 36? That's greedy. I guess does it change anything if you start with the extra buildings as well? So like you can start with, if you start with houses, would that change the amount of people you start with at the beginning of the game? You can get a ship? Brother. It doesn't matter, but I want it. It looks cool. I don't think that does anything, but I want it. We're vibing. We are magician Vikings that flew here by air, and now we must purge the lands of the scum. That's a good story that tracks. Okay. I'm hoping this will start me with people. Oh, we can have a little city fountain. That's pretty. Nah, we won't like overdo it. I just want more workers to start with so we can like start bloating. Would be the idea. I don't see any like lumber camp drop or whatever. Oh, do we go for barracks? Give ourselves a start in barracks as well. Screw it. Yeah. Because I don't want to make it easy, but I want to make it doable, you know? Like, crazy idea, but it would be a good idea to make it doable. I guess I just wanted to have, like, an endless scenario, but I wanted it to scale at, like, a logical pace. It'd be nice if there was almost, like, a default setting to be like, yeah, just, like, have it go at a reasonable rate of increase. But it looks like you have to like manually add it in. Otherwise, you can do this where the health just keeps increasing. So you get the same wave eventually again and again and again and again. Yeah, those guys weren't too bad. Then the Rebel Hulks kind of became Monka. I think, yeah, what you want to do is you almost, like, there you go. You want to increase the days. Did that even, like, why is that not changing the day? Do you have to be attacked every day? Is that the thing? Okay. Got it. Yeah. So you just have to increase the maximum ones first, because otherwise it's going to, like, try and send 2 waves at, like, the same day or whatever. Is this reasonable? That's kind of reasonable, I think. Okay. I think we are ready to test our godliness. Whoop, whoop. Watch us still get crushed, like, ultra fast here. Okay, so we have no... Yeah, so the houses didn't change it. I don't know how you start with more people. I'm struggling a bit with that. Nothing in troops. Maybe in the building here? Got 11 per day? Yeah, from the extra housing. But it'd be nice to start with, like, the maximum villages if possible. Because that's an option in the standards. In the menu, you can choose that. So it exists somewhere within the controls. The variables at start you can set. Is it here? I don't know what laconarity is, for sure. You. No, I don't see it here at all. Oh, maybe up here? There you go. Yeah, at the top. It's that little button there. So if we start with 30. That's pretty reasonable. Nice. Ah, and you can choose how much... Wait, can you choose how much for other resources you start with? That would make a lot of sense. Yeah, you can choose essence. You can choose coin. I don't know what the gold's used for. I don't see a way of adding in more resources, which is... Unless... Ah, there we go. Yeah, so we can start with like 100 wood, and then we can have like, I don't know, 25 stone. I don't know if that actually does anything. 25 iron, and then 50 food. There we go. So, I see. Like, that's actually quite intuitive. I don't know. I was looking for like some back-end scripty area, but you just click on the buildings to have the effects. That's what does it. So, for example, if I was to now add in... what? A tavern? No, that wouldn't work. Wait, could you add, like, bodies by default to a cemetery? Ah, that would have been cool. Because if you delete a cemetery, it makes the inhabitants upset. So I think it spawns zombies to attack you. Like, with the swordsman thing, I don't think that changed anything. Okay, yeah. Actually, yeah, you can do this, right? Yeah, because you can basically add units on the top. Priestess of the Bombus cult. That sounds very strong. Heal allies and throw heavy boulders at enemies. I want them, but that sounds like it might make the game too easy. Should we give ourselves 2? 2, like, 2's not going to be OP, right? Probably not. Probably. Alright. So, let's do it. I think we've cooked. I'm not going to say what we've cooked is tasty or anything, but like, we've cooked. It counts. I think. Can you make stone walls? Yes. Like, that's why I was saying it's like Stronghold. It reminds me of Stronghold. You can make, like... We could technically... Like, we're just trying to do, like, a raw start. To within reason. To show you guys, like, how you scale, etc. But you could... Actually just, like, make an entire base. And go from there. Like, I can show you guys that if you prefer. But I thought it might be cool to, like... Try and build from scratch. So let's get a builder's house as well. Builder's houses give you additional builders to work with. Stone mine. Sure. Why not? What's the worst that can happen? I'm probably going to die walking out there. I can sense it. Okay, so the gals are inside.
I'm ready.
This is a lot of forest to fight into. Might get confusing. Yeah, you can do things like you can build stone walls, you can build wood walls, like all of it. Whole kit and caboodle. What's weird is they keep coming through the stone, which is odd. Instead of just pathing around, because we did create a pathed area for them to access, right? We intentionally done that. But yeah, what we could do, for example, is we could start walling like this. There you go. So start placing the walls now. Oh damn, that's a whole army. Lob your boulders, boys. Okay, the Lord is 100% a liability. Good Lord. Actually, bad Lord. Get it? This is like. Okay, yeah, like Mountain Knights. Mountain Knights are chads. Oh my god! Oh, wait! The spearman. Spearman can't you? You gotta be careful. As a monk steer. All right. So you guys can clean this up. And you gotta deal with this. Wait, were they attacking citizens? No, the crabs! Brother, please. Not like this. Why? Why crabs? Why crab? Like why? It just crabs. They had to, didn't they? They couldn't just let me be. Go, my beauties, go. I mean, at least they didn't take out all my houses, but yeah, they kind of screwed me on the housing. Let's prep a bunch of archers. Okay, I think we're good. What is your thinking?
Our troops are under attack.
I kind of like. I'm worried that I'm gonna die. Like, how hard they hit? Oh, dude. Yeah, like, why was I worried? Just knights, lol. Just build knights. Okay, knights is like making this quite easy. Got pop cap in this game? Yes, you need to build more houses to unlock. We did have more houses, and then they kind of went kaput. I think we want to accelerate our lumber income. A lot, actually, because we want to build these walls. So we're building walls now, so we have something like slow down the enemy. While we've got a bit of bream room, we're going to go and kill these buildings to get stoof. We did have a slight murder occurring over here. The crabs were hungry. Crabs claim another life. It's a dangerous disease, guys. I guess we'll build the cemeteries down here, where maybe people won't get upset. And grave diggers as well. Oh, we do not have any food income. I just realized. Let's fix that. Alright, we'll probably look to give away another key shortly.
Hollow orders. Me hungry. Wrong smash.
Okay, so. Nice. I would say, overall, our chances of survival are decently higher than last time. Now, we didn't set a high expectation, but you take the wins where you can get them, really, guys. I mean... I feel like I'm doing the devs a disservice with my map creation compared to, like, the campaign missions and everything they've done. Apparently, the campaign is really, really thorough and good.
Our people are under attack.
Okay, so we might want to summon some boys. Go! Yes! Alright, there we go. That will protect most of our people. These guys are screwed, though. If you guys could just run home before you... No, you're dead. Yeah, you gotta be really careful with your people. Because cemeteries will only hold so many people as well, is the thing. Alright, garrison aside. On the walls. Defend me. I am your master.
Our troops are under attack.
Okay, can you guys get around, please? Oh my god. Wait, why are we already taking... Oh, I didn't turn on auto repair. Oops. Are we gonna die to the plebs? Bro, don't die to the plebs. Like, not to the plebs. I can't. Not to the plebs. I'm dying to the plebs. No, god damn it. Oh, god. It was going so well until it wasn't.
The town hall is in danger.
Yep, I'm trying to solve that. Chill.
People have resorted to eating rats. Perhaps we should gather more.
Famine's only a problem for those that can't find food. It's fine. I mean, there's plenty of bodies. I don't know what the problem is, you know? Just adjust your diet. It's like keto. You know? Please do not kill my castle. Can you guys repair the castle? I don't care that it's being attacked. Just repair it. No, not my hammerer. Like, without them, I lose. I lose so hard without them. Ugh. I'm gonna lose the castle. No. Wait, what the? Puffing! No! GG. Can I build a new one? I don't think I can build a new one. I think that's a one-offer. Yeah, higher town hall levels required. Thanks, game. Let me just get one of those. Oh wait. All right. Yeah, I felt, dude, those 3 hammers being stuck on the wall for the entire fight. I look back, I'm like, where are they? Oh, that roughed me. All right. I guess we will soften the blow of pain by giving a key away. So let me wipe the giveaway thing and we'll start again. So, exclamation mark, give crabs is how we're going to do this. I'm going to eat a biscuit while I wait. Exclamation mark, give crabs if you want to win. A copy of diplomacy is not an option. Shall we try one of the endless modes now? I mean, I could build a castle instead. Because you can fully build your own bases, right? Does this game have 2-player co-op? No, I don't think so. I think it's only single player. But you could basically create really hard scenarios and then feed them between each other like, you can't beat this, you know? Okay. So, we'll run the giveaway in a sec. I'm going to give people like another minute to enter with exclamation mark give crabs. And should we make a cool castle? Let's see how far we can take this. I don't like that they... Oh, there is a gap there. That now makes sense. I thought there wasn't before. That was weird. Now that makes a lot more sense. But you can build to your heart's desire. We can get massive towers. Massive, massive towers. Stone walls. So yeah, you can build like full stack stuff. Oh, this is the... Ah. Yeah, the placing zone is interesting. That's why, yeah. So we can connect to the mountain area. We can make it like a little base here, basically. Well, and then we can regenerate. Yeah, so you can make like a full base. So that's the other thing. Like, I've been showing off. I've been trying to create like a hard scenario. Let's have some fun. But oh wait, can you? Oh god, you can't like have it draw in a straight line, which is a bit weird. But what you can do is you can just basically make an entire base and create a really hard survival type thing. You know. So we could do stuff like this where we. Can you not make? Oh, these can. Yeah, these can hold up to one. Like one range unit. Okay. Aesthetically, I wish that was like that would fully join. My PT, like gonna be OCD on that, but it's fine. So you can do this type of stuff, and then what you can do is you can have your big ash gates. So, I don't know which way is yes or no. Oh, okay. So you can't actually like build them on top of each other. It gets a bit weird with you when you do that. I thought you'd just be able to drop it in, but it doesn't want you to. So you still need more space. There we go. Okay, so we can do this around the other side as well. And we'll go like this. Pretty whittles. And then we want... Whoops. That was not what I wanted to do. That's the one. Okay, so we want to... delete this. Place a pretty wall. Nice. So yeah, you can like build up the whole thing. And you can actually have like full infrastructure. We saw that we could add extra workers. You can then obviously have the extra houses. You can set up with additional builder houses already. And then we can have like, if we want to have the housing infrastructure for extra people, we can be like this. And then I think you can add in the food. Yep, you can do lumber mills and everything else. You can get higher level lumber mills. I think what we want to do is obviously leave a gate here. So we can come through. Nice. And then we can go ahead and have our outskirt lumber mills. I guess you just build them in the forest. It's like whatevs. Walk back in. Got to keep my premium spots safe, you know? Oh, and you can get foresters' cabins to like rebuild forests. So you can actually get infinite wood in this game. There's farms? I was just going to go for the fisheries. Which I can't see here right now. Why can't you place fisheries? That's weird. Fisheries and berry spots aren't accessible by default. So I guess you just add in some farms. Placed on the map along with the farm. Places wheat fields. So if we go like that. Ah, there you go. They take a lot of space. No. This is suboptimal. Delete. Okay, so we go like this. That is still suboptimal, but I will accept it. Oh, I just realized this. Yeah, there we go. We've got a little bit of food. And I guess we could have some extra storage. Why not? So yeah, you can build like very elegant, fat stacked cities and whatnot. And then have some fun with it. We're going to want... let's add a granary in as well. To optimize the route. We have to have our amazing ship, which for reasons I cannot disclose is important. It's confidential. Need to know basis. We can get some towers. Excuse me, some towers as well. So tower in the corner. Oh, that's right. Yeah, so we have to... that's a little bit annoying when it does that. Because I think in game, you can just build over the existing like infrastructure, so it doesn't have that, no, there's something already there type thing. Okay, nice. And then I guess fat stackers in the corner. Okay. And then you guys can like go crazy. So if you want, you can then start adding in loads of your own military force. Then goes in locations. So I think, for example, you could do... You could probably do like what crossbows to be giga. And then I think you can place them... Nope. Oh, no, you can't place them on the walls by default. Really? Huh. Color me a little bit surprised. Okay. But... let's go 10. Excuse me. Yeah, why not? Get crazy. So you could just create, like... I mean, this is like the childish mode in my brain where it's like, yes, let's make insane scenarios with, like, gigaloads of units and whatnot. And then we have to hold forever and ever and ever. And we'll put it at 100 because we're definitely going to need 100. Extra food reserves. I don't know how much these farms are going to give, actually. Yeah, that should be fun. And then our enemy situation. I guess now we'll be, like, very crazy about it. Yeah, these numbers are rookie. Okay, day 5, day 10, day 15. This is a bad idea. But who cares? Lamau. Let's go die! Something tells me we won't survive this. Stone and other things finite. I think some resources are finite, and like things like wood you can replant. So some yes, some no, from what I can tell.
What is it?
Alright. Let's have you boyos do that. You lads can get in the towers.
What is it?
We are gonna have a party. Wait, are they already shooting stuff?
What is it?
Oh, they are.
Got it.
Oh, weird that they walked around that way, though.
If you're sure.
Wait, can they jump on the walls from the outskirts? Yeah, they can. Oh, that's kind of adorable.
Hey.
We want to get them out of this. I think we want to eject and put them over here. Yeah. Damn, crossbow's got some good range. Woo-wee! Hey, get rid of the big boy. Leave my walls alone. Get off my lawn. Okay, we do not have enough housing for everyone. Food's probably going to be a problem as well. We need workers there ASAP. So we need to, like... we needed more houses, basically. We needed a lot more houses. Oh, boy. I have a feeling that people are going to starve. Like, call me crazy, but we may have overkilled.
Hey. Moving.
Nice. Oh, we don't have builders oh, no. I think you guys need to be dismissed. Okay, so we have farm workers, we have builders. Das ist good. We still need more houses. I guess we disband you guys as well. And I think we have excess workers now, which is good. Because we need wood. 100 food a day? Oh god, you're right. Like, what? I mean, like, we've cut it down a bit, but you guys are still greedy pigs. What? Wait, what? What? Bruh, no way. Is there a gap there this time and I didn't notice? Not like this. What have I done? What? Did I regen it and not notice a gap? Bruh. Like, why can't you guys just come at me at the wall? They're meant to be stupid. Why are they smart? Oh, we hadn't given away a key yet. All right, I guess we're going to do a restart here anyway, and they'll give away the key. Not like this. It doesn't even feel like we got that much arrow fire, to be honest with you. But the important thing is, our wood gatherers are safe. All right, let's... do we just try an endless scenario? I think, like, we can agree that my creation is now cursed. Final opportunity, by the way. Exclamation mark, give crabs if you want to get a key. I'm about to draw in like 20 seconds. And then I think what we'll do is with the Twitch features on, we'll try an endless mode, a random endless mode, to see what the flow is like, is meant to be like. Okay. Right. Sorry, I had to snack on that biscuit. I'm going to choose a winner now. We're going to roll. Mid-Crisis! Congrats, you've won. You here mid-Crisis? Or are you mid-Crisis right now? Nice, there you are. Congrats, congrats. All right, I'm going to whisper you your key. Redeem on Steam. Enjoy the game. I wonder if there's an easy way to do the final one on like Discord or something. So that more people have a chance to enter. Poor Deraz. No luck there, mate. I mean, there's still another key to give away, so there is hope for you. All right, should we try a challenge mode? Because I've done challenges so well so far. Right? What do you guys think? Should we do more editing? Should we do a challenge mode? Sandbox, endless. And while you guys decide, I'm quickly going to check this. This game looks way underrated. I think it has a lot of cool things about it. I mean, like, look, what? So they are going for it! Bruh. I was scammed. I was scammed. I don't know if it's like that's a sample generation. It generates differently each time. Maybe? That might be what it is. Try endless? Let's try endless. Because like I'm a terrible map designer in this game anyway. Believe it or not, like I actually have level design experience. I've just done it badly in Hiss. So let's show off the game and what it can be when the map makes sense. Zombie hordes, they are legion? Or do we go with labyrinth for pleasure? Ooh, that sounds filthy. And then we have skilled survivor. That's basically where like mobs will gradually get more and more health to like pace things. Can turn off random generation when creating a map. Ah, okay. So that's maybe what caused it. In fairness to Raz, there's quite a few entries, so they might give away. Can't win them all. We don't have a chance, but let's be positive. Yeah, gee, thanks, bud. Like, you know, you're really inspirational with talk like that. Someone slap him in the cheeks. What is this? All right, so let's go ahead and we'll get some lumber mills operational. Gonna need those. Gonna definitely want additional housing. Actually, no, we can wait a day. Yeah, because the growth levels. What else do we want right now? We haven't had anyone die yet. That's usually a good sign. Are those crossbows? Pog. They start you off nicely. So remember, there's loads of mobs that spawn around the map, and it's worth killing them to get, like, goodies. Sometimes there's resources to pick up, and other things is, like, the soul crystals, so you can summon units. Nice. Okay, mango. Oh, alright, yeah, like, if there's one consistent thing in games like this, catapult's good. Fire when ready. Oh, I think it can't shoot round. Oh, was there wood on the ground there? I didn't see. Nice. Okay.
Our units are in combat.
Yeah, the problem, like, in this one feels like the pacing was trying to get more people in. Apparently, 5 per day is the maximum population you can get. So, like, it makes sense why we're going to struggle with our scale point. Like, I didn't have that going into this. I didn't have like cognizant registration of that. I wasn't thinking, oh yeah, like it's very slow on the pacing of like how many workers you get. I don't know if you can scale this to be higher by maybe like a better town hall and whatnot. If we want that, we are going to need to start getting our hands on stone. So, This looks like the safest area to get stone from.
Orders.
I'm going to check over here with this lad.
Hey,
And there is more lumber in the
as
woods.
good as done.
Yeah, these type of games have this whole like expansive idea. I like that they have the map being interactive, like kill units, secure more ground, and get like little boosters on the way. Drop forest with mangoes? It looks like you can. I don't know if you can also friendly fire with mangoes, maybe. I'm not sure if we really want to get rid of the wood, though. Okay, I need to be careful getting close to this. That is a very big camp.
Hey, Lord. Huh?
Nice. There is... Is that wood?
My orders.
No, that's a cart of food. Okay, we don't have room for food right now, so let's not blow that up straight away. We could build a granary to stockpile more. Not a bad idea. Okay.
Yes, sir.
And it looks like we have got more food over here, so that'll be coming handy soon. Oh, here you go. So down here, we've got like the raid, pole, sub stuff. I don't know how that works. I don't know how the poles work. I'm trying to click it, but it doesn't do anything. I'm not sure if there's like some automatic option that makes sense with poles that shows up. Oh. Oh, there you go. Oh, that's how it works. So I don't think it works in the endless mode, but it works here. That makes sense. It doesn't work in the editor, rather. So the editor one wouldn't give this, but you guys can now basically vote on what I get. Do I get Winds of Magic? Or do I get chicken units? Oh my god, I want chicken units. Don't you guys... You know me. Don't you do me dirty. Give me them chickens. Their finger looking good. Alright, should we racks? We don't really have a use for racks just yet.
Orders.
Give me chickens. I want something else that eats my food. Chickens. Chickens.
Understood.
Yes!
Position.
Chickens will flock to the town hall. Where are they? Oh my... What? Do they fight? Do they man up? That's a lot of chickens. Oh my god. Where are they going, though? I don't... Are they gonna... Like, are they over here fighting now? Chickens, come back. I love you. Okay, we need more food consumption. Like, food generation, rather. I don't know how much food this generates.
Hey,
Not enough to maintain us, but a second fishing spot will, I think.
what is it?
Dude, what are they doing? Like, are they even attacking?
If you're sure.
I'm so confused.
Got it.
Like, did they actually attack, or are they just a meme? Is this just so that Twitch can troll me? This is just so Twitch can troll me, yeah. Alright, the chickens don't do anything, guys. We've been scammed. Or rather, you guys scammed me. You know what you done. Don't act innocent. We all know what happened here. This is why I can't trust. Alright. Everyone in life just betrays me eventually. It's just a matter of time. I guess we go for like an extra builder hut. Might be handy down the line. We have a lot of wood, so I think what we'll start doing is we'll start enclosing ourselves a little here. So we'll connect to this. We'll go like this. And we'll add in the gate straight away. Nice. So I got the extra builder for that reason, so we'll do that a lot faster.
Got it.
Chickens attacking castle? No, the chickens love me. Wait, are they? Okay, yeah, no, that was just the builder. I was like, wait, I hear clanking. Why am I being attacked? We're
If you're
safe.
sure.
We are getting more people coming to the castle with additional days now. I don't know how that scales. It just keeps saying max population influx is reached, right? But I don't know what the conditionals are. We'll use the speed up here just so that we can explore a bit. I think that's also why this isn't multiplayer, because otherwise it would be a little bit too slow, I think. So yeah, kind of a necessary thing when, like, in the downtime, it'd be a bit weird in multiplayer. Maybe co-op would be cool. Leave my walls alone. We do want to put auto repair on as well. So any damage is going to be fixed off. Okay. Not bad. If I do say so myself. Alright, we have good food income. We've got fortifications starting to go up. We've got plenty of wood to work with. I might even get another lumber camp to guarantee wood's never a problem. We only have one lumber camp right now, right? Yeah. So might as well go, I don't want to say crazy, but a little bit higher. And we're just going to focus on walling ourselves in. So there's like a very annoying area here because I kind of want it because of the stone down the line, but I think for now I just don't care. Let's just secure flank. And now we have got enemy waves coming.
They are attacking the walls.
Man, we need loads of houses.
Hey,
Oh, damn it. Leave me alone.
if you're sure.
Alright, let's just clear this area.
Easy.
Good boyos. Yes.
And loaded.
You know, I'm pretty good at this. Look at how much better I do when it's not my badly designed map.
Guys done. Moving.
I wonder if... When do we get more Twitch integrations? Is it going to be after this wave, probably? Games like, you have to own it. It's like, okay. I guess. I do like free stuff. I guess. Okay, so... Okay, so you can get treasure or food delivery. Because you guys totally wouldn't give me a food delivery when I already have maximum food, right? Like,
Easy.
nah, that would be way too, like, that would be way too redundant. You guys would never, ever just give me useless stuff. Right? Like, if I opened a PO box, it wouldn't, like, I know I'd be safe. Like, because, you know, treasure would be like, oh yeah, KP, if you had a PO box, we send you nice things. Whereas, like, food delivery right now would be like, yeah, we're just gonna glitter bomb you.
Got it.
God damn it. Oh wow, look at all this food.
Moving.
Enemy forces.
If only I knew that we were gonna have a festival, I would have built additional structures to store the food. You're evil. Okay, I think we just go
Our troops are under attack.
full safe.
Quite easy. Hey,
We probably haven't got much time before they arrive. I just want to clear this so I don't have extra aggro on the randomals. Oh, lordy. You guys. Oh, God. That mob is getting close, so we need to hurry up with this. Go.
locked and loaded.
Okay, so kill these guys and then head on in. Oh, there's loads of goodies there. Look, guys, there's extra food. That food will be so useful. Just like the last wave of food I was given. The possibilities are endless. Okay, so we want to upgrade our town hall so we can build stone walls. 150 wood needed and 100 stone. Okay, that's fine. That's workable. So we can add in this. No, my walls.
Hey,
Quick catapult. Do your thing. Do your thing.
they're already dead.
He looks so goofy with the banners. No king. Yeah, but I'm like, am I a king? Wait, can you please not hit our own wall, sir?
Quite easy.
Yeah. All right, catapults may be inaccurate, but when the blob's big enough, baby, who cares? You guys need to guard that because we're about to have a slight opening into the base.
Advancing.
Okay, the dude, what? I think we got stormtroopers activated, manning that thing.
Our fortifications are under attack.
Not our fortifications. How dare they? Don't know why I'm leaving space between those. Not my house I need to get in. It's their problem. All right, so we'll re-wall this in a sec. You just need to stop firing. Like you are genuinely more on their side than mine. Trying to upgrade stone walls in feudal?
You're
Bruh,
sure.
who said we're in feudal? We're high-tech. Did you see this crossbow shots? Heat-seeking. This is actually like post-apocalyptic existence. You just don't realize. Why is it gathering the wood all the way over there? That's kind of crazy. Oh, wait, no, we built one here, didn't we? Damn. Like, wait, did you have trees here, or did I just misclick the type of building? You can, by the way, move the gathering point, which is really nice. I think, actually, instead, I just want you to keep gathering over here. You gotta be careful, because if you have them gather out too far, they're gonna die, and then, yeah, like, you've just created bodies that need to be resolved.
Huh?
Okay.
Got it.
This is much more peaceful, by the way. It's amazing how much more easy the game is when you don't have a random internet pleb setting the expectations for the waves and the expectations being a cajillion times higher than they should be. Yeah. Yeah. Oh my god. This is cool though.
Hey,
I'm curious about the challenges.
moving. If you're sure.
I think compared to other games like this that I've played, the thing I'm looking forward to is like the scale, the absurdity of scale as you just build bigger and bigger and armies bigger and bigger, etc. I'm not sure if army units constantly use population, by the way. That's going to be an interesting detail. Because if not, that's how you efficiently just keep like changing or like reapplying the... No, I think they do. I'm pretty sure army units count as like population.
Got it.
So you do need to keep blowing more and more buildings to keep scaling.
My orders.
Easy.
Oh, that's right. We wanted to go down here, didn't we?
Whatever you say.
I love the way they waddle.
Hey,
It's quite adorable, actually.
what easy.
They're like little penguins. Okay, so we want the stone because we want to upgrade Town Hall. Get 'em, boys!
Yes, brother.
The wood, too. Get the wood. Oh, God. Oh, yeah. Why did you...
My orders.
Why did you hit
Yes, sir.
the building? Fool!
Moving out.
What easy.
I still need to complete that anime.
Locked and loaded.
My orders.
I don't know if anyone got that reference.
Lord.
Like, KP just said fool randomly. What's the reference?
Moving out.
Oh, no, 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 no.
Yes, sir.
Clutch.
Hey,
Damn. They hurt a lot more than you expect. Okay, we have got the racks now going up. And remember, your guys heal gradually over time. By default.
My orders.
I don't know if that's just like a lie if they run out of food, though. Maybe they don't heal when they don't have food. That would be a fair punishment.
got it. Moving.
Okay, there is more stone, and I kind of want it.
Got it.
Do I want it that badly to aggro a whole other
If you're
camp?
sure.
No, don't you... No, don't you dare.
Whatever you say.
Don't you dare. You know, like, don't even... I'm not even going to dignify it with a response. Don't you dare. I'm not even going to give it, like, clarity. You know exactly, like, what we're referring to here. Don't do it. Wait, is the other one just, like, shooting a random rock at me from space? Because that's not better either. Whoever thought this up is evil. And they knew exactly what they were doing.
Moving.
Oh, God. Wait, a meteor? No, no. No, it's fine. No, wait, no, it's not. Oh, wait. You call that a grief? Bro, you've never been on a Minecraft server. Oh. Rookies. Lamau. And they thought, and Twitch chat thought I was worried. That's the bit. They were like, haha, KP's like, he doesn't realize we're going to screw him over. Oh no, we cost him like 10 wood. Oh no.
What is it? Royal.
Please. The cost of that is nothing compared to the price of buying a drink in a bar in London. I was already prepared to suffer. Alright, do we want more lumber camps? You guys did cost me some wood, so like you mediocrely griefed me, is what I'll call it. We have got a lot of people. I think we just get more pew-pew boys, right? I just want to upgrade straight into better... excuse me, better boys. Because I don't want to like be buying cheap frontline and then having everyone die, you know? That's a bit tedious. Should we build bigger granary? Oh, we haven't been researching. I'm a pleb. I forgot that there's this giant area of bunch of things. So let's make all of our workers faster. I knew I forgot to do something. There we go. So yeah, there is an extensive research system on the side. You can eventually market trade. And then when we build the obelisk, we'll get access to extra things. I can meteor other people. So like, instead of my own base. Very helpful. This has been very peaceful so far. Pretty pitiful waves. But they want to, like, maybe massage you in. They don't want to grief you. Unlike some people who decide to drive giant meatballs into your settlements. Can't imagine who would do that. That'd be quite rude, personally, don't you think? Yeah, like, that would just be quite unthoughtful. Alright, we're saving the town hall now. New wave's coming in soon from the other direction. We're going to head on out.
Moving.
Bye. Fast forward's good.
My orders. Closing it.
Nice.
What easy.
Okay, so we'll pull them back a sec. We're going to upgrade. The town hall upgrade's on the way.
Hey.
Do.
They're already dead.
We have killed the plebs. Very good.
Got it.
Nice.
Moving.
All right, back in we get. Ready on the other side.
Enemy forces are approaching.
Yeah, quite an open spawn area, so no choke points to, like, just build ultimate defenses around or whatnot. So we haven't got access to the iron mine. That's going to be coming in soon, I think, with the town hall upgrade. Or is that town hall 2 we need? I think it's... Yeah, yes. What we're about to get, I think. Nice, town hall 2. So we can get into a lot of other things. We can get iron mines now. Might as well start that. It'll be useful at some point. And then, is there a lot of efficiency around these? Oh, yeah. So, like, if you upgrade the lumber camps, they make more resources. So that's going to make 8 wood instead of 6 from a tree. So that's handy. And then, can we upgrade fisheries? Fisheries cannot be upgraded. But I think you get access to farms now? Yes. So we can build farms next, which is going to be a more reliable food source. We're consuming quite a lot of food per day. I think... Yeah, we just about produced positive. So 82 and we use 75. Sure, why not? Like, I mean... We had the chickens. Do we get the rats now? Like, you guys definitely not going to have my useful spearmen leave me. That would be rude. Or I don't care because I use them before the timer runs down. Yeah, joke's on you guys. I can fast forward. Yes! Oh, catapult. We need your help. We need your help right now. That's a lot of guys. Okay, so they're just going to eat some of my food? Lamau, don't care. We need to summon some of these, though. We need the boys.
Summon the boys.
This is a lot. Oh, God. Do they resummon? I don't know. I'm not sure. Am I dead? It doesn't look good. I will say that much.
They are attacking again.
I think I can get on the walls to make it a bit better. Yeah, I should have been doing this sooner. No, don't aggro them! Oh, God. Why? Oh, God. And we've got bodies. Great, now I have to bury people. Can you, like, stop summoning more things to kill us? Oh, God, this is like D&D campaigns with friends. They troll you. No matter what. Okay, nice. I think this is not too bad. A little bit annoying about the dying thing. Very selfish of people, but we can fix that. We can build like a nice little cemetery.
Yes, sir. The people are starving, sir.
Can't stop cement. Oh no, the rats ate everything! Goddamn rats. I didn't think they'd be that much of a problem. I think they legitimately ate everything. Okay. I think we can just do this. And then you guys have not successfully griefed me. Checkmate. We're Gucci.
My orders.
But yeah, we've got to use the walls more. The walls are very handy. Like, really, really handy.
Our fortifications are under attack.
Hey. They're already dead.
Okay, nice. We can get better units now. I don't care about these crappy archers. We straight up just go crossbows. Axe warriors? Or we just use the spears that are tanky. Let's check out some axe warriors, get some crossbows as well. I do not have much food. Yeah, they ate not just a little bit of food. They ate all the food.
They are attacking again.
That's why food consumption decreased in the area nearby the tavern. Ooh! So I can get my people drunk and then they use less food? I mean, that sounds like a good deal.
Yeah.
That sounds like a really good deal. Where do I place it? Like here? Let's do that. Yeah.
Yeah.
Hell yeah. Okay, we need to deal with the bodies. I forgot about them. They may be, like, slightly stenching up the place, so... Yeah, seems totally, like, above, you know, building border to build a cemetery right next to your fishing supply. I mean, the fish can just eat, you know? And, like, rotten food is healthy. Oh, nice. We can actually, like, grab this food as well.
What is it?
Poogies?
Go on now. Lord. Hey. Huh?
Yes, farm them. Farm them all.
Um,
I'll have them.
Aim in van.
Okay, so what does the axe do?
Our troops are under attack.
Okay, it doesn't have any unique ability. It just attacks. Well done. Give yourself a shiny sticker.
This is going to be fun. To the
Oh, no.
What is it?
What's up, Sky? Where is AoE4? AoE4 is done for the day. We're checking out
Got it.
Diplomacy is not an option, which just
Our
released
troops are under attack.
a Twitch integration mode, so I can be griefed with polls, as well as an... what's it called? Editor mode, my brain. And we'd already created a really bad map, and now we've come and played, like, endless mode, and we're appreciating actually what a good map can be, which is vastly superior to what I created. We won't talk about what I created.
Let's go
I'd rather just
shopping.
focus on this, because it's better. Oh, you guys are out of trees. Oh, yes. Can we build foresters yet? Because I noticed foresters in there. No, foresters cabins require gold. Okay, so gold is ultra rare then. Or you can trade through the market. Can I build a market? Be here, right? Yep, I need to get some wood, though. Which you guys are struggling with. So, let's move your radius over here. Where are my builders? Oh, they're still, like, building everything else. Nice! Everyone's getting plastered. They don't care about food. Woohoo! We're still slightly under what we need.
Chopper.
No, I think we just about balanced out. So, nice. No one's starving. We do also need to re-wall. It's probably going to be worth upgrading my builder hut, because the builder huts just give you more builders. So we get less awkward things like that, where they just weren't doing anything, because they are lazy, docile mother duckers. And maybe... do we add more people in? That's probably a bad idea. Wait, there's no fish to catch. How? Like, there's fish right there. Like, wait, can you just... Bruh. How many berries do you guys get? 5 seconds. I wish I would just tell you how much per day they make. I guess we'll just add in some more berry huts for now.
Hey, pal.
Get my berry gather on.
I know.
More food. Yo, this is the ultra strat where you just don't have actually like any food income and you just have to gather from a map. That's an interesting strategy for like a map to design. I'm actually really excited to see what people come up with on the editor mode. Just because of all the different challenges you can make. Like I said, it could just be giant waves you have to defend against, but it could also be giant maps you have limited troops to get through. So you have to be strategic and things. Yeah, I think the community can get very creative with that.
Lock down the lot. Yes, sir. Go to me, chopper.
Nice.
Let's go chopping.
So I think...
This is
so
going
food
to
is
be fun.
limited, which surprised me. I'm pretty sure stone is limited. Yeah, wait. There you go. Yeah, so there's only so much stone you can get from these places. So a bit different from other games I've played where like they just have infinite and you just have to balance it out. But like even the fish, I don't know if the fish come back. That's one I'm not sure of. How much do we produce? Oh, nice. Yeah, we're fine. Like the farms are going to sort us for a bit. And what was the marketplace cost? Because we wanted to try and get some gold coins. We need more wood. Before I update... No, wait, what? You guys don't know how to aim anyway. It's fine. I'm safe. Like, I'm safe. You guys don't know how to aim. Don't need free fisheries? No, like, it's like the fish in front of them for some reason. Oh, because they, like, look, they're plebs that just stand on the dock. They don't actually go and look for food. Terrible at their jobs. So yeah, you guys like chickens, right? Like, you guys definitely like chickens. Because my games are really hard right now. And I need you to just, like, empathize with the difficulty of my game. Nice. You guys know it. We need the chicken's protectorate. Thank you, chat. In chicken, I trust. In chat, I trust. I don't know what to build next. Oh, yes. City fountain. +1 to people living in each house. Oh, yeah. So I should have, like, prepped around this. Also, I don't think my houses need gaps in them like I've built there. There's some buildings that do for, like, the production access, but I'm pretty sure houses is not one of them. So, yeah, that was, like, unnecessary. Let's go ahead and upgrade some of these, though. Instead of building more houses.
Yeah.
Yar.
Give it a swing.
Yar to worker. Don't know why I'd really want Gravedigger's house, too. You think I'm going to let that many people die? I care for my people. Well, care is a strong word. I don't want us to feel like we're in a relationship here. Caps only to upgrade houses. Oh, so they get bigger, do they? So they, like what? The third level makes them bigger, I guess? Or do you mean for builders to come by? Is that what you mean?
Oh, yeah. Hey.
Easy. Bloodbath day.
We must kill all.
What is it?
Yeah.
Kill them. Kill them. The little adorable swordsman, man. Like, they look like they need Papa to protect them, you know?
Our units are in combat.
Like, come back, boys. Chill out. You can sit on the sideline and watch Daddy win. Size of the same bills. Ah, yeah, got you. Bills need access. Gotcha. Yeah, we haven't got, like, the old, like, city building ones where it's like, you must have a road and the village must be attached. Nah, that's too complicated. Can you upgrade these walls? You can! Okay, we need to, like... I think we just need to flood loads of stone mines. Takes 13 seconds. Yeah, you never increase... Oh, increase stone to extract in this mine 3 times. Oh, that's interesting. So, like, if I upgrade this now, does that increase the stone accessible? Is that right? Let's have a look. Uh-oh. Yes, it does. Okay, so nice. You can... It's still going to be, like, limited resources over time, but you can scale it up a bit. I've griefed myself with this farm placement, haven't I? Yeah. Just a tiny bit. I mean, like, guys, we haven't even had lunch. We don't need dessert, you know?
Got me chopper. This is going to be fun.
Are we finally getting crabs? No, dude, I have bad memories of crabs. I don't know if that's better or worse. I'm gonna find out, aren't I? No. I don't want catapults. No, wait, did my good soldiers run away? I don't think so.
Let's go chopping.
Wait, were they these guys? They just stopped working? Was it the archers? I think the archers left. Okay, so it didn't, like, get rid of my high value guys, which is good. Let's get some healers. And I want to get more crossbows. Let's get some axes as well.
Healers here.
Okay, let's upgrade this. We really need to upgrade more woodcutters, don't we?
Healers here.
Well, let's just send you guys, actually. Yeah, it's safe to go out, actually. Yeah, you guys can go over here. That's fine. And let's upgrade that too. Builder's Hut is already level 2. I think I've got enough builders for the time being. I'm impatient though, so maybe we just get more to be safe.
Yeah. They are attacking our citizens.
Wait, what? Where did you go? Why did you go? What?
Yeah.
Who is that? I'm...
Yeah.
What? What is your role? Wait, what?
Amen van.
Where are you? Is that a woodcutter? Why is the woodcutter going all the way over there? Is it because of the radius I set?
Here.
That's very weird if so. Alright, like they're just like, they're lemmings right now, man. Like, yo, I want to go up there too. Let's get this specific tree right here. Because technically it's closer to my lumber camp. Ignore all the ones that actually are closer. What a bunch of goofballs.
Let's get to it.
That's fine. We should have probably murdered some more things anyway.
Let's
Okay.
go chopping. Let's get to it. Ugh. This is going to be fun. On my way.
So we did use a challenge mode. Or was it endless? No, we chose endless. So I wonder if there's a way to actually make these places harder on the outskirts, or if they get harder the further out you go. Most of these games, it's usually like the further out you go, the more difficult it is.
Let's go chopping.
Let's go chopping.
Are approaching.
Okay, should we start upgrading walls? Yeah! Make them strong.
Go to me chopper.
Our troops are under attack.
Is there any more stone nearby? There is. Let's go ahead and do that.
Here, pal.
Got Stronghold 2 20 years ago, and now we have this. Yeah, this is better than Stronghold 2, man. I don't know, like, some people like Stronghold 2, I was not a fan. There were, like, one or two kind of cool elements, but also,
On my way.
I think, like, things like the whole destruction of walls knocking you off was, I don't feel like anyone liked that. Or if you did like that, I think you might be in the minority, if I had to guess.
Go to me chopper.
Oh no, I've locked myself out.
Going to be
If only I could just climb on the wall from either side. I love how it just layers them out. Oh, that's the best. Okay, stone walls maybe came in clutch. Maybe.
Our fortifications are under attack.
Let's summon the boys. That's one way to get rid of a catapult. Can you guys get rid of a catapult, please?
Are under attack.
Oh, wait. They already killed my weaker guys. Oh, my God. They're killing all my guys. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. I may need... Where's the catapult? I left the catapult somewhere because it griefed me. And I've lost the catapult. Wait, did the catapult leave me? Oh, my God. The catapult left me for a younger man. Not like this.
me chopper.
Oh, God. They're getting into... I think I may have gone chill a bit too quick in this. And we may now be dead. No, no, no. Get off the wall. Get off the wall. Nice. Run.
Fortifications are under attack.
You guys are not safe. More summons. More summons. More summons. This is why we farmed the map. To survive. Oh, God. Well, I'm glad I started adding stone walls because the durability difference is quite notable. I think we need hammerers. How do you get the hammerers?
They are attacking the walls.
Oh, there they are. Hammer guys. We need... Oh, we need gold as well. Yeah, that's quite expensive. All right, this is... We definitely summoned enough to protect us. That's the good news. Nice, chat. I'm not dead. All right, be honest. 2-4, I was dead. It's okay to, like, not have faith. It's not. Like, I just need to know so we can ban you.
They are attacking the walls.
Don't stop believing. And you guys can, like, A-click onto the edge of the map. Hold on to that special feeling. Oh, we had quite a few bodies from that, though. We don't talk about that. Where is... Like, have you guys not been working? No, you haven't. Oops. All right, off you go. They're stinking up the place. Yeah, it wasn't really expecting our guys to die that easily. Oops. We need more.
Reporting.
Let's go ahead and do this.
Our troops are
That might be a
under
bit
attack.
crazy. What's our food income? We're going to need more food income. The fish just doesn't come back. Yeah, okay, so the fish genuinely does run out and then never comes back. So, the more you know. Might as well get rid of these then.
Reporting.
Doink. So you really have to get towards farms, or you're up Craps Creek without a paddle. Hammer guys are that strong because of tier 3? Yep, and they cost gold. Are these rebels with scythes actually good? Oh god, I sent the axe warriors. Sorry guys. You got this. Get me... Yeah, I'll take those resources. What's this? Gold? Yo. That's the stuff. Hell yeah, brother. That's what we need. All right. Porting in. We're coming home. Hells yes. That's the good stuff. We're rocking it. All right, we do need more peeps. I've probably got to go soon. So I just realized the time. I've got a call in like 15. This has been fun though. It's nice to play some different games. This one's quirky. By the way, guys, be sure to click the pinned link you see in the chat or in the YouTube comments to check out the game for yourself. It lets them know that I sent you. And right now, they have got 55% off for this. And they just released, as we were seeing earlier, the map editor, but also the Twitch integrations, which I think you guys are going to have some fun with. We'll probably look to do another giveaway in about 10 minutes to round out the stream. We can go stables. Is there really any value in stables, though? I'm not sure. Let's get a solid... okay, yeah, like, we've got to erect the bigger thing. Yes. It's big. That's all that matters. And we do now need to add in additional farms. But we also need somewhere where we can build those. So that's a bit whoops. Gotta go? All right, no problem, man. Appreciate your Faplop. See you later, bud. This would delete a lot of the thingies, but I think I kind of have to. I should really just expand out more, to be honest with you. That is like... Whoever likes organized bases right now is spitting on my future grave. They're like, I can't believe what I just watched. I can't believe it either. Okay, but that should fix the food issues. That's good. Are they actually getting rid of the corpses? I think so. They're just bloody slow at their job.
This is going to be fun.
What's this? Cart vine? Nice.
Attacking the walls.
I know.
Let's just go ahead and get a few crossbows. Walking corpses. Wait, are those the bodies? Oh, I think the bodies, if you don't clear them up, they do eventually come back to literally and figuratively haunt you. Nice. We're getting a nice stack of boys here. Very good. Not really much point in clearing those guys, from what I can see anyway. Oh, I just realized we are fully stockpiled up the wazoo. Can we finally build the marketplace? We can. So let's get that going. I think we also want to increase our storage. Let's do that. And then granary, because we got to believe that we can make it big enough, right? Even though we probably won't. We do need more stone. We've got way too much wood. I kind of want to build these different areas. And we cleared this area as well. So let's, like, expand access across here.
They are attacking again.
All right, that's all my wood used. That's good. I think. Probably good. You guys can gather over there. Actually, that's not safe. Let's gather up there. And you guys are fine there and there.
Yeah.
All right. Last time, this almost smashed me into the ground. So I think we once again... Wait, what are you guys... Yeah, the bodies do just... if you don't clear them up, they become zombies. That's adorable. All right, let's get these boys behind the walls. Bring everyone over. We've got marketplace now, open market. So we can... How does this work? Yeah, so 1 to get, like, 40, it gets you a coin. And we have surplus. Oh, and then you have to wait for them to come all the way. So you have to phone for them to come. ET phone home them. Okay, we have got additional stone stuff. I think we just need, like, one in the corner there. Hey, look, I'll see you send the Zeppelin off. Oh, that's cute. Oh, I just realized, of course, like, we keep forgetting to use the research menu. So we have just genuinely kind of made our lives harder and harder, I think. Oops. Crossbow attack speed, yep. And spearman health, yeah. We've definitely made our lives harder. Oops. There we go. What did that cost? Oh, is it just time? Ah, it doesn't matter. I think whatever it costs, I already, like, logged it. Okay. So. I guess we'll upgrade a bunch of these. We're going to want to add a new farm area in here. I think also in the meantime, we want to get another lumber mill rocking. Just as close to the drop-off point. And then maybe add in a new storage out here too. Price was 20 stone. Yeah, I think it did say it. I just didn't look. I will set that to top priority because it would be really nice to have a tower to stop us dying so quickly. That is your number one priority. Where are you? Hurry up. Mush. Mush. Oh, God, that's not even quick. Strikes everything that moves. Yo. Oh, my God. Yo! All right, that's good. Oh, yeah, it'd be crazy if I suddenly got food after solving the food issues, wouldn't it? Wouldn't that be interesting? I like this. Yeah! All right, that is a fun toy. That is cool. I am enjoying that way too much. Can you guys heal? Need you to get over here to heal. Are they just not building because there's scary things nearby? I think so. It's a quick fix. I mean, it's pricey because you only get these soul crystals. So many of them, right? Like, they're not infinite. Oh, they're breaking through, aren't they? Gosh darn it. Just push them away. Stop hitting my buildings. I love the fact you can just, like, ferry them away like this. Oh, that's amazing.
Let's get to it.
Wait, yeah. What did you vote on? I didn't notice because I was distracted. What did you do to me? Did I get food? Was Twitch chat kind or cruel? Probably cruel, right? I'm used to it by now. Extra blue crystal? Oh, Pog, thank you. What, these soul crystals? Nice! Oh, that was pretty much like, yeah, so we kind of like almost broke even, or did we make a profit? I think I used 3 astrals. Thank you. That was unexpectedly thoughtful. Alright, so these guys have got to go out here and build the wall. Oh, man, I thought we were going to have like a valiant last stand and die, but I think we might not get to see the resolution chat, because I have got to go soon. What's our food income? Produced, consumed. Yeah, we have lots of wiggle room for extra peoples. I guess we'll just do this now.
Go to me chopper.
Go to me chopper.
Let's get to it.
Let's get to it.
Our units are in combat.
These boys are a vibe. Axeman. Yeah, usually these are like these type of games, like I said before, has much more density towards the edge of the map, but you get better objectives usually. So this is where we'll probably find coins. Yeah, just don't let them get too far. A-click is dangerous. Oh no, dude, it's going to be more space stuff, isn't it? I'm like, it's going too well. And now, to make it not go well. Don't know if you get anything for completely clearing the map. Oh, bro, there's the twos.
This is going to be fun.
It's beginning.
I know.
This is where you discover who you can and cannot trust.
The city is under attack.
Give it a swing.
City's under attack, as in one guy is being annoying. That's usually how it works. Yep, let me just, like, bro, really? Leave it alone. No touchy. Wait, what do you, oh no, like, wait, what? Yeah, it's gonna be a... I do that. Oh man, I should play Russian roulette. I'd be so good.
Yeah.
You call that a shot? Oh no, you cost me a little bit of wood.
Got me chopper.
What does this do? Does something explode out there later? Like bro, you call that like griefing? Nah, you guys would never get banned on a Minecraft server. No, my crossbow. Oh crap, I lost quite a few there. I think 3 or 4. I wasn't paying attention because, like, once again, A-click. I got lazy. I was like, nah, we don't need to come back. Nice. Okay. So let's slow this down. We got some spending to do. I guess we can send the trades. Let's do that. Get rid of some of the wood. Upgrade.
Yeah.
Twice spots on the wall? Exactly. Like, I mean, why are you guys even bothering to try and grief me like that? You know it's never going to work.
I'm losing my temper.
This is like the shaking fist commitment. Like, we will get you.
Our troops are under attack.
It's going to happen.
The axe is excited.
That's what you think. Maybe my dad just works at the developers. And you didn't know.
Our troops are under attack.
It's hard-coded to never hurt KP. I mean, in fairness, it makes sense that meteors would go after them if you think about it. Because, like, you're talking about... Like, meteors like wood, right? Because it's, like, burn stuff. So,
Going to be fun.
checkmate, I guess? Oh, no. Did the crabs? Are the crabs coming? They're coming, aren't they?
Let's go chopper.
It's okay. I'm ready for them, man. I'm born
Troops are under
spaghetti.
attack.
How much food are we consuming? Oh, we're not producing enough now. What's going on with my food? Something's happened. I guess we'll just add in another farm, whatever. Whatevs, lol. Infinite food.
Ready.
Ready. Where's iron? Oh, that feels like an ambitious iron deposit, but whatevs. Alright, what did you guys choose? You chose crabs, didn't you? Where are the crabs? Oh my god, they're coming. No.
Aim in van.
How bad is it going to be? What's the damage? Dare I look?
Here.
I don't think I want to.
Yeah.
Oh, dude, that's like... oh, you call that? Like land shrimps? Oh, brother. Yeah, go on, boys. Chow down in melee mode. Hooah! Phew. And I was worried.
They are attacking again.
XD, I don't even look.
Ready.
Easy clap. Alright, like imagine if AoE 5 had this technology. Oh, how strong we'd be. Damn, the improvements. We're all envious.
Pal. Here.
I do need to make more stockpile space, I think. Stockpile's becoming a problem. I could do this as well, I guess. I could place one here, then place a wall. Like a gate, rather. Oh, dude, I'm like out of time. I've got a call in 3 minutes.
Yeah.
We've played this a lot longer than actually like we were sponsored to.
Ready.
Which is a good sign.
This is going to
Like, that's actually a sign that like it's
Are
fun.
approaching.
I guess I'll just trust in the walls and then defend one side. Oh, this is going to be awkward though. I could split up my boys, but that sounds too logical. So why would I do that? When I can trust in magic.
They're attacking our buildings.
Magic! The pole system's very cool. Yeah, I like it, man. And they knew, they're like, ah, we know what the people are usually going to want. They're going to want to troll. So they give you the options. Yeah, can you hit your own guys? Oh, you can. Oh my god. You can grief yourself. All right, then. It's so good. Dude, it's so strong. Although it does deforest, which is kind of outrageous.
The city is under attack.
You can even clear neutrals on the map with this thing. This is the... I think it's too... That is way too strong. Actually, maybe not. I've already burnt through, like, all of my mana resources bar, like, one load. Ah, sure. That felt a bit wasteful, actually. I don't like losing walls. Alright. Guys, that is all we're going to have time for, I'm afraid. I might come back to this. But that was cool. We are going to round up the stream by giving out another key. So if you guys didn't get a chance to get one, now is going to be the opportunity. I'm going to wipe the slate clean. And if you put !, give crabs in the chat, doesn't need to be uppercase, lowercase should be fine. Then you'll be entered in to the giveaway. So !, give crabs. Sorry, YouTube, that doesn't like work for you guys as well. Doesn't have to be all caps, whatever. Like that works either way. But get those in, and then we'll draw in a moment because I've got a call with a content creator. So I'm like out of time. Otherwise, I think I would have kept playing. That was fun. Dude, I probably would want to up the difficulty. Maybe not. I don't know. I think if I just like the only thing there that was making that scary is I didn't add in siege. I guess if I added in siege, it would be kind of chill. Well, not chill, but like manageable. But yeah, that's the endless mode. There are challenge modes and whatnot as well. If you guys want to check it out, by the way, click the pinned link. It does me a solid. It helps out as well. It's partial awareness campaign. Obviously, I'd like to sell, so if you buy through, it's good. But there's no element to the campaign with that. They just want people to at least look. And I think you guys have had a cool look at this game. It's a fun one. You get 55% off. So even if you don't win at the giveaway, like you can win your own form. Okay, you all entered. Last chance. !, give crabs. I'm going to give like 20 seconds more, and then we're going to draw. What a cool game. I wasn't expecting to enjoy it that much. I mean, it's not that I thought I wouldn't enjoy it, but like that was, that put quite a nice smile on my face. All right, you guys ready? I'm going to draw in 3, 2, 1. Yo, what's up, Sockerton? Congrats on the key. I'm going to DM it to you now. I might get my hands on one more key. I think I have one maybe laying around somewhere. So maybe you do like a Discord giveaway on another day or something. But I've DM'd it across to you. But guys, excuse me. I'm going to end it there. What I'll do is I'll raid through to someone who's playing the game. So you can continue to have some fun and check it out with them. Looks like there is a small, humble streamer called Chaos Coyote. So I'm going to give them a raid through. You can go have some fun with them. I think they're a VTuber. I don't really see the icon moving, though. But go have some fun with them as they figure out the game as well. They're already being more optimal because they're building like houses around a fountain, which is something I just didn't do. But we'll be back tomorrow with more midweek muster action. So we'll be returning with our quarterfinals into probably a semifinals as well. So we should have like probably at least 4 series. Gonna be a busy day. Hope to see you all there. But go have some fun with this Chaos Coyote person. And YouTube, I'm in the stream. Thank you very much for watching there as well.